Chapter 24:31. Within the Void Sphere. Primordial Origin, Paradise Earth, Star Constellation, Genesis Lotus, and Red Lotus Demon Venerable have gathered around. In the center stood a tall gate. It was golden and had motifs of dragons, tigers, and dogs carved into it. It stood tall and grand. Primordial. Red Lotus stood up, still gasping from the fight with fangyuan. We had an agreement. Fangyuan must die. I can't maintain this void sphere for too long, or we'll all fall out of sync with the main timeline. Red Lotus shouted. Primordial stroked his beard. Calm down, Red Lotus. Do you not still possess a plan B and C? Either way, we would have failed to kill him here, so I accepted Paradise Earth's suggestion. This. Red Lotus was tongue-tied. What Primordial Origin said was not entirely false. Paradise Earth then spoke up. He did a little bow with his hands in front. Sir, Red Lotus truly has a magnanimous heart for people. The moniker of Demon Venerable is truly misplaced. I admire and am thankful for what you've done for the world. For that you have my eternal thanks. But my compassion goes out to all beings, even demons. One last chance is all I ask. Red Lotus did not say no. Instead, he asked, Did Primordial show you what I was? Paradise Earth nodded. Then you understand what needs to be done if your plan fails? This time Paradise Earth had a hard time responding. You have my word that I will assist to the best of my capability. Red Lotus let out a tumultuous breath. Sigh. Fine, then I shall take my leave here. After all, should he escape, we won't be able to contend against him within the void sphere. Just having 6 venerables is already straining the sphere. If we fight, it'll just break, allowing him to escape. Before Red Lotus left, he turned to Primordial Origin. I shall go oversee Plan B, he said as he looked toward Paradise Earth. Let's hope it'll be enough. Saying that, he vanished, with Red Lotus gone. The star constellation and Genesis Lotus of the past vanished as well. Sir Red Lotus is truly a man of great standing. I will have to thank him personally for doing all he can to extend the void sphere's duration. Paradise Earth noticed the pressure on the void sphere being greatly reduced, now that only 3 venerables were present. If your plan works, then we'll be the ones thanking you on behalf of all of humanity. Primordial said. We can only hope. Paradise Earth responded. Fangyuan was going through the motions within the subjugating evil through atonement. He lived all the key moments of his time with Xiehanimo, all the joys, the plots, and schemes, culminating in the final performance, the singing competition. It was trivially easy for Fangyuan to progress the plot of this story while secretly deducing in his mind the intentions of Paradise Earth and Primordial Origin. This killer move is incredibly profound. It traps the victim within an unbreakable dream that can only take its course. Yet unlike dream realms, there are no layers. It's one huge mini-world. But the downside of this move is that you can't attack the victim, though I can assume that they've laid a trap for me outside, no matter. Fangyuan cast his gaze into the sky. Outside the void sphere, Genesis Lotus was staring at Fangyuan. No, you're not Fangyuan. Your reputation goo. Fangyuan merely smirked, raising his hand to launch various killer moves at Genesis Lotus. Humph. Genesis Lotus snorted as he used his defensive killer move. TCH, Amir Gu wants to get past me? Dream on. Genesis Lotus thought to himself. If I can capture and refine Reputation Gu, that will only add to our power. The biggest strength of Reputation Gu was the ability to use the killer moves of those she mimics, without the need for their Gu, effectively doubling one's own firepower. But there were drawbacks. Firstly, Reputation Gu could not mimic the quantity of Dao marks. Thus, even though she was Fangyuan, she did not possess his inhumane number of Dao marks. Secondly, Reputation Gu could only mimic Fangyuan's famous killer moves. Anything that he has not revealed to the world is inaccessible to her. Though it should be mentioned that she can use Gu if she was provided it, Fangyuan did not leave her with any. I wonder if Master is okay? He said to just annoy Genesis Lotus, but Reputation Gu was slightly lost in thought as she rained killer move after killer move on Genesis Lotus. Reputation Gu's third weakness was that she required an insane amount of immortal essence to use. After all, to use the killer move of her target, she would also need to consume that amount of immortal essence. Thankfully, that was the least of Fangyuan's concern. He had stockpiled so much rank 9 immortal essence that if the other venerables knew, they would die of envy. Damn it! Genesis Lotus was hard-pressed when he first saw how Reputation Gu was just flinging killer moves at him. He decided to wait it out so that he could capture her, but after 5 minutes of peak rank 8 moves being casually tossed, and her showing no signs of slowing down, Genesis Lotus grew worried. Does she have an endless supply of immortal essence? Did fangyuan succeed, or was he gambling on the fact that he would succeed? Genesis Lotus's own immortal essence was being used to maintain this defense. Damn, I can't dodge, because if the tether breaks, the void sphere will be immediately pulled back and shatter as a safety precaution, but passively defending like this is wasting my immortal essence on just a goo. But I can't strike back too hard, as I might destroy Reputation Gu as well. Genesis Lotus was racking his brain, but things turned from bad to worse when he heard, "Oh, Genesis Lotus, you're all alone. Mind telling me where Red Lotus and Star Constellation went?" Genesis Lotus followed the sound of the voice and found none other than Giant Sun, Immortal Venerable. Ugh. Genesis Lotus was now caught between a rock and a hard place. Damn it. Fine. You lot force my hand. Immortal Killer Move. Enter a world of pure imagination. Genesis Lotus unfurled a giant scroll that circled around the entire battlefield. It then shone brightly, and the three of them vanished. In a blink of an eye, Giant Sun and Reputation Gu found themselves in the painting world. Fascinating. Giant Sun rubbed his chin. This painting world makes use of painting path for sure, but it seems to also touch on phantom, space, time, earth, and human path, as well as all the elemental paths. MHM. Reputation Gu nodded. He is close to becoming a Tao Emperor. Giant Sun turned to Reputation Gu shocked. How do you know what a? Watch out. Reputation Gu activated 5 defensive killer moves, blocking an intense heat ray. The killer moves just barely managed to buy enough time for Giant Sun to readjust his position. The two turned to look at Genesis Lotus floating high in the air. The power of various paths could be seen circulating around him. He stood high and mighty, like a deity. In here, I am the law. He folded his arms together. Immortal Killer Move. Planet Befall. Genesis Lotus had used this move before, but within the painting world it took on a whole another level of strength. The once meteor-sized attack had now scaled to the size of planets. Humph. Reputation Gu snorted. Immortal Killer Move. Daybreak Torrent times 5. Reputation Gu's move lacked the qualitative power that came from having innumerable Tao marks. But where there is a gap in quality, one can make up for it through quantity. Master often said, if 1 isn't enough, then throw 3. If 3 isn't enough, then throw 5. Giant Sun was impressed with Reputation Gu's lack of inhibition when it came to using immortal essence. Either he has succeeded in gaining heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus, or he was confident in completing it. Giant Sun made a similar conclusion as Genesis Lotus. The godlike Genesis Lotus seemed unafraid by Reputation Gu's display. Useless. His voice reverberated across the world. He grasps his 2 hands together. Immortal Killer Move. World Origin Primordia Extinction. A large chunk of earth from the ground began levitating as fire, water, lightning, wind, light, darkness combined. Incredible. Giant Sun could see the true marvel behind the move. This move is about to transcend a standard compound killer move. This is a Tao killer move. Reputation Gu rolled her eyes. Yeah, less gawking, more stopping. That thing is a quasi-Tao killer move. If he succeeds, then kiss your ass goodbye. So we need to stop him now? There was slight panic in her voice, as she knew the power Tao killer moves possess. Humph, freight not. He's not the only one with tricks up his sleeve. What are you? A golden pillar, so tall that it connected heaven and earth together, erupted from Giant Sun, Immortal Venerable. The pillar then had rays of golden light erupt out, penetrating the sky, land, and people of the painting world. But the light, despite being so bright, seemed to go unnoticed by the people. Only Reputation Gu and Genesis Lotus could see them. Even the ground did not interact with the light, as it bore straight through as if it was just an illusion. Quasi-Tao Killer Move. 10,000 years of fortune for 1,000 years of misfortune. Instantly, a black light began to radiate out of Giant Sun and spread throughout the gold pillar, turning it and all its connections bad. Genesis Lotus was puzzled, as the Giant Sun's killer move was so grand it rivaled or even surpassed his own in terms of aura. Yet nothing seemed to be happening. But soon Genesis Lotus' eyes turned bloodshot, and he coughed a mouthful of blood. You're poisoning this world with negative karma. Across the painting world, people were beginning to experience the effects of negative karma. All their accumulated luck was being overshadowed by negative karma. People began losing everything they held dear to them. Some even developed mental demons or suffered such an intense backlash that they dropped a rank. The entire world was hurt, which in turn affected Genesis Lotus. His Tao killer move crumbled away as it became infested with negative karma as well. Since Genesis Lotus was linked to the painting world, his karmic ties to it were inseparable. But it wasn't all sunshine for Giant Sun as well. His face seemed pale. TCH, the Tao of karma isn't about equivalent exchange. Doing good deeds earns less good karma than negative deeds giving negative karma. Indeed, just as the name of the killer move suggested, for every 10 good luck sacrificed, he could only give 1 negative karma. But since Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had immense luck path foundations, he could still tolerate it. Chapter 24:32. The sound of paper tearing could be heard, as the scroll containing the painting world had a tear stretching across it vertically. The scroll was almost torn in two. Almost, 2 figures were flung out with great force. They were Giant Sun and Reputation Gu. Genesis Lotus exited from the opposite side. Blood was dripping from his mouth. He held out his hand and recalled the painting world scroll. Damn it! He forced himself to hold back another mouthful of blood. How did Giant Sun acquire a Tao killer move? And the Tao of karma on top of that as well. Genesis Lotus was unaware that Giant Sun had an encounter with Reckless Savage Demon Venerable. Not even Red Lotus knew that Reckless was actually hiding within his stone continent. It would appear Reckless was right. Giant Sun thought back to his conversation with Reckless Savage. Heavenly Court is afraid of something, and I have strong reasons to believe it is fangyuan. Either his potential scares them or something else. Either way, he would be a valuable asset to us. Despite the name and nature of Reckless Savage, he was unexpectedly shrewd. Though he would never use unscrupulous means to win a fight, that didn't mean he would purposefully put himself at a disadvantage. Heavenly Court had the superior numbers, including Red Lotus. They had 4 venerables. Meanwhile, the Northern Plains held 2, Southern Border held 3, and the Western Desert held 1. Though the remaining 6 venerables were nearly completely isolated and uninvolved with one another. In fact, the 3 in Southern Border were enemies. Paradise Earth hated Spectral Soul, and vice versa. Spectral Soul hated Paradise Earth. Fangyuan was an ally that both sides wanted yet did not trust. Reckless shared his insight with Giant Sun. I don't know the specifics, but I do know that Heavenly Court wants to work with Heaven to prevent future Tao Emperors, and they may even go so far as prevent future Tao Lords from being born. Giant Sun was deeply troubled by the news. If what Reckless says is true, then it would impede not only mine, but the potential and providence of every living being. Giant Sun faced Reckless directly. Let's say this conspiracy of yours is true. Why should I believe you? Reckless laughed, as if what Giant Sun said was the funniest thing in the world. Ha ha ha. It's simple, you have no choice. Giant Sun snorted. Don't take offense, but in your current state you can at most go toe-to-toe with Star Constellation, in terms of raw strength. But Fangyuan and Genesis Lotus are out of your league, and forget about Heaven, who is possessing Spectral Soul, Demon Venerable, Primordial Origin, and of course me. Reckless began to exert the oppressive force of a Tao Emperor. Giant Sun felt suffocated, though he felt if he unleashed all his strength he could leave, and that within his HQ he would be safe. But to feel so suppressed without all these external supports made him question and doubt himself. Fine, I believe you for now. With that, the suppressive force vanished. Reckless clapped his hands. Good. Now here. Reckless handed Giant Sun a glowing orb. The orb contained an inheritance. Why are you giving me this? At the venerable level, inheritances were just intriguing bits of information but weren't highly valued. Read it. I made it myself. Giant Sun was hesitant, but he browsed through the contents. Tao killer move. 10,000 years of fortune for 1,000 years of misfortune. The massive amount of content gave Giant Sun a slight headache, which is impressive considering the brain of a venerable already surpasses human understanding and bordered supercomputers territory. This is the culmination of my research into the Tao of karma. I did not manage to gain much insight, but I could at least put together this killer move. Reckless went on to explain the significance of Tao killer moves. That powerful. Giant Sun stood in shock. But I haven't grasped the Tao of karma yet, can I still use it? Reckless nodded. You can. It's just an extremely profound compound killer move. As you know, compound killer moves are formed from a mixture of different paths that complement one another, but there is usually friction between these paths since they do not belong to the same path. Fangyuan gets around this by using heaven path Tao marks to reduce the friction caused, but he is probably the only one in the world, besides the heavenly Tao, who can do that. However, a Tao killer move is what happens when you take that concept to its extreme. Having a complete grasp of how paths are used by the heavenly Tao allows for one to mimic the effects of the heavenly Tao. Reckless began to preach the grandeur of the Tao Emperor realm and Tao killer moves. A Tao killer move is like using the various paths to create and manipulate the rules and behavior of the heavenly Tao, displaying a power that transcends a simple immortal killer move. Giant Sun swallowed a gulp. Then a Tao Emperor can rewrite the fundamental makeup of the Gu world itself. Reckless gave an example. Let's say you cultivate the Tao of karma. Should you become the Tao Emperor of karma, it would mean that you control karma itself. You would no longer be affected by the rules of karma because you are the rule. Then wouldn't I be able to control and influence the karma of other Tao Emperors? Giant Sun asked. Reckless shook his head. It's not so simple. While you are the new person in charge of how karma is distributed and allocated, you do not produce karma. That still belongs to the heavenly Tao. It's how the heavenly Tao stays in control. A Tao Emperor is not exactly free from the heavenly Tao, more so a high-level subordinate. So, at the same level, the power of Tao does not affect one another as severely. It would be akin to you using luck path methods to mess with their providence. Reckless brought forth a purple-looking fruit in his arms. The fruit contained immensely powerful fluctuations. This is my Tao fruit. Every Tao Emperor will condense one. It contains the Tao of power. With it, I can directly empower myself with the primeval essence of the entire world. Giant Sun's mouth was opened, gaping. To think we were scared of Fang Yuan's potential trouble with an imperial heavenly essence treasure lotus. But here Reckless possesses something far beyond that. Reckless continued to explain. But of course, there can only be one Tao Emperor per Tao. Once someone obtains the Tao of karma, no one else can touch it. Once you become a Tao Emperor, your lifespan is intrinsically linked to the heavenly Tao itself. Heaven can't destroy you, in fear of you destroying your Tao fruit, causing him to not only lose access to that power, but potentially destroy the entire Gu world. You can think of the heavenly Tao as the sum of the powers of heaven and earth, and imagine it as a pie. Now imagine that each individual Tao, like the Tao of karma, life and death, creation, devour, etc., were pieces of that pie. Once someone takes one, it's permanently gone from the heavenly Tao. It still exists, but the heavenly Tao can no longer control it fully. You see, while you have basically 99% control of that Tao, you're still linked to the heavenly Tao. If it were to collapse, so would whatever Tao you possess. But as long as it exists, so do you. Reckless explained. Thus, heaven sees Tao Emperors as a pest and a threat, whereas Earth no longer wants to produce children that can survive in the vast void on their own. Rather, she wants to shelter and spend eternity with them, even if it means being stuck in the Gu world. Reckless then explained the whole saga and power struggle between Earth and Heaven. The entire Gu world is the sum of both Heaven and Earth. They are intertwined with it. The creation of Tao Emperors already causes them to lose part of their powers. Earth is benevolent and wants her children to share in all the wonders of the world. Conversely, Heaven is sinister and wants control strictly for himself. Giant Sun's eyes were opened to the greater power struggle. Essentially, Earth wants to create more Tao Emperors and have them govern and rule the Gu world, like a pantheon of gods. But Heaven does not want that. He wants him and Earth to be the sole rulers of the Gu world. This is because grasping a Tao is not creating something from scratch. Rather, it is taking ownership of part of the heavenly Tao itself. How could the prideful Heaven accept inferior beings mooching off his and Earth's powers? Reckless held his hands behind his back as his gaze traveled beyond the confines of the room. For 3 million years he engaged himself in sealing Earth's will, but as they were equals, he too was forced to slumber. However, recent events have awakened his consciousness, and now the lock on Earth's consciousness is tight enough that heaven no longer needs to pay attention to it. Reckless then turned to Giant Sun. Do you know what it means? It means it's time to pick a side. Reckless held his hand out. Will you join me in Earth? What choice do I have? Giant Sun smiled wryly. There is an already irreconcilable grudge between heaven and I. So be it if I have to oppose heavenly court as well. The two venerables shook on it. Reckless then passed some blood path immortal goo to Giant Sun. Notably rank 8, children goo, family goo, and blood goo. These three goo combined with familial connection goo form the core of 10,000 years of fortune for 1,000 years of misfortune. By using the connections of bloodline to trace the providence of people from generation to generation, siphoning your own good luck to curse them with bad karma. Giant Sun hadn't fully understood the difference between luck and karma, so Reckless explained it to him. Luck is the term we humans use to describe fortuitous or unfortunate circumstances. Karma, on the other hand, is the heavenly Tao's way of rewarding and punishing good and evil. While one can influence and increase their luck, they cannot pass it on, nor benefit from the actions of their ancestors. Karma is transitive. It passes from generation to generation. Since Reckless only studied the surface level of karma, he didn't know too much, but he speculated that at its highest level, one could attract the bad karma from the old generation to attack the current generation, though for now, sacrifices had to be made to attach negative karma onto people. Chapter 24:33. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable stood mightily, in contrast to the downbeaten Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Had enough? Giant Sun said with his arms folded. Genesis Lotus coughed a mouthful of blood. Damn it, if only I was given a few more years I would be able to perfect my Tao of creation. If I die now, my killer move, the life of a hero, would have to waste one more of its uses. Genesis Lotus calculated internally. The painting path killer move, the life of a hero, allowed him to use the stories and positive emotions of humans to bring him back to life. But once it was activated, it then became a formation that was being kept and managed by the will he left all those years ago. The formation allowed Genesis Lotus to revive nearly indefinitely, but each time he did so, a part of his legacy would be forgotten by the people of the world. If used too many times, Genesis Lotus would cease to exist. I've tied my existence to humanity and began nurturing my own goo world with only humans within the painting world. Genesis Lotus clutched his chest as he struggled to stand up. Genesis Lotus tilted his head up to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Heh, do your worst. Giant Sun frowned. He knew that he could not kill Genesis Lotus due to his special body and revival method. I've known that Genesis Lotus has some special method that lets him keep his peak strength even after death, but only now do I understand that it's related to the Tao. Giant Sun raised his hand forward. So be it. Immortal Killer Move. Soft Gold Crushing Pillar. A beam of condensed luck shot at Genesis Lotus. Genesis Lotus tried his best to defend, but given that he could not use the painting world or risk its destruction, his killer moves were easily torn through. However, just as Genesis Lotus closed his eyes, thinking he failed to carry out his mission, a cloud of dust enveloped Giant Sun and Reputation Goo's view. Is he dead? Reputation Goo broke the silence, flicking her wrist to blow away the dust. When the dust settled, the pair saw a shocking sight. Genesis Lotus was sitting cross-legged, a few feet away from where the attack had landed. I gotta say, that was a pretty sinister attack, Giant Sun. Giant Sun and Reputation Goo were shocked to find that Red Lotus had taken Genesis Lotus's place. Giant Sun quickly gained his composure. How long have you known about Tao Emperors? I discovered it during one of my many trips through the timeline. After all, a Tao Emperor possesses powers that far exceed your typical Tao Lord. But I quickly realized that if I obtained the Tao Emperor status, I would forever be unable to destroy Fate Goo. Red Lotus shook his head and shrugged his shoulders. Fate Goo is the representation of the heavenly Tao, and a Tao Emperor may say they are free from the clutches of the heavenly Tao. Yet who amongst them can go fight the heavenly Tao? Red Lotus's words sparked some insight in Giant Sun. That's why Limitless refused to become a Tao Emperor. Indeed, Limitless pursued something even bolder than a Tao Emperor, becoming rank 10, Transcendent Immortal. To truly break free of the heavenly Tao, going far beyond the limits. The ultimate test and proof of a successfully ranked 10 is the ability to absorb and refine chaos. Red Lotus nodded his head. He was the closest human to ever reach that stage, frightening heaven, which is why we have decided on a compromise between heaven and heavenly court. In exchange, for humans to be able to continue surviving and thriving in the goo world, we the immortal kings of heavenly court will serve to prevent future Tao emperors. Although Red Lotus spoke righteously, Giant Sun scoffed. Humph. While monopolizing their existences entirely for yourselves, correct? Red Lotus did not deny his words. Giant Sun continued. How hypocritical. You would deny the rest of humanity the chance to seek immortality while becoming immortals yourselves. Red Lotus did not directly deny what Giant Sun said. You are right that there is a fair bit of hypocrisy on our part, but it is ultimately for the best. I fought a long, hard war spanning over 1,000,000 years to give humanity the freedom to chase their own success and not be forced to take a path laid before them. And now I am protecting them from the selfish interests of demons like Spectral Soul, Thieving Heaven, and of course fangyuan. Red Lotus looked sternly at Giant Sun. If you stand in our way, I won't mind adding one more demon to the list. But instead of backing down, Giant Sun released a mighty laugh. Haha. Red Lotus frowned. Oh, Red Lotus, your words are certainly benevolent at heart, but I know the truth. Giant Sun looked seriously at Red Lotus. I know a heart wrecked by love. Tell me honestly, did heaven promise you the return of your love? Red Lotus's heart skipped a beat. Giant Sun had seen through him. Haze. Red Lotus sighed. We are really kindred spirits, aren't we? Grief flashed through both their eyes. Indeed, we are. Giant Sun let out a tumultuous sigh. Red Lotus stretched his hand out. Join us. We can negotiate with heaven to bring both of our loved ones back. This. Giant Sun looked at Red Lotus's hand. He could not deny that part of him was tempted. How many years had it been since that fateful day? He would still be haunted by the guilt of causing his love's death. Giant Sun ultimately shook his head. It wouldn't be the same. I will not give up on her, but neither would I be handed her like some prize. I will claim her back with my own strength. Red Lotus sighed. Then don't blame me for being impolite. Red Lotus took out time goo once again, but this time he inserted it directly into his chest. As Red Lotus was no longer in the void sphere, he was back to being in his wolf form, but using time goo, he could regain the strength he once held from the past. Time goo was the only goo whose effects changed as it ranked up. Rank 6, 7, and 8 would allow one to draw power from the river of time. And at rank 9, it would allow one to access everything in the past and present. But only by exceeding the heavenly Tao and achieving rank 10 could one touch upon the future. As Red Lotus's body was reforming, he shouted at Giant Sun. Did you know there are differences even amongst Taos? Giant Sun frowned at Red Lotus's words. For example, you pursue the Tao of Karma, which is a high-tier Tao, but it is still shy of what are called greater Tao. For example, Red Lotus then took out another goo that shocked Giant Sun. It resembled a pearl. It was perfectly circular and had a light pink gleam on it. If one stared at it for too long, the goo seemed to disobey the laws of physics. It would seemingly spin and turn, even though it was completely stationary. Giant Sun immediately recognized the goo. Space goo. You actually possess both space and time goo, which means... That's right. Red Lotus cut him short as he inserted space goo right next to time goo. The two began orbiting each other, maintaining a comfortable distance. I am cultivating the great Tao of space-time. Red Lotus's body began to shine, as it turned from illusory to physical to real. He radiated a majestic aura from his body alone. Red Lotus had truly revived. Red Lotus took in a deep breath. Pseudo-Tao Emperor. Damn it. Giant Sun cursed. Although Genesis Lotus was also in the progress of obtaining the Tao Emperor status, the gap between him and Red Lotus was immeasurable. Genesis Lotus was still identifying the paths necessary to craft his Tao fruit, whereas Red Lotus had already begun. Right now, Time Goo and Space Goo were in the process of refining one another. Of course, if Red Lotus added other Time and Space Path Goo, the process would be faster and the quality of the Tao fruit higher. But considering the fact he was already using Time and Space Goo, there was little left for an improvement in quality. Giant Sun was only slightly better than Genesis Lotus, due to the fact that the foundational knowledge was established by Reckless for him, whereas Genesis Lotus was figuring everything out by himself. Red Lotus held 2 fingers in front of his face. Tao killer move. Unlimited void. Instantly, Giant Sun froze. What's happening? I can't move, see or hear anything, but I can still think. To Giant Sun, he was stuck in an empty void, with no feelings, no sound, alone with just his thoughts. But in reality, it looked as if he had completely blanked out and was staring motionlessly into space. TCH. Damn it, Master didn't prepare for pseudo-Dao emperors. Reputation Gu gritted her teeth. Time to execute Plan B. In Treasure Yellow Heaven, a large group of people were seen in front of the Great Love Alliance, but strangely no one was buying anything. A random Gu immortal who was walking by found it peculiar. He saw some people he was familiar with. Hey, what's going on? Is there a new drop on the Naughty Venerable? Oh, the Gu immortal was dispirited. Haha, cheer up, this is equally interesting as that. Oh, the Gu immortal perked up. Not like that, you pervert. Check out the screen. The Gu immortal cast his eyes over to the screen, showcasing a live stream of the battle within the Stone Continent. The Gu immortal's friend nodded. Yup, it's a real battle between venerables. The name alone would strike fear and awe into all living beings, let alone the words, venerable battle. Only in recent history have there been multiple venerables in one era. The closest the world got to a venerable fight in the past is the methods of a previous venerable going up against the current venerable. Though it was often one-sided, look at Spectral Soul easily breaking into the 88 True Yang building, or Thieving Heaven breaking into the Crazed Demon Cave. The only exception was Star Constellation leaving behind 3 methods for 3 venerables, though admittedly it was quite a farce as the venerables all chose not to pursue the matter, as they realized the importance of fate in their eras. The Gu immortal asked his friend, "How long has this fight been going on?" His friend chuckled. This fight? Probably about 30 minutes, but the one before that, and the one before that, and his friend gave him little tidbits about the battles that happened previously. Even though he was not an excellent storyteller, it still caused the Gu immortal's blood to boil. Well, how could I miss such an excellent opportunity? He lamented. His friend patted him on the back. Cheer up, you can still view these fights. His friend then pointed to a booth with a growing line. You see that? You can pay to watch the previous battles. I suggest you go now as the price goes up with each passing second of content you have to catch up on. His friend then handed him a black card. Use this card, and you get a 5% discount, and I get some free contribution points as well. The Gu immortal nodded, thanked his friend, and proceeded to the booth. Similar scenes were playing throughout the steadily growing crowd. Chapter 2434. Back in the Stone Continent. Red Lotus observed a surge in Reputation Gu. Oh, interesting. Staring back at Red Lotus was an exact replica of Red Lotus. Reputation Gu inspected her new form. So this is the power of a pseudo-Dao emperor. Because Reputation Gu has the unique ability to gain strength, the more well-known the thing she transforms into is, fangyuan devised a plan. I will stream the entire fight amongst venerables in Treasure Yellow Heaven, thus increasing the reputation and awareness of all the venerables. If you ever encounter a situation where you can't defeat a venerable using my known moves, just transform into them. As the stream goes on, and the more moves they show, the more moves you can use as well. Fangyuan had also instructed the entire Sovereign Immortal Fetus Aperture to watch the fights as they went about their day. Through the combined insight of every Gu immortal watching, Reputation Gu was able to perfectly mimic Red Lotus. Fascinating. Red Lotus rubbed his chin. To think you are able to reproduce the harmonic balance of Dao marks that make up the Dao of spacetime. But Red Lotus shook his head. But it's still not enough. You lack the Gu and Dao marks to truly be considered a pseudo-Dao emperor. Indeed, if Reputation Gu could perfectly mimic the state of a Dao emperor, she would not need Fangyuan's help to break free from the heavenly Dao. You're right, I can't perfectly match your strength. A sly grin emerged from Reputation Gu. But I can perfectly mimic your moves. She overturned her palm. Dao killer move. Unlimited void. Motion suddenly returned to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, as he rapidly took a step back. The Dao of spacetime is truly frightening. Cold sweat was dripping from his forehead. Reputation Gu, we have to combine our strengths if you want to save your master. Reputation Gu nodded. I will block his methods, while you focus on dealing substantial damage. The two teamed up and began a furious assault on Red Lotus. TCH. Red Lotus was trying his best, but most of his moves would get countered by Reputation Goo, while Giant Sun reigned in damage. I'm on the back pedal because I can't afford to showcase too many moves, or else Reputation Goo will be able to use them as well, whatever I only need to stall. Red Lotus began to focus more on defensive killer moves, in an attempt to prevent Reputation Goo from gaining any more moves that would help her, but foolish. Do you really think I'm just mimicking the moves? Reputation Goo pointed to a specific spot in Red Lotus's shield. Giant Sun, aim there. Giant Sun did as instructed, and Red Lotus's face went pale as his shield shattered. Damn it. I can't use half-ass killer moves, as she can identify their weaknesses as well. Red Lotus clapped his hands together and had the ground raised up to wrap him, Genesis Lotus and the Void Sphere in a protective shield. Don't give him time to recover. I can't tell what he's doing inside, so I can't learn it. Reputation Goo shouted as she used her strongest attack on the barrier. However, since Red Lotus had only displayed the entrapment Dao killer move, Unlimited Void, she did not have access to more offensive moves, which meant Giant Sun was the only one who could attempt to break through the barrier. He launched killer move after killer move, to no avail. This damn thing is resistant to nearly all paths. What the hell is it made of? Giant Sun landed in front of the dome to touch and inspect it. Reputation Goo landed nearby. This is Endstone. Reputation Goo exclaimed. Giant Sun was confused. In his extensive knowledge as a venerable, he had never heard of Endstone. Reputation Goo explained. This is a physical manifestation of the world boundary itself. It's the thing that separates the Goo world from being drowned in chaos. Giant Sun was shocked. Then how did Red Lotus obtain it? Reputation Goo continued. It's not some kind of rank 10 material that can survive the constant exposure to chaos. It has to be periodically replaced. The Heavenly Tao will use calamities as a way to take back Tao marks from the beings of the world to turn into the various resources and goo that appear across the 5 regions. But most of that energy actually goes right into maintaining the world boundary. The world boundary acts as a filter that allows the Goo world to distill the energy within it for use in the Goo world. Reputation Goo did not explain what order was to Giant Sun, as she was still serving fangyuan and was thinking of his best interests. Reputation Goo began to caress her hand across the smooth Endstone. Chaos is naturally corrosive in nature, and the world boundary is meant to serve as a buffer between the Goo world and chaos. But when the two mix, it produces this otherworldly material known as Endstone. Reputation Goo further explained. This can only happen when an otherworldly being enters the Goo world. Then how come I've never heard of it? Giant Sun asked. Because heaven doesn't want you to. Reputation Goo lazily replied. Endstone is the perfect material to repel the heavenly Tao, so every time it is created, heaven tries his best to throw it back out. Since it is otherworldly, it is outside the boundaries of fate and thus can cause tumultuous impact throughout the Goo world. For example, if a random Goo master finds a chunk, it could give them the status of a quarter otherworldly demon, similar to holding love Goo. I imagine Red Lotus found this due to his many exploits in the timeline in an attempt to destroy Fate Goo, but he couldn't find enough. Upon closer inspection, Reputation Goo found that it was not pure Endstone, but rather an alloy that Red Lotus created for all his stone islands and continent. You know, ironically enough, Endstone is incredibly weak to chaos. Reputation Goo said. A light bulb went off in Giant Sun's head. Weak to chaos, you say? Reputation Goo responded. Yes, but I don't see how that helps. A voice suddenly chimed in. Perhaps I can be of assistance then. It was a woman's voice. It was strong and confident, but not rough. Reputation Goo turned to the voice. It was Hei Lu Lan. She had spent the time within Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's aperture, healing and correctly incorporating the black orb of chaos into her supreme totem armor. When suddenly, Giant Sun's will appeared before her. Hei Lu Lan, are you feeling better? Hei Lu Lan quickly got on her knees and cupped her fists. Yes, Lord Giant Sun. Giant Sun nodded his head. MHM, that's good, come with me. Giant Sun brought Hei Lu Lan out of his aperture, explaining to her the situation. Reputation Goo sized up Hei Lu Lan. It could work, go ahead and try. Reputation Goo stepped aside. Hei Lu Lan took in a deep breath. First sense, the orb of chaos. Then connect the internal pathways to the chaos. The golden lines on the Supreme King totem began to turn pitch black. Rank 9 killer move. Armageddon Punch. The killer move that was equivalent in all aspects to a genuine rank 9 killer move, except for its biggest drawback, chaos. However, now that Hei Lu Lan could properly use the chaos without it destroying her, this killer move had finally been given the rank 9 status it deserved. The fist landed squarely on the dome, causing shatter lines to spread throughout it until it shattered. One had to know that Stone was already naturally weak against chaos. Coupled with the fact that this was a mere alloy, it was as easy as scissors cutting paper. A little while ago inside the dome, the loud banging from all of Giant Sun's attacks reverberated inside the dome. Are you sure this is safe? Genesis Lotus asked. Currently, Red Lotus was using the effects of space-time to heal Genesis Lotus, but his painting world was severely affected by negative karma. The truly insidious thing was that negative karma could produce more of itself. As one thing led to another, the actions of those affected by negative karma often produced more. Yeah, I'm sure. You might not know this, but this entire stone continent is made with a unique alloy I invented using a material you've probably never heard of. It's highly resistant to anything in the goo world. Is that so? Genesis Lotus replied. What's it called? Stone. It's produced when Red Lotus gave a similar explanation as reputation goo. Even her guess about how he found Stone was correct. Sadly, I did not possess enough to destroy fake goo with it. Red Lotus sighed. I see. Genesis Lotus thought of something. Wait, did you say it was naturally weak against chaos? At that moment, a fist-shaped dent appeared on the dome, causing a cascade of spiderweb-like cracks to appear across the dome, before shattering to reveal Giant Sun, Reputation Goo, and the one who shattered the dome, Hei Lu Lan. The two sides stared at each other. Neither expected the dome to shatter so easily. I know it's supposed to be weak to chaos, but isn't this a little too ridiculous? Everyone present thought. Indeed, pure Stone was weak to chaos, but not to such a degree. It is only through the creation of this alloy that further increased its weakness to chaos. But they quickly regained their composure and resumed the battle. This time Genesis Lotus joined in the fight. With Red Lotus's help he was at least able to take part. Giant Sun wanted to take Hei Lu Lan back to safety, but with the raging battlefield it was impossible to open the entrance to his aperture, plus their side did need support. Hei Lu Lan, stay at the back and bombard them from afar. Me and Reputation Goo will stand as the vanguards. Hei Lu Lan gritted her teeth and agreed. She begrudgingly accepted that she was more of a liability than asset right now. Damn it. Even though I can use a rank 9 level move, it doesn't matter as I won't be able to hit them. Thus, she obediently stood at the back using the Supreme Totem armor to fire off attacks that were flashy and distracting but were nothing to Venerables. TSK, that's gonna get annoying real fast. Red Lotus set up a barrier so that he could ignore Hei Lu Lan's attack. Genesis Lotus, likewise, set up a weak barrier to ignore Hei Lu Lan. Chapter 24:35. As Fangyuan concluded his conversation with the Frost Tribe leader, Xiehan Mo had just finished the song Fangyuan gave her. She easily won over the competition and was pronounced the saintess of the Merman tribe. Days later in the saintess's palace, Xiehan Mo was enjoying tea. Sitting across her was Fangyuan. I cannot thank you enough, Fangyuan. Her eyes fluttered, causing any man to fall. Fangyuan shook his arms. It was nothing. You saved my life, and I'm merely repaying the favor. After all, you deserve to be the saintess anyway. They sat together in silent smiles. You still feel it, don't you? Xiehan Mo suddenly asked. Fangyuan paused drinking his tea. Feel what? Xiehan Mo sighed. Your last song really profoundly touched my heart. I too want to be as free as the person in the song. To no longer hide behind a mask. I want to help people, eliminate poverty and discrimination, even amongst humans and mermen. I want all these things, and yet, I lack the strength to achieve them. She then turned to look Fangyuan in the eyes. But you're different. Even though you seemed fine when helping me pursue my dream, the true you is now before me. Fangyuan looked at the cup of tea, but Xiehan Mo stopped him. I know. Your intentions were genuine, and it's part of your principles to return favors. But that's how you live your life, not why. Xiehan Mo touched his hand. If you were honest with yourself, You don't know what you're living for either. You chase after the highs of being alive, yet it never satisfies you. You have no meaning in your life. Fangyuan looked blankly at Xie Mo. Her eyes were radiating kindness and seemed to shine more beautiful and brighter than anything in the world. Xie Mo's second hand cupped his own. Can I be your reason to be alive? Her smile seemed to eclipse the sun, though her face was redder than the sun. Fangyuan was taken aback by these words. What began next would leave a permanent mark in Fangyuan's life. You see, for the first time in his long life, Fangyuan experienced love. He was willing to throw away his life for Xie Mo, who was also willing to throw her life away for him. That was what true love entailed, self-sacrifice. Fangyuan did what he thought he would never do. He put a mask on himself. Through all his experience in life, rich, poor, adored, hated, he had gained the valuable lesson that being able to be true to oneself is the greatest form of freedom. But because Xie Mo's true self was to be benevolent to all people, he had decided to put aside himself to accommodate her. If before, he was living true to himself because he wanted to repay a debt, now he was living life with a mask on his face. But this wasn't entirely true as well. You see, while Fangyuan had put on half a mask, Xie Mo had taken half her mask down as well. She began to do and act as she saw fit. When she saw injustice or corruption, she tried to fix it. This had stirred up plenty of enemies in the Merman court until one day, Xie Mo and Fangyuan were fleeing from the Merman capital. A coup had been staged against the Grand Elder of the Merman court, and it even involved immortals. Naturally, the rebellion involved the Frost tribe, who was given the task of pursuing and killing the previous saintess. You can't run anymore. The Frost tribe leader landed in front of Fangyuan and Xie Mo. You bastards! Fangyuan shouted through his teeth. The Frost tribe leader looked coldly at Fangyuan. Humph! Who asked you to choose the road to hell when a path to heaven was presented in front of you? I warned you all those years ago during the saintess competition. Xie Mo shouted. Leave him out of this. I'm the one you're after, are you not? The Frost tribe leader cackled. Indeed, we were only sent to kill you, but I want to kill this bastard that ruined my plan. You. Xie Mo was furious, but there was nothing she could do because the Frost tribe leader was a rank 6 immortal. It's okay. Fangyuan consoled her. I wouldn't have left you to die anyway. Xie Mo was touched by Fangyuan's words. I'm sorry I dragged you into this. I should have listened and been more selective with my battles. Maybe things wouldn't have escalated or we would have the strength to protect ourselves. But as Xie Mo wanted to continue blabbering, Fangyuan grabbed her chin and leaned in for a kiss, silencing her. Xie Mo's face glowed beet red. Now I have no regrets. He smiled towards Xie Mo and looked fearlessly toward the Frost tribe leader. Come, I want to see the strength of an immortal. If it's death you wish for, then I shall oblige. With just a flip of his palm, Fangyuan was sent flying. Blood was oozing out of every orifice in his body. Fangyuan. Xie Mo ran to his side. I regret everything. If only I had been less hasty, if only I had more strength, if only. As tears streaked down her eyes, a gentle finger wiped them away. Don't cry, Fangyuan weakly said. Xie Mo took out some healing goo worms. Hold still. All the while the Frost tribe leader looked from afar coldly. Good. Get up. I want to make you feel pain and despair. But as soon as Fangyuan's injuries were healed, Xie Mo took out a small blue goo. It was completely unnoticeable. She held it behind her back, away from the Frost tribe leader's sight. Humph. Even if we die today, your plan will ultimately not come to fruition. The Frost tribe laughed so hard, he fell to the floor. Ha 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 ha, and what are you going to do about it? This. Xie Mo brought out the goo. It was dim at first, but it began glowing and radiating. The Frost tribe leader immediately grew serious. Immortal goo. And space path as well. You. Immediately the Frost tribe leader launched all the killer moves he had at Xie Mo in an attempt to kill her before the goo activated, but he was instantly shocked, then smiled. Xie Mo turned her back to the incoming barrage of attacks and placed the goo on Fangyuan. The light began encompassing him, but before it could fully teleport him, Xie Mo was struck with the force of several killer moves. Her last words to him, live on, so that I may live through you. After being whisked away, the Frost tribe leader laughed. Haha, even in your final moments you chose to die for the sake of a human. How pitiful. Though it is regretfully I wasn't able to vent fully, if I ever see that bastard fangyuan, I will crush him under my heel. Fangyuan was whisked all the way back to Qingmao Mountain. He stood up and sighed. So this was your plan all along. Instantly, the world began shattering around him with a loud bang. He had returned to the void sphere. Fangyuan's sight was greeted by paradise earth. How was it? Humph. Fangyuan snorted. To think you would spend so much time and effort to create a Tao killer move just to spark some tiny emotion in my heart. Paradise Earth smiled. So you can feel it. Fangyuan stared at Paradise Earth. Was it worth missing a chance to kill me? Paradise Earth shrugged his shoulder. It may have been. It may not, only time will tell. The cloud that was beneath Paradise Earth and Genesis Lotus began to levitate. One last thing, Fangyuan. Do you still love her? With that said, Paradise Earth and Genesis Lotus left the void sphere, causing numerous cracks to appear, leaving Fangyuan alone to his thoughts. Fangyuan began reminiscing about his life with Xiehanimo. I will seek eternal life as there is no longer a meaning in my life. I once lived my life for her, and now I live for the sake of eternity, for even hers was a glimpse, a speck in the grand scheme of things. I will always hold her dearly in my heart, but it cannot obstruct my path toward eternity. His gaze turned towards the skies, and he held out. Only the pursuit of eternity has any meaning in life. What's the point in having love if one day it dies? It is only a life spent chasing for eternity that has any meaning or gratification. Only once one achieves eternity can the rest be enjoyed. The void sphere shattered. Chapter 24:36. The fight between Red Lotus, Genesis Lotus, Giant Sun, and Reputation Gu became more intense. Neither side had an advantage as Giant Sun held back Genesis Lotus, and Reputation Gu tried her best to block Red Lotus. Since Giant Sun was relatively able to hold his own against Genesis Lotus, he instructed He Lulan to help Reputation Gu. He Lulan obliged, but she could not rush to the front and had to provide support from the back, which was not her forte. Damn it, I'm just a burden in this battle. She begrudgingly grits her teeth. No, I can't think that way. There must be a way for me to impact the battle and help Lord Giant Sun. Besides, this is a great learning opportunity. The Supreme King Totem had many abilities, allowing He Lulan to overcome Strength Path's weakness of distance. This Supreme King Totem is truly amazing. Reputation Gu thought to herself, almost losing focus on the battle, causing a killer move to get dangerously close. Even though it was 2 against 1, Red Lotus was not having a hard time. While he couldn't break through, he wasn't being pushed back. Humph. Reputation Gu may be able to copy and use my powers, but due to the disparity in Tao marks, they aren't even close to the same strength, but she is able to see through the weakness in my moves and disrupt them. As the fighting was growing more intense, in a room full of art and sculptors, at a table in the center, 2 people were playing chess. Hee, it seems like you've made a blunder. A cold and brutal man, whose entire body emanated cold, killing intent, except his eyes, which held a radiant indifference to all things. It was heaven in spectral soul's body. Have I? Star Constellation chuckled to herself as she moved another piece. The 2 hands moved calm and elegantly across the board, creating an almost artistic dance. Your 2 venerables, one of whom is a pseudo-Tao emperor, are being held back by a half-pseudo, at best, a rank 9 Gu, and a rank 8. Heaven emphasized that point as he slammed a piece, capturing one of Star Constellation's knights. Star Constellation countered the attack with her own offense. Let's not forget that the only reason they can hold out so long is that Fangyuan possesses rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, likely since quite some time. Indeed, Star Constellation had deduced from how Reputation Gu could wantonly use so much Immortal Essence, and yet, not only not slow down, but increase her attacks. Heaven did not say anything to retort. Still, you promised me that you would be worthwhile allies, but from what I could see, you lot would be nothing but hindrances. Star Constellation smirked. Wait and see. The battlefield was getting more tumultuous by the minute. Reputation Gu had a grim look on her face. Shit. I've burned through about half of the Immortal Essence Master gave me. Copying a Tao Emperor's killer move is way more taxing than a normal venerable. But she thought about it. If I'm running low, then all the more so for Red Lotus, Giant Sun, and Genesis Lotus. Indeed, the three venerables looked grimly at their stash of immortal essence. Damn it, Red Lotus was the one with the most worry. I've spent too much immortal essence to maintain and enact all my plans that I'm about to run dry. What about you, Genesis? Genesis replied, I'm in a better situation. Luckily, I stockpiled a ton of immortal essence during my lifetime. But even he grimaced at the surprisingly huge cost of this battle. Giant Sun felt his wallet burn as well. Even with unified essence, each I can't afford to waste immortal essence. Thus, all three venerables seemed to make a tacit agreement to limit their usage of immortal essence. Seeing this reputation, Gu decided to play along. The battles were more draining than before due to the use of Dao killer moves. The true destructive power of a Dao killer move did not just lie in the fact that they were the perfect blend of a compound killer move, but also in the fact that they would be amplified by the surrounding Dao marks in the air unless already refined. Because it resonates with the Dao, which is a unity of heaven and earth, it allows the killer move to be boosted by unrefined Dao marks, on top of their own refined Dao marks. This means a venerable can show the might of multiple venerables without having to achieve Supreme Grandmaster in all their paths. The more paths one can add into their Dao, the stronger. But not all Daos can incorporate more paths. Take the Dao of elements. For example, it can only hold the path of light, fire, water, earth, wind, gold, and darkness. Whereas a path like the path of creation can hold all the Dao of elements plus space path, time path, chi path, etc. This is what separates the path tier list. How many paths can be incorporated into one Dao is the benchmark. Though that isn't to say that quality should be neglected, the Dao of space-time is among the top in terms of Daos, yet it only possesses two. But just as the four had come to a mini-stalemate, the void sphere cracked and shattered. Standing in its remains was a tall, handsome man, with long black hair, pure white robes, and pitch-black eyes that seemingly held the abyss. It was fangyuan. Oh, fangyuan surveyed the battlefield. Pseudo-Dao Emperor? Interesting. Fangyuan. Red Lotus knew that if fangyuan came out, it meant that Paradise Earth had failed. Die for the world. Dao killer move. Unlimited void. The world around fangyuan began to lose its color, then its sound, touch, and all sensation were gone. Only thought remained. But before Red Lotus got a chance to gloat, that all you got? Space cracked and tore apart as fangyuan stepped forth. The backlash caused Red Lotus to fall to the ground, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Impossible. You can't have broken through unless you've already become a Dao Emperor. Elemental energy radiated from fangyuan, forming a glorious rainbow. You see, during fangyuan's time absorbing primordial domain, there was an abundance of elemental path true meaning, due to their popularity and widespread use. Thus, fangyuan decided to merge them all into one, achieving his second Supreme Grandmaster in the Dao of Elements. I can't take Supreme Grandmaster in time path due to Red Lotus. Fangyuan noticed that there was quite a big gap between him and Red Lotus. Not to mention, what kind of trap he may have had in the event I took time path. And he was right. Since Red Lotus was moving toward the Dao of space-time, he effectively could overrule Fangyuan's time path completely. This was part of the reason why Red Lotus gave Fangyuan so much time path attainment. It was a trap. The Dao of Elements is not considered an extremely high Dao, nor is it a low Dao. It is somewhere below the Dao of Karma. Yet fangyuan chose this Dao, not for its strength, but its potential. While it's true that this Dao cannot be advanced further, it is the crucial foundation I require. The elemental energy of fire, gold, wind, earth, and water formed a complex pentagram, with dark and light orbiting within. The Dao of Elements represents stability through harmony. It is balanced, as all things should be, representing a fundamental heavenly principle. Step 1 of achieving immortality complete. Now then, fangyuan turned to Red Lotus and Genesis Lotus. Let's even the score. Dao killer move. Upsetting the balance ruins the world. Instantly, Genesis Lotus began trembling, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Cough. My painting world. Genesis Lotus was in terrible shape, but his painting world was in worse condition. Natural disasters were occurring everywhere as the elements were thrown into haywire, causing instability in the painting world. Compounded with the negative karma pervading the world, Genesis Lotus's painting world was on the brink of extinction. Stop! Red Lotus used his time path methods to slow down the damage done to Genesis Lotus, but it also slowed Genesis Lotus down. How did he achieve the Tao Emperor realm so fast? Sure, one can obtain the Supreme Grandmaster attainment required through Primordial Domain, but he just obtained that, so how did he acquire a Tao fruit fast? Unless he knew about Tao Emperors beforehand and was only waiting for the Supreme Grandmaster attainment. Fangyuan had long ago known of the Tao Emperor realm. Due to reputation Gu, he already had plans for what Tao he would pursue, and planned accordingly, seizing the opportunity in the River of Time to ascend to the Tao Emperor realm nearly fully. Red Lotus calmed down. A voice entered his head. Primordial? Red Lotus looked around. Quick, only you can stop him. But Primordial only released a sigh. I cannot. As part of the rules of the Heavenly Tao, I cannot interfere directly with anyone below the Tao Emperor rank. What? Red Lotus cried out. But he's already a Tao Emperor? Primordial shook his head. No, he is above a pseudo-Tao Emperor, but below a true Tao Emperor. He's a quasi-Tao Emperor. This. Red Lotus was flummoxed. He did not know such a thing existed. What's the difference? The difference is that he has not bathed his Tao fruit in chaos, allowing it to fully bloom and separate that piece of Tao from the heavenly Tao and into himself. Red Lotus had his jaws open. Wouldn't that mean he's unbeatable under the heavens? It is difficult to say. Primordial stroked his beard. Because once one reaches the level of a venerable, strength is already hard to quantify and measure, much more so at the level of Tao Emperors. But if you, Genesis and Star Constellation, achieve the pseudo-Tao Emperor realm, you can contend with him, even outside Heavenly Court. And besides, don't you still have that in reserve? Red Lotus knew what Primordial was talking about. Don't worry so much, Red Lotus. I don't blame you for letting loose this demon. Another one was bound to come eventually. But with his presence, we may be able to finally have a cooperative relationship with heaven. Oh, this piece of news was of interest to Red Lotus. Did he agree? Primordial nodded. After seeing Fangyuan, he wore a grim look and worked out a more comprehensive plan with Star Constellation. They should be here to pick you guys up in 3, 2, 1. A hole was shattered through space. The blood-curdling aura burst forth, causing every head to turn. It was heaven, but he was letting loose the savage and bloodthirsty aura of spectral soul demon Venerable. Chapter 24:37. Heaven walked past Red Lotus and whispered, "Take that thing, and Genesis Lotus, and go with Star Constellation. I'll hold them back." Intense killing path aura was radiating off heaven. Oh, Fangyuan noticed Red Lotus disappearing with Genesis Lotus. Who said you could leave? Immortal killer move. Spatial confinement. But Red Lotus snorted. Humph. He jabbed his finger and broke the spatial confinement. Interesting. Fangyuan was intrigued. His space path attainment is not bad. There were 3 ways for a Tao Emperor to get stronger. Gu, path, and attainment. A Tao Emperor has the ability to perfectly harmonize with the paths their Tao is related to, even if they aren't all at the same level of proficiency. But there is a certain level required if they want to add a new path to their Tao. But all that is worthless if they can't communicate with the heavenly Tao through Gu. And finally, a Tao grows stronger the more paths it takes in. Heaven, it's been too long. How's your back? Fangyuan said with arms open wide, as if greeting an old friend. Humph, save the theatrics. Heaven's killing intent sword. You're a threat to the very world itself. Oh, and cultivating the Tao of slaughter within Spectral Soul's body is what? A good idea? Fangyuan's voice oozed sarcasm. I know, and you know, he's not dead, yet so aren't you the one who is taking a risk? Heaven frowned at Fangyuan. Tao killer move. Killing demons and gods for over 1,000 years. I sentence you to death. So, this is the power of the Tao of slaughter. Fangyuan's face instantly turned grim. Immortal killer move. Heaven disposes. Tao killer move. 7 elements come as one. All things return to origin. Instantly, the pentagon in Fangyuan's hand expanded into a 7-sided heptagon. Their combined energy gave off hints of order. Impossible. Heaven grew outraged. How do you know how to create order? Heaven was already displeased that Reckless managed to acquire the Tao of power, gaining access to order. Now Fangyuan had it too. But Heaven smirked. Hee hee, unfortunately, you're a couple of 100 years too young. Heaven's Tao killer move eroded through fangyuans. I'll have you know I'm over 500 years old. Instead of panicking, fangyuan was smiling. So that's what the Tao of slaughter is comprised of. Fangyuan then turned to the Tao killer move. I know how to deal with you now. Immortal killer move. Road of Life. The Road of Life managed to intercept the Tao killer move, but in the process, the three secluded domains of heaven and earth were greatly damaged. How insidious is the Tao of slaughter? By killing you acquire everything that person has, which raises your strength thus, allowing you to kill more. Fangyuan shook his head, comprising of the paths soul, kill, death, and food. Heaven was mad that Fangyuan managed to overcome his killer move, but he was even more infuriated that Fangyuan was able to identify all the paths in his Tao. Fangyuan is an unprecedented genius with a deep understanding in nearly every main path. He can easily deduce Tao killer moves related to the path of slaughter now. Thankfully, killing path Gu are still non-existent, with the only one being kill Gu. Indeed, Heaven was currently the only one capable of using killing path, and thus, slaughter a path. Although it seemed as if a lot of time had passed, in actuality only less than 5 minutes had occurred. After their intense exchange, Giant Sun and Reputation Gu made it to Fangyuan's side. He Lulan was sent back during the brief ceasefire between the venerables when Heaven appeared. Heaven, your willingness to slaughter shows your disposition towards mortal life. Giant Sun righteously said. Oh please. Heaven scoffed. How can you even call mortal life, life? It is but a speck of dust in the grand scheme of things, let alone venerables. Mortals are even less worthy of having been called alive. Giant Sun gripped his hand in anger, though he hid it behind his back. The three, Fangyuan, Giant Sun, and Reputation Gu, who was still mimicking Red Lotus, began fighting against Heaven. Red Lotus was traveling throughout the various stone chambers. First stop, Mo Li, or I guess I should say Pengda. He arrived in the chamber to witness the newly resurrected Pengda mediating. Pengda? Red Lotus's shout surprised Pengda, who leapt from his seat. Who are you? Pengda was cautious. The otherworldly artificial adaptive suit Gu didn't even detect his presence. Red Lotus rolled his eyes. I'm not here for your life. Pengda was still not at ease. Sigh. Are all youths this mistrusting these days? Red Lotus rubbed his temples. Look, I'm Red Lotus, and I'm here to send you out of here with a mission. Red Lotus? Yes, that's me. As in Red Lotus Demon Venerable? Well, the demon moniker is mischaracterized, though I guess from the heavenly Tao's perspective I am. Anyways, yes, I am Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Pengda was now even more cautious. Oh, for crying out loud. What could you even do if I wanted to capture or kill you? Red Lotus grew annoyed. He flipped his palm, causing space and time to lock itself around Pengda, up to his neck. I can't move. Fear was in his voice. Believe me now? Your resistance is futile, so listen carefully. I want to work with you. Red Lotus snapped his fingers, causing Pengda to collapse in exhaustion and fear. Go locate the rest of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritances. You already possess 2. Another is in Zhao Lianyun's hands, and the other in Fangyuan's. That leaves 6 more true inheritances. Why should I? Pengda responded. If you're going to make me do all the hard work and then kill me, then just do it now. I refuse to be a slave. Red Lotus sighed. Ugh, do I have to spell it out to kids? I'm not interested. I rather have a powerful ally or subordinate with them, not have them myself. I'm too powerful. These objects do not entice me to the point of killing you for them. Besides your Thieving Heaven Venerable's chosen successor. Pengda quickly gathered back his sense. Suppose I do gather all these inheritances, then what? How does it benefit you? Red Lotus grinned. Now you're thinking along the right track. You want to know what's in it for me? Pengda nodded. Simple. Fangyuan doesn't get them. That's it. Red Lotus wagged his finger. You didn't let me finish, and I get one more compatriot to fight against Fangyuan. Fight against Fangyuan. Why don't you just kill me now? Oh, stop being so dramatic. Pengda retorted. Easy for you to say, fighting against Fangyuan for you is not a guaranteed death. Even if he was stronger, you could still run. Me? I would die in one hit. Red Lotus sighed. Currently, that may be the case, but what about after acquiring 8 out of 10 of Thieving Heaven's inheritance? Besides, it's an opportunity you can't pass upon. You want to get stronger, don't you? This. Pengda hesitated. Only by becoming stronger can I avoid such scenarios from occurring. I'll do it, but under one condition. I want to be able to choose if I should fight fangyuan or not. You should be satisfied as long as these inheritances don't go to him, right? Red Lotus suddenly turned serious. Oh, you dare speak of conditions? The atmosphere turned oppressive, but Peng Da stood his ground. It's my bottom line. I don't want to be sent on a suicide mission. Although Peng Da's knees were wobbling, he still looked firmly at Red Lotus. The two stared at each other as the atmosphere grew more intense. Ha ha ha. Okay, kid, you got guts. I like that. It's a deal. Red Lotus roared with laughter and agreed. Ha. Peng Da tried laughing too, but he collapsed in exhaustion. Red Lotus then instilled a memory into Peng Da. There's only the location of one inheritance here. Even if I find it, and its pair, how am I going to locate the rest? I don't know. Red Lotus shrugged his shoulder. That's why it's a mission. Peng Da wanted to cry, but no tears left his face. Red Lotus gave him some spare immortal essence stones that Heavenly Court still possessed and sent him into a spatial tunnel. Red Lotus laughed to himself. Hee hee, you might not want to make fangyuan your enemy, but that doesn't mean fangyuan won't make you his. This was part of Red Lotus's scheme. He knew fangyuan would not let thieving heaven demon Venerable's inheritor go about freely. Red Lotus then proceeded to the second stone chamber. Chapter 2438. Inside the second stone chamber, Red Lotus found a young woman who once showed the visage of an upright and righteous person, but was now replaced with the despair and darkness of a person in their waning face. The woman was sitting in the center of the room, periodically touching her belly. It was none other than Tai Ruanan. Red Lotus approached her. Tai Ruanan. Instantly, the commands instilled into her sprang to life as she entered a defensive position. Sigh. Why do all these young people jump straight into flight or fight mode? Red Lotus sighed and shook his head. I'm not here to hurt you or by Ning Bing. I'm Red Lotus. Tai Ruanan kept her guard up. Even so, I am ordered by Mistress Bai to ensure her safety above my own. Tai Ruanan kept the Bai Xiang killer move at the ready. Using Bai Xiang, I should be able to at least buy enough time to run, though she was not confident as the enemy was a venerable. Red Lotus rolled his eyes once again. I'm not here to be your enemy, but to just tell you that I am abandoning the stone continent, which means it's about to collapse. This. Tai Ruanan seemed conflicted. On the one hand, Red Lotus had no reason to lie, and if what he said was true, then it would be in her best interest to listen. But on the other hand, Bai Ning Bing instilled a permanent sense of cautiousness in her. This damn slave command won't let me recklessly put Bai Ning Bing in a dangerous situation. Tai Ruanan's face still showed uncertainty until Red Lotus suggested, I can give you two options. Either I send you out of here, back to the southern border. Tai Ruanan thought about this option, but considering the number of enemies she would face. What's the second option? Red Lotus used his hands to forcefully tear open a hole in space. The second option is that you reside in this time capsule dimension I just created. The flow of time is times 9 the speed of reality, allowing you to shorten your pregnancy to 1 month instead of 9. Tai Ruanan was of course tempted by the second option, anything to hasten the process and get her out of this situation, but Bai Ning Bing had been so cautious that unless there was no choice, she could not move. I want the second one, but my mistress gave me orders not to take refuge under others unless there is no alternative. Could you force me into it? Tai Ruanan asked. Red Lotus raised an eyebrow. This Bai Ning Bing is very cautious. Okay, I can help with that. He used his powers to freeze Tai Ruanan in time, then threw her into the time capsule dimension. Upon landing in the time capsule dimension, she was unfrozen and quickly surveyed her surroundings. It was a small room with some pieces of literature scattered across a few bookshelves and a reading desk with a lamp. The room was not luxurious, but it gave off a cozy vibe, Red Lotus shouted. This room has a few immortal inheritances that I casually picked up. The light in this room will mimic a day-night cycle, so you don't go crazy and lose track of time. Before he left, he added one more thing. The exit will automatically appear after 10 months, allowing you to not only give birth, but recuperate safely. And with that, he left Tai Ruanan. Finally, Red Lotus emerged once more in his main secret chamber. He appeared behind Zhao Lianyun, who was expectantly looking at the center coffin. How's the progress? Red Lotus called out from behind. Zhao Lianyun was startled, and nearly dropped the rank 9 goo in her hands. Careful. Red Lotus was given a mini scare. The two took deep breaths. Sorry for startling you. Red Lotus apologized. Zhao Lianyan shook her head. No, I'm sorry, it's just that I'm so nervous. I mean, he's been dead for so long, and I can only imagine what he went through. Will he even remember me? Does he even still love me? Red Lotus looked at the young couple, and it brought up bitter memories of the past. I don't want to give you false hope and say that nothing wrong will happen, but as someone who has been in a similar situation, I can only tell you that love can preserve even through the harshest of times. It will only fade if we allow it the time to. After hearing Red Lotus's story, Zhao Lianyun was touched by his words. Indeed, I must remain hopeful. At that moment, a mechanic voice read out. Body reconstruction 100%, Providence siphon 100%, soul reconstitution 100%, revitalization complete. The sound of air being released came from the coffin, as its lid opened, causing gases to leak out in the form of smoke. It's finally happened. Zhao Lianyun held her hands together, praying for the best. When the smoke cleared, Zhao Lianyun's jaw dropped. Ma Hongyun's eyes slowly opened. His vision returned gradually. At first he was blinded by the lights around him. As his eyes adjusted, he noticed the petite girl in front of him. Zhao Lianyun, I'm back. These words made Zhao Lianyun burst into tears, as she had long dreamed of this day. But at the same time, she turned her head away from him. Ma Hongyun came up to her, apologizing, thinking that she was blaming him. I'm sorry, it's my fault that caused us to be separate, and forced you into going through so many adversities for my sake. I swear I'll make it up to you. But Zhao Lianyun took a step back. I don't blame you, silly, it's just, well. Ma Hongyun let his brain go wild. Is it another man? No. Zhao Lianyun turned to him worried, but then immediately turned away, her face beet red. It's just that you've, aged well. Huh. Ma Hongyun then looked down at his body. The first thing he noticed. Holy crap. I'm naked. The second thing he noticed. Wait, is this my body? He inspected his body. He found that he had perfect proportions, neither too beefy nor too scrawny. He was lean and defined. His abs, pecs and biceps were clearly outlined, but were not too ostentatious. And the third thing he noticed. Is that my? Zhao Lianyun turned in time to see Ma Hongyun glance down at his little brother. Though, I guess little brother has grown up. Zhao Lianyun thought internally. Red Lotus passed Ma Hongyun a robe. This will have to do, for now. I'm sorry, it was an oversight on my part. To be fair, Red Lotus had many plans and schemes he had to carry out, on top of secrets that he had to think upon. Clothing was not high up on his list of priorities. Before we begin, Red Lotus looked at Ma Hongyun. I need to tell you the reason why I resurrected you. Ma Hongyun nodded. I know it couldn't have been purely out of the goodness of your heart. Tell me what? Then I'll get straight to the point. I need you to kill fangyuan. Ma Hongyun had expected a request like, serve heavenly court, but kill fangyuan. But before Ma Hongyun could say anything, Red Lotus added, just so you know, fangyuan has ascended to become a venerable, and not just that, but a quasi-Dao emperor as well. Ma Hongyun was gobsmacked. He didn't know what Dao emperors were, but just the word venerable was enough to shock him. And fusing context clues, he knew a Dao emperor was stronger than a venerable. Stronger than a venerable. Those words had never been uttered in all of history. Venerables were the publicly acknowledged number one existence. There had been debate amongst the people on who the strongest venerable would have been, but never was there talks discussing on a realm beyond the venerable level. And you want me to beat that? He asked, shocked. Yes. Red Lotus replied. How would I even? Red Lotus cut him off. Of course, I won't send you in your current condition, but I'm telling you that this will be your duty and mission, to grow and defend the world from fangyuan. Red Lotus immediately turned solemn. I won't lie to you. There is a high chance you may die in the process as well, but there is also a huge possibility that the world as we know it may cease to exist if fangyuan wins. He is near unstoppable below the Dao Emperor realm, and he has the potential to become the strongest Dao Emperor in the world. He has an advantage that no one else in the world can match. He can acquire multiple Dao. Red Lotus began explaining the situation to Ma Hongyun. Ordinarily, Dao Emperors are stuck on the Dao they chose, unless they destroy their Dao fruit and restart. But if the secondary, or even tertiary, Dao they choose is compatible with their original Dao fruit, They can cultivate on the side, though they eventually have to be fused. This is because of conflicting Tao marks, which causes wildly different Tao fruits to reject each other. But here's where the problem lies. Fangyuan's body has non-conflicting Tao marks, allowing him to host multiple Tao fruits at once since none of them would be in conflict with one another. Indeed, it could be seen that Fangyuan already had plans for this, as his first Tao fruit was the most stable of all the Tao fruits, the Tao of elements. Ma Hongyun asked, "Then how do I play a role in all this?" Red Lotus explained, "You see, I did not just merely reconstruct your body. I created a perfect counter to Fangyuan. I drew inspiration from Heaven's plan, who originally placed Fangzheng to counter and control Fangyuan. Thus, within him flows a unique providence that counters Fangyuan's luck. I have extracted that from him and his son. I then used the talent of 10 children of human path to reconstruct your body. Don't worry, although they had to be killed to acquire. I've already made plans to revive them with decent talent as compensation, though now the providence of the children of human path falls on you, making you the child of humanity." Red Lotus stroked his chin. "In fact, your body and bloodline can already be considered a new type of extreme physique. I haven't come up with a name yet, but that's not important right now." Ma Hongyun gripped his hands. He once was under the effect of dogshit luck goo, and thus had some sensing towards luck and providence. The providence is so thick that even without any goo I can feel it coursing through my veins. He looked at Red Lotus. "But how am I supposed to catch up to Fangyuan in this short amount of time? I can't use time speed-up effects or they'll compromise the potential of this body." This time, Zhao Lianyan stepped in. That's where this comes into play. She held up a rank 9 goo, but compared to the majestic title of rank 9, the aura this goo released seemed dim and uneventful. The goo was a tiny dim light that floated, even without being supported. Though its appearance was unassuming, Ma Hongyun instantly recognized it. Is that a?" Red Lotus nodded. "Uh-huh. It's the culmination of millions of years of research. Rank 9 Hope Goo." Chapter 2439. Red Lotus nodded. "Uh-huh. It's the culmination of millions of years of research. Rank 9 Hope Goo." How is this possible?" Ma Hongyun was shocked. "No one has ever made a rank 5, or even rank 2 Hope Goo." Red Lotus nodded. "Indeed, do you know why? It's because Hope Goo can only be refined when there are times of immense peril and danger, when the feelings of the people culminate together to defy the odds. It is only by harnessing that emotion can Hope Goo be refined to higher ranks." Ma Hongyun's new talent made him a genius, so he quickly picked up on something. "If you're saying that Hope Goo requires a situation where the world is in despair, and that, only by harnessing the will and defiance of the situation, can one advance Hope Goo, then I must ask what kind of scenario is needed to refine a rank 9 Hope Goo?" Red Lotus sighed. "You're indeed right. Even in our current time, Hope Goo can at most be refined to rank 2. So then the obvious answer is this. Rank 9 Hope Goo comes from the future. Then. Ma Hongyun put 2 and 2 together. "That means there is some catastrophe that happens in the future, and since you brought me back and are presenting Hope Goo to me, it means." Red Lotus nodded. "Fangyuan will cause a calamity that destroys the entire Goo world." Ma Hongyun's legs went slightly numb, and he sat at the table. Zhao Lianyan comforted him. "Do I even have a choice then?" Ma Hongyun smiled wryly. "There is a saying that is popular amongst northern plainsmen. When the world is ending, every man has to do their part to save it." Ma Hongyun turned to Zhao Lianyan. "I'm sorry, But Zhao Lianyan stopped him with a kiss. After the soft embrace, she looked at him. "I knew you would make this choice, and I knew it would hurt. But this is the person I love, so I'll go through it with you. Whether we laugh or cry, die or live, I won't let you go this time. You are my hope." Having gained the resolve, Ma Hongyun turned to Red Lotus. "So what does rank 9 Hope Goo do?" If rank 1 Hope Goo allows a Goo Master to open a rank 1 aperture, what do you think a rank 9 Hope Goo would do?" Red Lotus smirked. "You don't mean?" Red Lotus nodded. "It will allow you to directly open a rank 9 aperture." Ma Hongyun's blood was now boiling in excitement. He finally saw a chance at catching up or even surpassing Fangyuan. But Red Lotus immediately quelled his excitement. "Now hang on. I said rank 9 aperture, not venerable. You still need to grow your attainment levels to become a venerable, and, if we have time, find a Dao to become a quasi-Dao emperor. This." Ma Hongyun's original, overzealous fervor died down. But at least there seems to be a fighting chance. But then he couldn't help but ask the question on his heart. Red Lotus, how exactly did you get a goo from the future? Red Lotus responded. The last venerable of that timeline sent it to me, using the hopes of even the venerables that fell, to refine rank 9 hope goo, sending it across time and space to reach me. Ma Hongyun was again shocked. The last venerable? That means... Red Lotus nodded. All the other venerables and Dao emperors were killed. Then do you know who the last venerable standing was? Ma Hongyun asked. Great Dream, Immortal Venerable. Outside the secret chamber, the battlefield was intense. The Dao of Slaughter was not an exceptionally high-ranking Dao, but it was extremely focused on killing, making it one of the strongest combat Dao in existence. Luckily, Heaven was also plagued by the problem of immortal essence. He was inheriting a human body after all. Damn it. This fangyuan has a nearly unending stream of immortal essence. Who knows how long he has been stockpiling them. Plus, he has already skipped one chaotic tribulation, meaning he can speed up the time in his aperture to produce more with no worries. Indeed, Heaven had accurately read Fang Yuan's situation. After Fang Yuan skipped his chaotic tribulation, he rapidly sped up the time in his aperture so that he has an abundance of immortal essence. This wasn't even mentioning the fact that his aperture already produced the most immortal essence of any aperture in the world. With the immortal sovereign aperture at nearly 90% stabilized and developed, I can go on another looting spree soon. Fang Yuan thought to himself. Fang Yuan began throwing around killer moves like they were nothing. I need to display a greater might for the world to see, increasing my reputation. Immortal killer move. 7 colored rainbow swords. Immortal killer move. Daybreak torrent. Immortal killer move. Heavenly collapsing thunder. One after another Fang Yuan bombarded heaven. Giant Sun, who was providing support on the side, thought. Indeed, Fang Yuan had already obtained the rank 9 Imperial Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus Goo. His spine shivered slightly. How many hidden cards does Fang Yuan possess? Just this one card combined with strong goo already makes him unbeatable amongst venerables, coupled with his quasi-Dao Emperor status. Giant Sun was worried that Fang Yuan not only displayed great strength, but that he still showed so much potential. Wait, if Fang Yuan already possessed rank 9 Imperial Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus Goo, then what goo was he refining when we found him? Giant Sun's list of worries grew. He could confirm that not only could Fang Yuan make rank 9 goo with relative ease, but that he also had at least, for rank 9 goo. But Giant Sun suspected that Fang Yuan had more hidden. Heaven had to occasionally use Dao killer moves to ward off the onslaught of killer moves. Damn it, this Fang Yuan has already grown to this point. That damn star constellation was right. Indeed, part of Star Constellation's plan was to show Heaven that even though Heavenly Court could take down Fang Yuan alone, neither could Heaven. They needed to work together, which allowed her to renegotiate terms not quite equals, but Heavenly Court was at least acknowledged by Heaven as needed. After I wrap up this mess, I must ensure there will never be another Fang Yuan or Spectral Soul, or even another Limitless. Heaven was getting slightly hard-pressed when he got a message. We're done. It was Red Lotus, informing Heaven that they had completed the project and Ma Hongyun was officially revived. Finally, Heaven sighed. He turned to Fang Yuan. We will continue this another time. A spatial tunnel appeared behind Heaven. Fang Yuan could sense that it was Red Lotus who opened it, and thus did not bother to try and seal space again. It would be pointless. I'm still not at the level where I can force a pseudo-Dao Emperor to stay. Fang Yuan shook his head helplessly. Even though he could bombard people to death with near-unlimited immortal essence, not only was it not cost-effective, but he had no way to make them stay if they excelled in space path methods. Fang Yuan. Giant Sun turned to him after the battle was over. He was slightly nervous that Fang Yuan would backstab him immediately. I will return to Longevity Heaven now. He turned around to leave, but before he left he imparted some words to Fang Yuan. You should consider whose side you're going to support in this coming war. I've already made my stance, and your only choice is to either be alone or join me and Reckless. Giant Sun then left. Fang Yuan was left alone. He rubbed his chin. Interesting. It seems the Great War is about to begin. This war may be my chance to obtain eternity. Upon returning to the Eastern Sea, Fangyuan decided to not hold back and began rapidly refining natural Tao marks. Nobody came forward to stop him. I can maintain this rate for quite some time, but I have about a week before Heavenly Court comes to pester me. Fangyuan took this time to finish refining rank 9 wisdom goo as well. He didn't even try to hide that he was completing the refinement. Across the 5 regions, everyone felt the creation of the rank 9 wisdom goo. Damn it. Genesis Lotus slammed his hand on the table. Are we really going to allow him to refine natural Tao marks and a rank 9 goo? The room was silent. Star Constellation shook her head and spoke up. Right now, with just the 3 of us plus Heaven, we would be able to put up a fight with Fangyuan, with the winner undeterminable. But that is only if we were outside our HQs. What we need to do is focus on helping Ma Hongyun reach his full potential. He will be our trump card against Fangyuan. Star Constellation turned to Red Lotus. How's his training going? He's adjusted well to the rank 9 aperture. Now he only needs to increase his attainment in human path. Red Lotus looked at Genesis Lotus. Is the derivation array working? Genesis Lotus nodded. Things are going well. Since quite a bit of human path research was already done using the array, he managed to acquire master attainment in human path already. My estimate says he can easily acquire grandmaster, but beyond that will require time and work. Genesis Lotus asked Star Constellation, did you manage to find human path inheritances? Unfortunately, most of them are not exceptional, but human path is extremely rare. I have given him the best that we have, but I doubt it's enough. Red Lotus chimed in. We'll worry about that later. The more pressing issue is that we have no way to elevate him to Supreme Grandmaster since there is no longer any primordial domain left. This was one of the biggest problems that the Venerables were facing. It seems we'll have to rely on the natural talent and luck you imbued in him. Star Constellation asked Red Lotus. How are the other backups coming along? Well, Red Lotus responded. Bai Ning Bing and Tai Ruan are developing steadily, whereas Pengda has been sent to retrieve thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's true inheritances. Star Constellation rubbed her chin. If I recall, there should be 10 true inheritances in total, 5 pairs. Red Lotus nodded. And Zhao Lianyun possesses divine concealment, while Fangyuan possesses ghostly concealment. You mentioned that Pengda has 2 of thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's metal path inheritance. The otherworldly artificial adaptive suit goo. Red Lotus clarified. Not to mention that Fangyuan did possess thieving Heaven Steel Life goo, which leaves us with the other half of the Steel Life inheritance, which Fangyuan possesses, and 4 other inheritances. Star Constellation thought about it. Assuming Pengda acquires this next inheritance as well, that would leave us with 1 pair of inheritance that is completely unaccounted for. Should we leave that inheritance for Pengda or Ma Hongyun? Now that he can be considered a quarter otherworldly demon, it should meet thieving Heaven's criteria. Star Constellation suggested. Red Lotus shrugged his shoulders. I'm not sure, we'll have to wait and see. Chapter 2440. Speaking of wait and see, we might not need to rely purely on talent to raise Ma Hongyun to the Tao Lord level. Red Lotus said. Oh, Genesis Lotus asked. What do you mean? Red Lotus turned to Star Constellation. You should know what the original future entailed. Star Constellation nodded. With fate being absolute in the world, I deduced its plans to make humanity the dominant race, not out of the kindness of its heart, but because humanity had been oppressed for too long, leaving the other races to be unbalanced. Fate was created so that the heavenly Tao could enforce its ability to maintain the playing field amongst all living beings. It operated robotically, cold, and unfeeling. It was fair and impartial, allowing everyone the chance to obtain rank 10 Transcendent Immortal, but it also takes into account if the race it's supporting has the will to do so. After a millennium of variant human rule, it realized that variant humans lacked the drive necessary. Their long lives made them resistant to the desire of eternity, so the heavenly Tao decided to give humans a chance. Humans had the necessary drive, with the oppression, and their short lives gave rise to a craving, no, desperation for eternity. But although humans overcame the odds, they were like a firework, short, fast, and fleeting. They were able to produce some of the most stunning and era-defining geniuses, but yet even the greatest amongst them still lived a couple hundred or thousand years. There is a saying about the human race. A genius a century, a legend an era, a venerable an epoch. Despite this, there were a few problems with humans. One was their lifespan. It was too short. In theory, it meant that only the very best would rise. Thus, the next generation would rise even faster. But the old generation would try their best to hold on to power. They would not let the next generation spread their wings. Only those born to already powerful people would get the chance to soar. This was not a part of the heavenly Tao's plans for humanity, so it made a new plan. First were the variant races, then the humans, and next were the Dragon Man race that was to be created by Duke Long was meant to be the final rulers of the Gu world. Star Constellation explained. They had the drive of humanity and were given the same level of discrimination and oppression that humans faced, yet they were born with innate enslavement path Tao marks, and they had a longer life. As Duke Long envisioned, they possessed the best of both worlds, which is why I had the heavenly Tao and still the grandson of Duke Long, Wu Shuai, with high amounts of ambition and pride, so that when fate reveals Dragonman supremacy to Duke Long and Wu Shuai, they would inevitably clash, and the ever-resolute Duke Long would exterminate the Dragonman race. Star Constellation had planned it all out. Genesis Lotus was stunned. Then what does this have to do with training Mahongyun? Do you think that fate would be pleased to find its plans ruined? Of course not. So, it made a new plan that I thought was worth taking. It would raise the overall strength of the world, and at the same time grant us a fourth. Star Constellation briefly glanced at Red Lotus. Fifth Immortal King for Heavenly Court. Star Constellation nodded. Great Dream, Immortal Venerable, the strongest Tao Lord. The plan was to have her be the strongest under the Tao Emperor realm. She would be able to perceive all things and protect humanity from future disasters. It would have been a great era. Star Constellation had great hopes for that future. Her deductions showed that humanity would finally be at peace during Great Dream's rule. Great Dream was given great potential by the Heavenly Tao. She probably would have been able to sense the Heavenly Tao directly, since she would have attainment in all paths. That's why the Heavenly Tao planned to trap her. Star Constellation grew bitter when mentioning this point. You see, becoming a Tao Lord is actually a trap. Genesis Lotus grew shocked. Why do you say that? Star Constellation's fist was clenched as her voice grew slightly aggrieved. While achieving this realm would make you undefeatable, no matter how many pseudo-venerables appeared, it traps you within the confines of the Heavenly Tao. All your power and might are irreversibly linked to the Heavenly Tao, which is why the chaotic tribulations only exist for venerables. They are to share in the burden of the Heavenly Tao, and for what? Mere Tao marks? Her memories of all the pain her master, primordial origin, had to go through because of the subsequent chaotic tribulations made her slightly lose control and anger. But she readjusted herself and returned to her calm and cool nature. Red Lotus picked up where Star Constellation left off on the explanation. The Tao marks received from chaotic tribulations are staggeringly huge and are necessary to achieve the rank 9, venerable, status, which allows us to sense the presence of natural unrefined Tao marks. But refining these Tao marks is where the real trap is. What trap? Genesis Lotus was the most ignorant on these matters and couldn't help but feel deep fear in his heart. Red Lotus explained. You see, a Tao Lord is actually supposed to be a dead end. Haven't you ever wondered why? Despite having so much power, there seems to be nothing more afterwards? Why is it that after reaching the end, are there still things you can't do? Is that the limit of power? After mentioning these questions, Genesis Lotus began pondering as well. Is that not the case? Red Lotus shook his head. You've seen it for yourself, haven't you? The powers of a Tao Emperor are only a fraction of the entire Heavenly Tao, so how can your cultivation journey end at merely the Tao Lord level? Simply put, by refining the natural Tao marks of the world, they too will form a link between you and the Heavenly Tao. Genesis Lotus turned to Star Constellation. If you figured all these, why didn't you tell anyone? Because it would have done more harm than benefits. Star Constellation explained. If I told you that to achieve beyond the venerable realm, it would require you to spend years fighting both fate and the Heavenly Tao, would you still do it? Genesis Lotus thought about it. No. During my time, the variant humans were still rampant. If I hadn't come along when I did, humanity might have. Something clicked in Genesis Lotus. Was that your doing? Star Constellation nodded. Things have changed greatly since I merged myself with the Heavenly Tao. I kept pushing for human supremacy, but the Heavenly Tao fought back viciously. In fact, Without the support of the constant stream of self-sacrificing Gu immortals of heavenly court, I'm afraid I wouldn't have lasted long. Star Constellation spoke truthfully. The heavenly Tao was made with the collective powers of heaven and earth, but it had no will of its own and was able to tune in to the voices of the world through fate. But Star Constellation tricked it by being the intermediary between fate and it, sort of like a game of telephone. But tricking it was not an easier task, even for a Tao lord like Star Constellation. Then why didn't you become a Tao Emperor? Genesis Lotus asked. Firstly, because I didn't know of the Tao Emperor realm. Star Constellation shrugged helplessly. Master Primordial was the one who discovered the possibility of the Tao Emperor realm. He knew he was being bound to the heavenly Tao, but he still went forth as humanity needed a savior. But he didn't let being made use keep him down. He found that the chains that bound him also led him to the source, the heavenly Tao, where he discovered that the heavenly Tao's powers could be taken for himself. But touching the heavenly Tao would have alerted fate, which would have sabotaged all of humanity. His heart could not bear to do that. So he hid this knowledge from everyone until Star Constellation sighed. Reckless savage demon venerable. She shook her head as she explained. That big oaf, because he cultivated transformation path. He was able to sense the chains that the refined Tao marks placed on him. He then sensed the existence of the heavenly Tao, and with his own strength punched his way through. Genesis Lotus and Red Lotus's mouths dropped upon hearing that. This fact was not known by Red Lotus. Primordial Origin only gave Red Lotus some information via word of mouth. It was only when Star Constellation arrived in the Stone Continent that he instilled his memory directly to his disciple, Star Constellation. Which was why Star Constellation was willing to trust Red Lotus. Even though his poem contained a hidden message, Star Constellation was only sure that Red Lotus wouldn't betray them, because Primordial told her so. In his words, Red Lotus only disagrees with our method, not our philosophy. He is a good man at heart. As the saying goes, man look for better methods, the world looks for better man. Although she still had gripes, Red Lotus actions and sacrifice won her over, though she still had slight doubts. Star Constellation continued her explanation. Master Primordial had foreseen such a possibility occurring, and thus placed a revival method near the heavenly Tao. Taking advantage of the situation, he managed to snatch Tao straight from the heavenly Tao. Wait. Genesis Lotus held up his hands, as his view of the world crumbled. I can understand how he found the Tao Emperor realm through the connections of the refined Tao marks. It's probably why I can vaguely sense the Tao of creation. But how did Reckless and Primordial Origin snatch a Tao? I am also curious. Red Lotus chimed in. Well, the heavenly Tao is a collection of Taos. To become a Tao Emperor, one studies multiple paths so that they can use the link between the Tao marks to, for lack of better words, rope a Tao towards them. However, 3 million years ago that wasn't the case. You see, fate isn't dumb, just arrogant. It created a barrier that was supposed to be indestructible using, you guessed it, in stone, which prevented the Taos from leaving to find more suitable hosts. Genesis Lotus and Red Lotus were fascinated. Red Lotus's acquired shard of end stone was most likely one of these shattered pieces. Red Lotus then asked, but then what do you mean that Genesis Lotus and Reckless Savage snatched a Tao? Star Constellation took in a deep breath. Sigh. To make a long explanation short, Reckless exploited a loophole in fate's thinking. Since the way of the heavenly Tao is frugality, its protection layer was only limited to the upper limits of one Tao Lord, but Reckless cultivated transformation and strength path. Star Constellation face-palmed herself and shook her head, allowing him to turn all his Tao marks, including the refined natural Tao marks, into strength path Tao marks, making him a pseudo-Tao Emperor. In fact, his brazen nature attracted the Tao of power to him, which helped break from inside the barrier. Star Constellation sighed. All three venerables were speechless. The absurdity of it all caused them all to smile wryly. Star Constellation sighed. Anyway, we have Reckless Savage to thank for being on negotiating level with heaven. But Genesis Lotus had one more question. If Primordial Origin has reached the Tao Emperor since almost 1 million years ago, why didn't he intervene when Spectral Soul tried to destroy the world, or fangyuan, or even Red Lotus? No offense. None taken. Red Lotus wondered why too. If Primordial or Reckless had intervened at any one of these events, then they wouldn't be in this predicament. Star Constellation held up her hands. I don't know as well, Master never explained, but I assume it's either they can't or won't. Chapter 2441. Wait, Genesis Lotus said. How does that explain how we are going to quickly train up Ma Hongyun? Ah, Red Lotus and Star Constellation exclaimed. My bad. Red Lotus apologized. I was very interested with the secrets of the past since, every time I tried to explore it, I would get blocked by some force. Now with the Tao of space-time, I can sense that the interference is related to Taos. I'll take it from here. Star Constellation nodded. You see, to train up Great Dream Immortal Venerable in all paths, the heavenly Tao was going to swallow up the entire Gu world in dream realms. Covering the entire world in dream realms. This piece of news was deeply shocking. Red Lotus continued. In Fate's original plan, the world would be slowly covered in dream realms, so that all races have time to learn the do's and don'ts regarding dreams, giving them all a chance. While Fate also gave Feng Jin Huang multiple advantages, Dream Wings Gu being the most obvious. The Heavenly Tao has already moved forward the start date of the Great Era. It is now trying to raise up Feng Jin Huang as quickly as possible, likely running ahead of schedule since Fate no longer exists. Red Lotus explained his plan. We use the subsequent dream realms to boost Ma Hongyun to Great Grandmaster attainment level. Genesis Lotus scratched his chin. It's a good plan, but achieving higher than Great Grandmaster is where the difficulty really escalates. Star Constellation nodded. That's where this comes into play. Tevis, how did you get your hands on it? What Star Constellation was holding in her hands was the only thing in the world that could allow one to directly jump to Supreme Grandmaster. Primordial Domain. Genesis Lotus exclaimed. Didn't you transact the last portion of Primordial Domain with fangyuan? How is it in your hands right now? At that moment. Star Constellation's piece of Primordial Domain is missing? Fangyuan began to make deductions. It seems the method she left behind was not simple. Does that mean she managed to find Treasure Yellow Heaven's location? Fangyuan began to seriously ponder, while also inspecting Giant Sun's portion. It involves some secret and deceit, but rest assured Fangyuan won't be happy about it. Star Constellation chuckled. And besides, the amount I gave Fangyuan is actually only 1/4 of this. The rest was a generous contribution from our new ally, Heaven. Far in spectral heaven. Heaven felt a chill running down his back, tickling him to sneeze. Achoo! Winds were stirred up across spectral heaven, killing any unfortunate soul beast in their path. Someone's talking about me. Heaven had deep and vast connections. He could sense the intentions behind the words of every living being. As long as they didn't hide in their blessed land, or had other forms of blocking the heavenly Tao. Thus he deduced silently, and found it was Star Constellation. Since they were allies, Star Constellation decided to tease him by having her words ooze so much sarcasm that they reached his ears. This damn. Heaven was in a bad mood. He had recently been shown up by a mere mortal, and now had to work together with these mortals. Worse, they actually dared extort him under the pretense of contribution and sincerity. That was the last bit of primordial domain in the Gu world. It would take eons to create more. But Heaven didn't really mind since attainment levels were useless to him. Wait till this is all over. In Longevity Heaven, Giant Sun was instructing his two most promising children, Light Emperor and He Lu Lan. Giant Sun actually went through the trouble of adopting He Lu Lan. Even though she was already a distant relative, Giant Sun still decided to adopt into his line of direct succession. Now her authority already surpassed the 8 extremities and 4 desolation. She was only below Giant Sun himself. Thank you, Lord Ansis. Giant Sun cut her off, waving his hand. It's nothing. You've proven yourself to be a true successor of the Huang Jin bloodline, and also it's no longer Lord Ancestor, it's Lord Father. He Lu Lan was stunned. She couldn't imagine her life changing so much. From her days of hiding in her own clan, about to be used as a human furnace by her own father, to being enslaved by Fangyuan, then Shadow Sect to finally being able to peer down upon the world. It felt good. I have a present for you, daughter. Giant Sun calling her by daughter really cemented it for her. But soon she heard the sound of ruffling and kicking. The 12 extremities and 4 desolations walked into the room. They seemed to be following strict orders, as they walked uniformly and resembled an army platoon. Lord Giant Sun, Prince Light Emperor, Princess He Lu Lan. The 4 desolations greeted, with a bow, while the 8 extremities knelt. We have brought the accused. They tossed a sack that was wiggling and constantly letting out muffled screams. The bag was cut open by one of the 8 extremities, revealing He Lulan's father. He was once an incredibly handsome man, though now he had ruffled hair and a swollen face. It was not easy to capture a Gu immortal alive, but with the combined might of these 12, it was a piece of cake. In fact, He Chung didn't know until the last minute that he was captured. He had accidentally stepped into an entrapment formation. What's going on? Do you know who I am? He Chung swung wildly around, as he found he could not mobilize any of his immortal essence. He was faced away from Giant Sun's throne, thus he only noticed He Lulan first. He Lulan, you unfilial daughter. To think you would hire so many people to beat up your own father. What do you plan to fill me? Your last blood relative? He Cheng's outburst caused him to receive death stares from everyone, especially He Lulan. This idiot doesn't even know who he's standing before. He Chung decided to take the high ground, not knowing that he was already in the pits of hell. He Lulan was flabbergasted, then infuriated. What right do you have to bring up blood relation now? After taking the life of my mother? After abandoning me with your mistress? Who treated me poorly, sealed my cultivation, and forced me to disguise myself as a guy? And to think you were even planning to do. He Lulan found it hard to say that last point, as she often had nightmares in the past about what her own father was going to do to her. Suddenly, a loud voice boomed from above. Enough! Everybody knelt to the ground, whereas He Chung was slammed. He Chung nervously turned his head to see Giant Sun Immortal Venerable sitting on the dragon throne of 9 and 5. LLL Lord Ancestor. He Chung immediately kowtowed so hard that his head could almost pop through the floor. He Chung. Giant Sun used his cultivation to magnify his voice. Do you know your crime? Giant Sun announced it as if the conclusion was set in stone. NN. Know your divine greatness. Punish me however you see fit. Of course, He Chung was not suicidal enough to directly question or feign ignorance with Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. First, I'll see what the punishment is about. As long as it's not my life, then I can stomach it. And while He Chung was scheming, very well, I sentence He Chung to death. He Chung immediately collapsed to the floor and prostrated himself. Why, Your Majesty, what crime have I committed that deserved such a strict punishment? Oh, you dare question this great one? Giant Sun did not answer. Of course not. I was just lamenting the fact that I would offend Your Majesty to a point that is unreconcilable. Giant Sun was amused. Your tongue is verily as they say it would be. Fine. You want to know what crime you committed? He Chung didn't dare respond. Simple. You offended my daughter, He Lulan. Why, Your Majesty, is this some sort of sick joke? Before Giant Sun could react, one of the 4 desolations immediately slammed He Chung back into the ground. You dare question his Lord Giant Sun? From the ground, He Chung shook his head. I wouldn't dare. Giant Sun waved his hand. He Chung, I give you one chance. He Chung immediately popped up from the ground, his face filled with cuts, making him look incredibly pathetic. Anything, Your Majesty, anything. Cripple yourself and give your blessed land and immortal Gu to my daughter He Lulan. He Cheng's last ray of hope was instantly dashed. Mil Lord. Giant Sun's glare petrified He Chung. Why, yes, Lord, I oblige. He Chung severed his blessed land and handed it over to He Lulan. He Lulan kept the blessed land, using methods that Giant Sun gave her. Then this one shall take his leave. He Chung cupped his fist, his body and stance was weak and his face was pale. Not so fast. He Lulan grabbed his shoulder. What da? But before he could finish his sentence, He Lulan punched his chest, piercing his heart. I am not your daughter. I am the daughter of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. As an act of mercy, I shall grant you death. He Lulan said as she retracted her hand. Desolate Extremity walked up to her with a towel and cleaned her hands. Giant Sun nodded. Well done, daughter. Your karma is fully resolved. You are no longer linked to He Chung or the He clan. You are now my daughter. Daughter, what do you plan to do with this aperture? Giant Sun asked. He Lulan thought about it. The Dark Path Immortal Aperture has no use to me. I plan to trade it back to the He tribe for a more useful immortal Gu. If they don't possess a Gu I need, I'll either take immortal materials or find some other tribe or Gu immortal. Giant Sun interjected. It's a good plan if you were a normal cultivator, but you possess one of reckless savage's inheritance, and thus, one of his best traits, cultivate any path. In fact, you have the perk of being able to make totem path killer moves permanently attached to your Supreme King totem. Giant Sun explained. You can absorb the dark path down marks of the aperture into your Supreme King totem, allowing you to incorporate dark path into your attacks. He Lulan bowed to Lord Giant Sun. Thank you, Lord Father, for your kindness. I will repay you however much it costs to acquire He Chung. Giant smiled. So she knew. It's okay, my daughter, I did not want you to have any lingering regrets. It was only a small matter. Giant Sun lied. His heart still bled. Earlier on the Stone Continent. Oh, fangyuan, one more thing. Fangyuan turned around. I know you possess He Chung, and I was wondering if you could, cough, give him to me. A wide grin appeared on Fangyuan's face. Of course. Really. Thanks, Before Giant Sun could finish, he saw the greedy expression, coupled with Fangyuan rubbing his index finger against his thumb. Sigh. How much? Chapter 2442. In fact, you have the perk of being able to make totem path killer moves permanently attached to your Supreme King totem. Giant Sun explained. You can absorb the dark path down marks of the aperture into your Supreme King totem, allowing you to incorporate dark path into your attacks. He Lulan bowed to Lord Giant Sun. Thank you, Lord Father, for your kindness. I will repay you however much it costs to acquire He Chung. Giant smiled. So she knew. It's okay, my daughter, I did not want you to have any lingering regrets. It was only a small matter. Giant Sun lied. His heart still bled. Earlier on the Stone Continent. Oh, Fangyuan, one more thing. Fangyuan turned around. I know you possess He Chung, and I was wondering if you could, cough, give him to me. A wide grin appeared on Fangyuan's face. Of course. Really. Thanks, Before Giant Sun could finish, he saw the greedy expression, coupled with Fangyuan rubbing his index finger against his thumb. Sigh. How much? He Lulan then bade farewell to Giant Sun as she explored her various options of selling or absorbing He Cheng's immortal aperture. Giant Sun saw her off from his throne. That child will go far in the future. I can tell that her will is indomitable, and her ambitions are grand. Light Emperor was still kneeling before the dragon throne. He had not said a word the whole time, patiently waiting his turn. Lord Father. Light Emperor kowtowed. Oh, my son, you do not usually speak so formally with me. What's the matter? It's like this, Lord Father. Light Emperor began to explain his plight. In this great era, I am unable to grow. There is almost no one my match. I don't mean that in an arrogant way. I mean that everyone is either too far below me or too high above me. Light Emperor smiled wryly. It was indeed a tough problem. In this era, there were plenty of pseudo-venerables, but all of them either served a venerable or were hiding. The most public pseudo-venerables were Zhanbu Du and Xin Shang. Achieving the level of pseudo-venerable was no easy feat. In the Battle of Kray's Demon Cave, at least 60% of the world's pseudo-venerables had gathered, and half of them were Fangyuan's subordinates or clones. Light Emperor had no way to compete and grow. There was no spark to light his fuse. He currently possessed around 200,000 light path down marks and was growing them steadily with the help of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, but to raise his comprehension of light path beyond Grandmaster was going to be challenging. Lord Father, I estimate that I'll be able to achieve 300,000 light path down marks after my upcoming Grand Tribulation. Thanks to Giant Sun's methods of attracting and speeding up tribulations, Light Emperor had already gone through a heavenly tribulation 4 times. I see. Giant Sun rubbed his chin. If you're concerned about how to raise your light path attainment, I have 2 options for you. What is it? Light Emperor's eyes lit up. The first is that I can go acquire light path inheritances from Fangyuan. This. Light Emperor shook his head. Forget it. Father, I know that they will definitely not come cheap. It isn't worth it. Giant Sun smiled in appreciation at his son. I've raised you with a good heart, but what matters more to me than money is your well-being. Among pseudo-venerables, there are probably none that can contest against you. But I'm afraid that if you follow me, your opponents won't be pseudo-venerables, but actual venerables. Light Emperor hesitated. What is the second option? Giant Sun smiled. The great era is upon us, son. The second option will reveal itself in time. If you're lucky, you will be able to achieve the great Grandmaster realm directly, but you will need a strong foundation. This, Okay, Father, I will do as you wish. Good. Giant Sun clapped his hands, and a light path inheritance landed in front of Light Emperor. I hope you will use this opportunity well. Take the time to expand your horizons. This era has advanced far beyond our time in terms of ingenuity and creativity. Giant Sun shared with his son. Danger is all around us. Recently, I sensed a brief change in the luck of Heavenly Court, though it was quickly suppressed. Light Emperor was curious. What kind of change in luck would attract so much attention from you, Father? The birth of a venerable. Venerable. Has primordial origin immortal venerable been revived? Has Heavenly Court regained all four immortal kings? Giant Sun shook his head. No, I'm afraid they've acquired a fifth immortal king. Worse, I sensed a thin karmic tie between us before it was ruthlessly severed. Doesn't that mean that? Indeed, it was someone from my Huangjin tribe. Giant Sun frowned. But they no longer possess both the blood nor the providence. However, it still cannot be denied that I am their progenitor. Thus, a thin karmic bond still exists. Light Emperor asked, "Can you deduce who it is?" But Giant Sun shook his head. Not only is he protected by two pseudo-Tao emperors, but he is also enveloped deep in Heavenly Court, which prevents me from deducing further. In fact, I suspect that there is even a full Tao emperor, which can only be one other person, primordial origin. As if to confirm his suspicion. Looks like even the link between my progenitor status has been forcefully severed. Giant Sun sighed. It has been a long time since he had felt so helpless. Giant Sun gripped the illusory, severed red string of karma. One day, I will fully grasp the Tao of karma and stand above the world once again. Maybe now I dare hope to. Giant Sun let himself be immersed in his memories. Seeing his father enter a trance-like state, Light Emperor tactfully left. Heavenly Court. Genesis Lotus, who was observing Ma Hongyun while he used the derivation formation. I sensed the presence of a Tao on Ma Hongyun, but it came and left quickly. Genesis Lotus went to consult star constellation. You needn't worry about that. Master took care of it. Genesis Lotus nodded and left. If it's related to primordial origin, then it should be fine. Eastern Sea. Fangyuan had expanded his refinement of Tao marks from 30% of the Eastern Sea to 50%. That's enough. Fangyuan stopped as soon as he hit 50%. Any more, and I'm sure Heavenly Court will come in full force. Fangyuan was right. Star constellation and heaven were both observing the progress of his refined natural Tao mark. I can't let him occupy the entirety of the Eastern Sea. Heaven thought. Once he goes beyond 50%, I'll contact Heavenly Court and we'll attack all together. But Fangyuan stopped right on the mark. This was just the right mark for heaven and Heavenly Court's bottom line. Fangyuan knew they were planning something and were saving their energies in reserve because, unlike them, he had the capacity to splurge. Heaven owns the entirety of spectral heaven. Even if all the present venerables charged into spectral heaven, we would at best be able to guarantee our capacity to leave it. Longevity heaven and Heavenly Court are close to each other in terms of refinement, with Giant Sun able to achieve 70% and Heavenly Court at 65%. I won't be able to refine any more refinement path Tao marks. Fangyuan smirked. But who said I needed to? Fangyuan had a bold idea. Why don't I refine all the elemental paths as well? As he had obtained Supreme Grandmaster in the Path of Elements, Fangyuan did indeed have the capability to do so. First, let's ensure that they can no longer spy on me. Immortal Killer Move. Obscured Heavenly Secrets. Hundreds of beads of yellow apricot immortal essence were instantly consumed, though it was a drop of water compared to the ocean that Fangyuan still possessed. Although this killer move could prevent people from deducing about Fangyuan, once the topic of external Tao marks was involved, it would be beyond the killer move. Thus, Fangyuan had to have obscured heavenly secrets cover the area he was refining Tao marks in. Fangyuan took one more precaution. Let's put on a show. The refinement path Tao marks around Fangyuan began to surge and gather. This alerted heaven and star constellation. What is he doing? Then the unmistakable aura of heaven and earth refinement began. This bastard is refining goo. Heaven and star constellation cursed. The commotion was so grand that Giant Sun, Red Lotus, and Genesis Lotus cast their gazes towards the Eastern Sea. What is Fangyuan doing? He's refining goo even though he has so many enemies? Why is Fang Yuan refining Gu so brazenly? Is he not afraid? These questions surfaced in the minds of the five venerables. Just as Heaven was pondering, he received a message from Star Constellation. What do you think Fang Yuan is doing? Heaven thought about it. I'm not sure. Either he's extremely confident that we won't attack, or he's trying to test the limits of our tolerance. Star Constellation nodded. She had arrived at a similar thought. Ordinarily, she would have considered even the most outlandish possibility, but because obscured heavenly secrets was active, and Fang Yuan was putting on a show, she and Heaven both arrived at a reasonable, but wrong, conclusion. Though Star Constellation had her doubts, I can't help shake the feeling that something is off. She continued her deductions. Fang Yuan was multitasking three things at once. Maintain obscured heavenly secrets. Refine natural elemental Tao marks. Since he wanted to play the part of testing the tolerance of the other venerables, he had to pick a Gu that was extremely useful to him. Well, might as well go all out. Fang Yuan decided to refine the 7 elemental Gu: metal, wind, earth, water, and darkness. I have to give up on light Gu because of giant sun and fire Gu because of heaven. Fang Yuan sighed. The other venerables soon noticed the auras of all 5 Gu. He's insane. He's actually trying to refine the main Gu of the elemental paths? Does he really not put heavenly cord in his eyes? Genesis Lotus cursed. Star Constellation calmed him down. Even if he possesses the other 5 elements, it doesn't matter as he will always lack the complete set. Indeed, he would have to compensate for the lack of fire and light Gu with other forms of fire path and light path Gu. The gap in quality is not something I can amend. Fang Yuan shook his head. This means that the elements of fire and light are always going to be lacking, and that I will have a hard time balancing the opposites, water and darkness. Since the Tao of elements was built on the idea of stability and harmony, Fang Yuan's Tao fruit was constructed using none of the main elemental path Gu, since it would allow him better harmony if he used all related Gu instead. I will upset the balance if I use the main Gu of these paths anyway, so it's all just for show. Fang Yuan thought, a smirk plastered on his face. What I really want to try is this. Chapter 2443. What I really want to try is this. Fang Yuan first began to refine the water path Tao marks, since there were so many in the Eastern Sea. The process went off without a hitch. Soon 1 became 2, and then 3. Fang Yuan stopped at 50 so that he could test their reactions. My intuition tells me I am doing it wrong. Fang Yuan had an uncomfortable feeling while he was refining just water path Tao marks. Wait. Fang Yuan had an epiphany. He tried refining fire path. I was right. What happened was that the water path Tao marks he had originally refined disrupted him from refining fire path. So that is how it has to be. Fang Yuan rubbed his head. This will be troublesome. Fang Yuan realized that the difficulty had increased, by 7 times to be exact. Because the Tao marks all belong to the world, they exist non-conflictingly. Fire path and water path can coexist without destroying the world, similar to how I can absorb either without getting hurt. But this also means they like to stick to their own areas. This would not be a problem if Fang Yuan only cultivated 1 or 2 elements, but he mastered all 7. I need to maintain the harmony between all 7 elements when I refine them, which means that I must refine all 7 elements at the same time. But the problem did not end there. But each region holds a different mixture of elements. The Eastern Sea holds water path, the Western Desert holds fire path, the Southern border holds metal path, the Northern Plains hold earth path. Only the Central Continent has a balanced mixture of all 7. Light and dark path were generally equally spread out across the 5 regions. That means, even though my territory in the Eastern Sea is 50%, I will not even be able to refine 15% of the elemental Tao marks in this region. Same goes for the other 4. Fang Yuan made an estimate that to refine the Tao marks of all the elemental paths, he had to journey across the world refining each region 1 by 1. Fine. 15% should be enough for now. Fang Yuan got to work refining all 7 elements at once. Though it was only 15%, that was 15% of all 7 elements, meaning he had the power of 7 times 15%. Within his own HQ, there was now nobody that could beat him in sheer Tao marks alone. Even if they managed to refine all the Tao marks of their path in his HQ, he could still overwhelm them. This could be a very useful trump card. Fang Yuan thought to himself. Another benefit was that he could reduce the size of the obscure heavenly secrets that was covering the Eastern Sea. At first, fangyuan had it cover 25% of the area, but now he shrunk it down to 16%. He was pretty stretched in terms of thoughts as he was occupied with refining gu, refining Tao marks, and maintaining obscure heavenly secrets, which was beginning to show signs of breaking. Luckily, with a smaller area, obscure heavenly secrets will be more resilient and easier to maintain. In Heavenly Court, damn it, something is off. Star Constellation bit her lip. She had been thoroughly deducing fangyuan, but was not satisfied with her deductions. He is hiding something. Heaven was less skeptical. Humph. It is just because you have lost too many times to fangyuan that judgment has been clouded. The 5 of us will launch an attack at fangyuan when he tries to refine those gu to rank 8. I am sure he would not even bother with rank 9. Heaven said confidently. Red Lotus and Genesis Lotus could only nod along. Time ticked by. fangyuan managed to easily refine metal gu, water gu, darkness gu, and wind gu. From rank 1, he raised them effortlessly through ranks 2, 3, 4, and 5. It was only once he got to rank 6 that problems began. fangyuan noticed that Earth gu was constantly unable to advance. It seems immortal Earth gu already exists. fangyuan was absolutely sure of it. After all, he was a refinement path venerable with a rank 9 advanced refinement gu. How could he fail at a measly rank 6? But the failure to refine Earth gu made it clear to the other venerables that Earth immortal gu already exists. Who could have it? The venerables thought. While it was entirely possible that some random gu immortal possessed the gu, it seemed improbable as the gu was not only extremely difficult to refine, but was also extremely easy to notice amongst Earth Path cultivators, as they would be able to control Earth Path to a degree no other gu immortal could. Yet even the most talented Earth Path gu immortals did not showcase this ability. That only left 2 possibilities. It was already a wild gu, or it was owned by another venerable. fangyuan knew it was not a wild gu, as when he was deducing the existences of wild gu, using stealing heavenly secrets, he was not alerted of its presence. This can only mean it is with a venerable. fangyuan sighed again at the thought that another of his key gu was held in venerable hands. No matter, I can still advance metal gu, water gu, wind gu, and darkness gu. The process went smoothly. By the time fangyuan achieved rank 6 darkness gu, he also reached 6% in his overall refinement of elemental path. I should be able to achieve 15% by the time I reach rank 8. fangyuan calculated in his head. I am running low on thoughts. It seems that the final refinement might require me to do it simultaneously. fangyuan thought little of the matter and continued on. He kept spending immortal essence to maintain the obscured heavenly secrets. Someone is incredibly persistent, which means it is either heaven or star constellation or both. Indeed, star constellation was the one who was constantly deducing. Are you still wasting your time? Heaven asked. Star constellation did not respond. Instead, she said, fangyuan's thoughts are being drained at a rapid speed. It seems to refine 4 main gu after refining his natural refinement path. Tao marks to 50% is putting a heavy tax on him. Star Constellation was not entirely wrong. Again, she had been misled by obscured heavenly secrets, but her effort had not been in vain, as even though the reasoning was wrong, the deduction was right. To some extent, fangyuan was getting tired. Heaven raised his eyebrow. Oh, interesting. Did your deductions inform you if he is capable of refining their rank 8 counterparts? Star Constellation shook her head. Then when he begins refining rank 7 water gu, we strike. Star Constellation was slightly shocked, but quickly understood Heaven's intention. You do not want him to possess water gu as it counters your fire gu? Is that not too predictable? But Heaven scoffed. Humph, there are open schemes and closed schemes. This is an open scheme. So what if he knows? Star Constellation said nothing further and informed Red Lotus and Genesis Lotus. Meanwhile, in Longevity Heaven, Giant Sun was debating if he should help fangyuan. On the one hand, the two had a slight alliance. But on the other hand, Giant Sun did not want fangyuan to gain too much of an advantage. I have fallen further behind since fangyuan obtained the Tao of Elements. Besides, he is the one that brought this on himself. Giant Sun reasoned. When out of nowhere, Giant Sun detected 4 powerful killer moves shooting towards the Eastern Sea. Not good. Giant Sun was caught off guard that the four venerables would act before fangyuan even made it to rank 7. I thought they might have attacked at rank 8, but rank 7? Is that not too early? Giant Sun decided to do some deductions as he was powerless to stop the moves on such short notice. Oh, water goo? Really, that is the reason? Giant Sun was almost shocked at how simplistic the reasoning was. He thought it was a scheme, but after several more investigations, that was what all the signs pointed to. Meanwhile, another person was caught off guard. It was fangyuan. You have got to be kidding. He noticed the approach of the four killer moves. They were timed perfectly, more so than was intended. Fangyuan was at a crucial step in Dao mark refinement, Gu refinement, and upkeep of obscured heavenly secrets. With how little thoughts he had left, Fangyuan could only pick to do two of the three. Forcefully stopping his refinement of Dao marks would cause him to drop from 8% to 6%, while stopping the Gu refinement would cause him to lose rank 6, going to 7, water Gu. And while he could abandon obscured heavenly secrets and allow it to break, it would mean that star constellation and heaven would easily detect that he had refined elemental Dao marks. Damn it! Fangyuan wondered if heaven and heavenly court already knew his plan, as the timing seemed too coincidental. No, it is unlikely, as obscure heavenly secrets is still active. I can only curse bad luck. Fangyuan sighed. He forcefully suppressed his refinement of Dao marks, causing them to regress, while he both intercepted the incoming killer move and safeguarded the incomplete rank 7 water Gu. Humph, you cowardly lot. Fangyuan used his spare thoughts to activate a few killer moves he had in wait, easily countering the 4 killer moves that targeted him. You do not want me to refine water Gu? Too bad. Fangyuan placed the incomplete water Gu in his aperture. In Heavenly Court, it appears Fangyuan is now determined to advance water Gu. Star Constellation told Heaven, "We cannot do anything if he refines from within his aperture. It does not matter." Heaven said, aloof. I never really cared if he refined water Gu to begin with, but having assistance from all his refinement path Dao marks made it trivially easy to refine Gu using the heaven and earth method. At least now he has a chance to fail by natural means. Even for a Gu refinement venerable, it was possible to fail. This has happened quite a few times to Fangyuan, even when making rank 8 Gu. Although, since he had the 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool, this was not a huge concern. Heaven's little stunt only cost Fangyuan the possibility of losing out on some materials. Though Heavenly Court had not realized the fact that they cost Fangyuan more than just some material and convenience. Humph, it really was just bad luck. Fangyuan was still slightly unconvinced that their timing was so perfect that his hands were virtually tied. Sigh, is this the retaliation of the Heavenly Dao? Fangyuan wondered. Although the Heavenly Dao wanted to promote stronger living beings, that was not the same for otherworldly demons. Both heaven and earth despised them. This was something they both agreed upon. After all, who would want to raise somebody else's children, especially if they did not know them? This was why the Heavenly Dao would make things difficult for otherworldly demons, but it was because it operated on rules. It had to be fair. Even to otherworldly demons, there is no situation that is inescapable. Otherwise, the Heavenly Dao could just send a chaotic tribulation and wipe out any otherworldly demons. Chapter 2444. On the very top of a mountainous range, 2 silhouettes could be seen, one older male and one female. Who else could it have been but Feng Jiugu and Feng Jinhuang? Feng Jiuji's eyes were shrouded in pure darkness. Is this your destiny? Feng Jiugu said as his eyes returned to their normal color. Feng Jinhuang stood still. Yes and no. She held up a pink orb the size of a bowling ball. Feng Jiugu stared at the orb in awe. The memories and attainments of the future great dream immortal venerable. Not quite. Feng Jinhuang corrected him. It is some of the memories and attainments of great dream immortal venerable. During her talk with Red Lotus, she found out many secrets about the current state of the Gu world. She also learned of the existence of rank 9 Hope Gu, and that the future great dream immortal left her something as well. Fangyuan will destroy the world. That was the first line that greeted her when Feng Jinhuang entered the dream realm. Feng Jinhuang immediately left the dream realm after that, and kept it with her, debating if she should explore it further. Just that sentence alone changed her profoundly. It was not something as simple as just a sentence. It conveyed a sense of dread and emotion that made Feng Jin Huang feel as if she had lived through the death of countless loved ones. She felt the immense grief and despair of those words as if they were written in blood. Father, I can already feel that I have lost what little innocence I had in my heart. What if I lose more than that? Feng Jin Huang was facing the direction of the sunset as she talked to Feng Jiuge. Although he could not see her face, although she held back, Feng Jiuge could feel his daughter's heartbreak. This may be the very last time Feng Jin Huang could be herself. Feng Jiuge vanished. He appeared in heavenly court. The three venerables immediately noticed and locked eyes on him. Feng Jiuge, what is the meaning of this? Genesis Lotus was the first to arrive. Do you think after betraying heavenly court you can just come and go as you please? Genesis Lotus activated an immortal killer move that bound Feng Jiuge. He did not resist. Before the move could hit, wait, Star Constellation called out, but Red Lotus acted and stopped Genesis Lotus's killer move. Genesis Lotus halted further action as well. He wanted to see why Red Lotus and Star Constellation would defend Feng Jiuge. Either way, it is not possible for him to escape with three venerables watching. Feng Jiuge turned to Star Constellation. Thank you for taking care of Bai Qing. I will take her now. How insolent you. Star Constellation held out her hand to stop Genesis. Is it for Feng Jin Huang? She asked. Star Constellation quickly put Fairy Bai Qing to sleep and brought her out of her aperture. You have a lot of explaining to do. I suggest you do it away from Feng Jin Huang. Star Constellation waved her hand. A cave was carved into one of the mountains nearby. You can use that to resolve your familial disputes. Feng Jiuge nodded and gave his thanks. Then he and Fairy Bai Qing vanished. This, Genesis Lotus exclaimed. Where did he go? How fascinating the Tao of Destiny is truly something. Star Constellation pinched the air to deduce. He still does not trust us. But how did he get away so easily? Genesis Lotus asked. It was me. I weakened space so that he could leave. Red Lotus explained. You let him go? Genesis Lotus was aggrieved. Arg, we should have detained him here. Why did you go so easy on him? He has the whereabouts of Feng Jin Huang, Great Dream, Immortal Venerable. Is she not important to our cause? Red Lotus shook his head. It is better this way. The fact that Feng Jiuge still went to reconcile with Fairy Bai means that Feng Jin Huang is hesitant about absorbing Great Dream Immortal's dream realm. I cannot blame her. Red Lotus had seen how her disposition took a complete 180-degree turn, just after spending a short time within that dream realm. Star Constellation agreed. Let them resolve their family issue. We shall not interfere. Helpless, Genesis Lotus returned to his task. Red Lotus and Star Constellation returned as well. There were far more pressing matters to attend to. They decided to let Great Dream Immortal Venerable sort herself out. Either way, they were placing most of their hope onto Ma Hongyun. Great Dream was just a bonus. Red Lotus sighed. To think the effects would have been this bad, but there was no choice. Fangyuan is the only one who could destroy fate. I hope it is not too late. Feng Jiuge reappeared away from Heavenly Court, somewhere in the southern border. It is a good thing they let me leave. With three venerables present, Feng Jiuge was not confident in being able to leave. I will have to thank Red Lotus, since Red Lotus helped him leave by weakening the strength of space around him. This allowed Feng Jiuge to focus on covering his trail with the power of destiny. Destiny held the essence of both Luck Path and Wisdom Path. Thus, it allowed it to easily mess with deductions, even Star Constellation's deductions. Though with enough effort Star Constellation would be able to see through it. After all, Feng Jiuge was only a rank 8. No matter how strong a quasi-venerable was, it was still rank 8. Fairy Bai Qing slowly came around. She glanced at her surroundings, noticing a man sitting near her, but as soon as she realized who it was, Feng Jiuge, she began hitting his chest. You, how could you? I loved you. What about our daughter? What about our happiness? Did you consider those things? No. Knowing you. You did, but you still made your choice. Feng Jiuge took it all without saying anything. At this point, right and wrong no longer mattered. One could argue that Feng Jiuge being true to himself was right, and that if he denied, he would be in the wrong. But another could argue that leaving his family behind was disgraceful and was the wrong thing to do. That although he lived for himself, the moment he started a family he had to live for them. This was because he chose to have a child. Thus, It is his responsibility to raise and protect his child. However, none of these arguments mattered to Feng Jiuge. He knew what his heart wanted to do, and that was enough. Did he consider if his actions would negatively impact his family? Of course. Did he still choose his heart over their well-being? Indeed. But did he renounce and sever ties with them? Did he still love them? Baihua. Feng Jiuge called Bai Qing by the pet names they used for one another. Bai Qing was stunned to hear that name. It had seemed so long. She stood motionless, whispering with tears. That is not fair. In her heart, she knew she still loved Feng Jiuge. Sure, she was angry at his decision, and she was hurt by his choice. But she knew him too well. She knew that this day might come. She knew all this, and yet she still chose to give her heart to this man. She buried her face in his chest and cried. Bai Qing began to sing, though it was muffled through Feng Jiuge's chest. Whatever your choice, wherever you go, let me stay here by your side, standing face to face. Feng Jiuge sang along. The journey is long, and friends are few. My weary heart always turns to you. This life is but one. I choose to live it, free and unfettered, a memory so bittersweet. It is sad we had to part, but my heart will carry you. Bai Qing began to sob even harder. She knew what Feng Jiuge meant. He was telling her to stay behind, away from him. Not because he hates her, but because he loves her. Feng Jiuge loved his family very much. Otherwise, he would not have sacrificed so much for them. But Feng Jiuge could not be restrained. Fate could not hold him down. Friends could not hold him down. Even family could not hold him down. Did this mean he would not sacrifice for his family? It is a mix of yes and no. Feng Jiuge would willingly go through dangers and troubles for his family. What he could not do is live a lie for them. It was not in his nature. He could not deny himself. If Feng Jiuge wanted something, he will try and get it. If something blocked his way, he would destroy it. If fate suppressed him, then he had to destroy fate. If destiny called out to him, then he would walk towards destiny. Feng Jiuge had only become like this because of the attraction of destiny. He felt that it was as if destiny was a part of him that he was trying to find and express. His heart seemed to yearn and call out to him. His future called out to him. How could he resist this feeling within him? Feng Jiuge could not resist. Thus, he will go find himself. Only then can he return to the normalcy his wife loved. He would never forget or forsake her, but he would also never let her hold him down. He was Feng Jiuge. Fair Bai Qing wiped her tears. Why have you come? She knew that Feng Jiuge was still not ready to come home. It is regarding Jin Huang. Oh no. Is she injured, or worse dead? Fairy Bai Qing immediately jumped the gun. Feng Jiuge, she is all I have left. Did you not say you would protect her? A slight pain stabbed Feng Jiuge's heart. He knew his choice would hurt his family, but hearing the words directly from Bai Qing made it feel as if a knife was stabbing his chest. She is not dead, but she is at a crossroad in her life. Feng Jiuge began to explain everything about Feng Jin Huang. Fairy Bai Qing took a minute to let it all in. Chapter 2445. Fairy Bai Qing took a minute to let it all in. Bai Qing turned to Feng Jiuge. If Jin Huang does not want to become Great Dream, what would you do? Then I will do my best to stop her from becoming Great Dream. Feng Jiuge said, as a matter of fact. Feng Jiuge was once in a similar position as Feng Jin Huang. The whole world had expected him to do the right thing as Great Dream Immortal's Tao Guardian, but who were they to place that on him? Did he ask to be a Tao Guardian? Did anyone ask him? Why did they think that he should be honored to accept such a role when it was forced upon him? As if it was natural to be ecstatic to receive. Similarly, did anyone ask if Feng Jin Huang wanted to be Great Dream Immortal Venerable? Though the power and prestige of a venerable were alluring and out of reach for the vast majority of people, so what? People talked as if it were natural to just make sacrifices to achieve. However, look at Feng Jin Huang now. Her family was torn apart. She was no longer looked upon as a child with potential. Instead, she was now almost unequivocally tied to Great Dream Immortal Venerable. If she did not become Great Dream, no one would care about her. Feng Jiuge made his decision during the Fate Wars. No one can force I, Feng Jiuge, to do what I do not want to. Not even fate. Fairy Bai Qing revealed a smile, one she had not been able to since her family was upended due to fate. Let us go get our daughter back. Feng Jiuge nodded and teleported them back to the cliff that Feng Jin Huang was peering over. You are back. She spoke without ever turning her head. Is mother with you? It is me, Xiao Huang. I am here. Although Fairy Bai Qing could not see Feng Jin Huang's face, she knew how hard her daughter was hurting. It is this bad? She thought. What exactly has our daughter experienced? Fairy Bai Qing rushed up to her daughter and hugged her back, whispering in her ear. You do not have to become Great Dream if you do not want to. This time Feng Jin Huang could not keep it in anymore. Tears began to stream down her beautiful eyes. For so long, that is what she wanted to hear, support in her decision. Everyone had placed the heavy burden of becoming Great Dream Immortal Venerable, so much so that they forgot about the person behind Great Dream, Feng Jin Huang. Amidst a mix of tears and quivering lips. I do not want to be, but the world needs Great Dream. Feng Jin Huang laid her heart bare to her father and mother. She recounted the emotional trauma that came just from reading the first line of Great Dream Immortal Venerable's memories. It seemed as if time had gone back, and she was just a little child crying to her parents. This was the life that becoming Great Dream had robbed from her. The touching scene of a family reuniting played out on that mountaintop. After hours of crying, Feng Jin Huang fell asleep. She was still immortal after all. Fairy Bai Qing was stroking the head of her daughter, while Feng Jiugu was singing. How he wished that time could go back to such simpler times, where he was not aware. It was then that Feng Jiugu had a revelation. This is part of destiny. The hardships, trials, and opportunities we face were arranged by fate. Our family was meant to be broken because of fate, just like Renju. It is only once we grasp fate in our hands can we then steer our own destiny. Feng Jiugu stopped singing and got up. Where are you going? Feng Jiugu stepped forward to the cliff. His eyes went completely pitch black. He shouted out, I will control destiny. As soon as he shouted, black clouds filled the skies as black lightning rumbled. Across the Gu world, 6 pairs of eyes cast their gaze towards the southern border. Oh, this is unusual. Fangyuan rubbed his chin. Feng Jiugu has attracted a chaotic tribulation, yet he cannot become a venerable yet. In longevity heaven. What is going on? Feng Jiugu should not have been able to call a chaotic tribulation yet. He still has not acquired Supreme Grandmaster in any path. So why is there a chaotic tribulation? Genesis Lotus exclaimed. Star Constellation began deducing. Oh, now, this is truly interesting. What is it? Star Constellation displayed her deductions. Have a look for yourself. Is it even possible? Genesis Lotus scratched his head. It is happening before us as we speak, is it not? Red Lotus chimed in. The question now is, do we prevent it or assist it? Just then Heaven contacted Star Constellation. Stop him. Our partner does not seem too keen on it though. Star Constellation began making more deductions. We still are not sure where Feng Jiuji's allegiance lies. Well, no point mucking about it here, let us go. Before the 3 venerables could leave, Heaven was already heading towards Feng Jiuji's position. I cannot let the great Tao of destiny descend. Heaven gritted his teeth. Why is it even attracted to him? Indeed, the reason for the chaotic tribulation that was surging around Feng Jiugu was because he had attracted the great Tao of destiny to himself. This is suicide. Heaven was incensed. He does not even have great grandmaster attainment in destiny path, luck path, or even wisdom path. The great Tao will squash him completely. Heaven was not worried that Feng Jiugu would receive the great Tao of destiny. He was worried that by attracting it here, Feng Yuan would have a chance to obtain it. If Feng Yuan obtains the Tao of destiny, Heaven shuddered. This was one of the strongest Taos in existence, the ability to directly control cause and effect. You see, while karma was about profiting from the system, destiny was the system. Karma, and by extension luck path, was about manipulating the way the world worked in their favor. Destiny could literally bend the world to their will. But to effectively use destiny would require an astounding number of paths. Luck and wisdom were just the foundation. One also needed time path and space path just to be able to access the ability to affect causality. Wait a minute. Heaven thought to himself. How has Feng Jiugu been able to manipulate cause and effect? He does not have any attainment in time path or space path unless. Red Lotus. Heaven thought back to all the strange times Feng Jiugu had managed to attract a tribulation or teleport. No, it is not just Red Lotus. Heaven was fuming. It is Star Constellation as well. Only these two could give Feng Jiugu the ability to use the power of cause to have an effect on the present. Indeed, Heaven had managed to uncover the secret collaboration between Feng Jiugu and Star Constellation. It was right after Feng Jiugu had talked with Star Constellation about protecting his family in exchange for entering the myriad beast fusion color heaven. I will need something from you, Lady Star Constellation. Oh, what would you need? Star Constellation casually sipped her tea. I need your wisdom. Feng Jiugu explained to Star Constellation how Red Lotus had given him one more inheritance. It was a human path inheritance. Great heroes live on in the tales of bards. It suited Feng Jiugu quite well, as it was a human path inheritance that mimicked sound path, which was Feng Jiugu's passion, music. It comprised of two killer moves, inscribing the world through song, and the killer move that gave the human path inheritance its name, Great Heroes Live On in the Tales of Bards. The first killer move allowed one to transpose what they saw and heard into music, while the second one would turn the music into reality, thus allowing the Gu Immortal to borrow the skills and attainment of people, as long as he could create a song of them. But it had a condition: the song needed to be acknowledged by the person, and it was not something as simple as saying yes. The person's own heart had to truly recognize the song as a reflection of them. Even for the ever-talented Feng Jiugu, condensing the morals, character, and personality of a single individual into a song was incredibly difficult, much less a tale as epic as any of the Venerables. The move was not without its drawbacks. It could only mimic attainment up to the quasi-supreme Grandmaster level. This was because the final difference between quasi and true supreme Grandmaster was not something one could just mimic. It took years of revelation and insight on the Venerable's part to understand it. While quasi-supreme is rare, it is not impossible. Supreme is the demarcation line between everyone and a Venerable. It means to have surpassed the world itself. The other drawback of this killer move was that one could only have one song's effect at any given time, and only for the duration of the song. Another drawback was the number of expended thoughts and immortal essence used to maintain the song. Because the killer move can only turn music into reality, the Gu Immortal still has to be the one singing the song, though they do not have to sing out loud. But despite its downsides, it was still an incredibly powerful killer move, especially in the hands of Feng Jiugu. Star Constellation agreed to let Feng Jiugu try, and after a few attempts he created his second masterpiece, The Tale of the Lonely Venerable. From humble roots, she came, picked by grace. Her path was hard, the obstacles high, yet none could block her path. With friends in tow and master above, her journey was filled with hope. Now her master is gone and her friends no more. Her journey still goes on. For her master's sake, she abandoned love to find a way. Her journey had never ended, but her heart had surely faded, giving it all to save the world. Yet who will know what she gave? When Feng Jiugu finished the song, Star Constellation gave her approval and sent him off. As soon as he left, Star Constellation's expression turned bitter. To think I can still be affected by a mere song. She looked at her slightly shaky hands, clenching them into a fist to stop. My path is my choice. I have no regrets. With that, Feng Jiugu was able to borrow attainment levels of Star Constellation and Red Lotus. Seeing that Heaven, Star Constellation, Genesis Lotus, and Red Lotus were headed towards the southern border, Giant Sun contacted fangyuan. We cannot allow them to do as they please. Even if they do not protect Feng Jiugu, being there would allow them to occupy the southern border Dao marks. Indeed, there were two areas that had not been under any venerable occupation. One was the southern border, the other was the western desert. You are right, let us go check it out. Fangyuan responded. After you. TCH. Giant Sun cut off communication and began flying to the southern border. This damn Fangyuan does not trust anybody. Fine, I can show this much sincerity. It was only after Giant Sun flew close to the southern border did Fangyuan begin going. This guy? Giant Sun cursed. He is too cautious. Chapter 2446. This guy? Giant Sun cursed. He is too cautious. Although Fangyuan was closer to the southern border, Giant Sun was the one to reach first. Giant Sun did not immediately enter the southern border, instead choosing to stand at the edge between the eastern sea and the southern border. Fangyuan saw this and decided not to keep Giant Sun waiting for too long. Friend Giant Sun, how have you been? Fangyuan waved with an amicable smile. You. Giant Sun was incensed. Forget it. Giant Sun could not be bothered to engage with Fangyuan. He knew this demon was far too crafty and shameless. Look over there. Giant Sun jerked his thumb. It seems they are having disagreements. On the mountaintop. Are you insane? A loud roar rang out. You want to allow the great Tao of destiny to descend. One man was floating in the air. Opposed from him were three others. Of course, it was heaven and heavenly court. Star constellation, you are going against our agreement. Heaven roared. You said that heavenly court would aid in the prevention of future venerables. But Star constellation shook her head. But Feng Jiugu is not becoming a venerable. You. Heaven held up his finger and wanted to say something, but no words came out. She was right. Feng Jiugu was practically skipping past the venerable and Tao Lord realm to become a Tao Emperor. Fine. That may be so, but can you not see the bigger picture? Feng Jiugu will fail. Heaven coldly said. He lacks both requirements to become a Tao Emperor. Indeed, Feng Jiugu did not possess a Tao Lord's body, nor did he possess supreme Grandmaster attainment. Without possessing any refined Tao marks, Feng Jiugu would not be able to ease in the Tao fruit of the Tao of destiny. It would very likely crush him to death. And even if he survived, without supreme Grandmaster attainment, his brain would melt under the stress. Either problem was difficult to overcome or fix, much less both. Wait, Heaven had a thought. You do not want him to succeed, you wanna. I see. Star Constellation said nothing and simply smiled. Heaven may be hot-headed and quick to anger, but he is unfortunately not stupid. I still disagree with your plan. You have put us in danger of letting Fangyuan. Before he could finish his sentence. My ears are burning. Did someone say my name? Heaven turned in the direction of the sound. Fangyuan. He miss me? Fangyuan taunted. Giant Sun was by his side, face-palming. To think once he has an absolute advantage he would act so brazenly. But it was true that Fangyuan had the capacity to act so boldly. After all, without the boost from their HQs, Fangyuan easily dominated the entire Gu world. In fact, if Fangyuan was not trying to hide his refinement of the elemental Tao marks, he could have easily blocked all four venerables' attacks and continued refining Tao marks. But there were too many downsides. Firstly, although he could block killer moves launched from afar, if four venerables came to his territory, it would make it impossible for him to refine Tao marks. He could either attack them or refine Tao marks. But if Fangyuan had no distractions, he could easily hold his own in a 1 versus 4 battle. Though holding his own and winning were two different things. Fangyuan could barrage his opponents, but they could block and attack him back as well, turning their battle into a war of attrition, which even though he had rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, would eventually turn costly. Why do that? Fangyuan did not mind their existence. For now, he was at a tipping point that could lead to him snowballing the entire Gu world. He just needed to be patient. But it seems the Heavenly Tao does not want that. Fangyuan was a quasi-Tao Emperor and a refinement path Tao Lord. He could see that Feng Jiugu did form a slight bond between the great Tao of destiny and himself. It was the Heavenly Tao that sent over the Tao of destiny. It is impossible for Feng Jiugu to have exerted enough pull on the great Tao of destiny without any of the necessary Gu nor attainments. The thing is, Fangyuan looked at Heaven. It does not seem to be Heaven's intention to do so. How interesting. Fangyuan rubbed his chin. Meanwhile, Heaven and the three venerables began discussing. Under no circumstances can we allow Fangyuan to obtain the great Tao of destiny. Heaven strictly warned. The three venerables were put in an awkward position. On the one hand, this could be the thing that finally allows them to be on equal, if not greater, footing with Fangyuan. But on the other hand, if Fangyuan obtains the great Tao, they shuddered to imagine. But Fangyuan immediately took action. Tao killer move. 7 sets of 7 elemental strikes. A heptagram appeared in the sky. The heptagram's 7 sides contained the elements of earth, fire, water, wind, light, dark, and metal. Each side would send a spark of their energy into the center, mixing it together with another element and unleashing a barrage of attacks. This process would continue repeatedly, effectively creating 49 different compound killer moves. It is a shame I have not had time to perfect the move. 49 is just the lower limit. If I could have mixed 3, 4, or even 5, 6 and 7 elements at the same time, the number of possible combinations would skyrocket. Shit. Defend. Heaven, star constellation, Red Lotus, and Genesis Lotus overlaid their defensive killer moves. This gave them 4 layers of defense. Hee, is that all you got? Fangyuan snickered. Star constellation harumphed. Humph. That move is certainly impressive, but I have seen through one of its flaws. You are no longer able to produce killer moves while it is active. Fangyuan smirked. You are partially right. I am indeed unable to produce Dao killer moves. Star constellation paled. Oh no. Immortal killer move. Pink fog surrounding Dang Hun Mountain. Immortal killer move. Daybreak torrent. Wave after wave of killer moves struck at the defensive killer moves of the 4 venerables. Giant Sun joined in as well. Combined with Feng Yuan's Dao killer move above providing support, the 4 venerables were put in a passive position. Since Heaven was the first to deploy his barrier, he was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. This is too inefficient. He declared, I have a killer move that will allow us to share one mind and body, allowing us to work in perfect harmony. But Star Constellation and the rest sneered. Sure, just like how you and Spectral Soul are working in perfect harmony. Humph. Heaven snorted. If he had not revealed himself to be an idiot, I would not be forced into this position. Red Lotus and Genesis Lotus wanted to bicker with Heaven, but Star Constellation stopped them. Enough. Let us deal with the more pressing matter. She nudged towards Feng Yuan. I have a plan. Star Constellation. Heaven, retract your barrier. Let Genesis Lotus defend. What? Genesis Lotus and Red Lotus objected, but Star Constellation calmly explained. Genesis, you have the highest reserve of immortal essence amongst the 3 of us. You might even be able to compete with Feng Yuan in terms of stockpiled immortal essence. And compared to Heaven or Red Lotus, your firepower will barely make a dent when attacking. We need to provide some quality to offset Feng Yuan's quantity. This. Genesis Lotus wanted to retort, but found no flaw in Star Constellation's assessment. And what will you be doing during this time? There was a slight edge in Heaven's voice. Simple. I will try to unravel the weakness of his Dao killer move. Heaven turned around to face Feng Yuan. Fine. We will do it your way. Killing intent began to surge out of Heaven. Red Lotus. Do not get in my way. Heaven's voice was sinister and blood-curdling, but Red Lotus did not back down. Humph. Do not get in mine. Once Genesis Lotus's barrier was in front, Heaven let down his barrier and Dao killer move. The resentment of millions can slaughter gods. The skies turned blood red, contrasting and highlighting the black clouds, making the whole scene even more ominous and sinister. Suddenly, it began to rain. At first, only a light drizzle came down, but oddly the rain was deep red in color. The rain was actually composed of blood. Feng Yuan felt the droplets landing on him, each inserting a tiny well filled with various emotions, ranging from anger to resentment to pure hatred. Fascinating. This move actually carries the resentment and ill will of all my defeated foes. But as the rain grew heavier, Red Lotus's move kicked in. Dao killer move. Compressed to infinity. In between Feng Yuan and Giant Sun, a small dot appeared. In a second it grew to the size of a pea, then a grape, then a gold ball. It kept growing by the second, and its pull became more and more noticeable. It consumed any Dao mark in its path, growing it further. A black hole. He actually made a black hole. Feng Yuan gave off a burst of maniacal laughter. This was the first time he had seen the Gu world create something that was leaning ever close to his world's realm of science. I see. He compressed a bunch of space path Dao marks in a fraction of a second, giving them no time to naturally spread out. Thus they collapsed inward, creating a genuine black hole. The black hole began pulling in more and more Dao marks, including Heaven's blood rain. What is that? Heaven was shocked. What did you do? My move was supposed to slowly erode the mind of its victims with every drop, but your move is sucking them all away. Red Lotus responded. I drew inspiration from how, when the world boundary breaks, the world is slowly consumed. I thought to myself, how can I recreate these effects? It was only once I began refining my space-time Dao fruit that I was enlightened. Still, these effects are truly impressive. Heaven was angered. He assumed Red Lotus was just trying to show off, but Red Lotus really did not know the full extent of his discovery. Chapter 2447. The black hole was expanding every second, its pull growing, thus further accelerating its size. This cycle allowed the growth of the black hole to rise exponentially. This might be a problem. Red Lotus scratched his head. Do you think this move could swallow up the entire goo world? Everyone had a nasty scowl aimed towards Red Lotus. I propose a truce until we figure out how to deal with this black hole. Star Constellation proposed. Everyone agreed. After all, if the world was consumed, where would they be safe? Fangyuan, you seem to recognize this black hole. Do you have any suggestions? Everyone turned to Fangyuan. Indeed I do, but it will require a lot of work. Fangyuan began to explain his knowledge on black holes. First, black holes feed on substance. Anything of substance is food for a black hole. So our first priority is to isolate it in a void that contains nothing, literally nothing, not a single Tao mark. Fangyuan stressed the point of absolute nothingness. How are we supposed to remove the natural Tao marks of paths that we do not control? Genesis Lotus chimed. This got all the venerables thinking. It was indeed impossible for them to create the void that Fangyuan mentioned, unless... They all turned to heaven. What are you looking at me for? I cannot control nor refine all the natural Tao marks in the world. It goes against the rules of the heavenly Tao. Heaven righteously claimed, though he thought to himself, it is all that damn Earth's fault. If she did not still control 50% of the heavenly Tao, I would be able to wipe away all these pathetic existences. But her consciousness is still sealed, so I have time. Heaven then proposed something. I cannot control the Tao marks here in the 5 regions, but in spectral heaven, I can move every Tao mark. Indeed, spectral heaven was a unique existence. Even though it contained both soul path and chi path Tao marks, heaven still had the ability to move them around. This was because the body heaven was inhabiting, spectral soul demon venerable, had consumed the spirit of black heaven, making him the heavenly spirit of spectral heaven. As a heavenly spirit, he could move all the Tao marks within spectral heaven, regardless of the path he cultivated. Then how do we move the black hole into spectral heaven? All our attacks will just wind up feeding the black hole. Star Constellation pointed out the flaw in their plan. Fangyuan shook his head. That is not necessarily the case. While the black hole would consume our attacks, we can just coat our hands in Tao marks and directly grab it, forcing it to move. Would not the black hole eat our Tao marks? Genesis Lotus asked. It would, but then are you suggesting we move it at the cost of it getting bigger? Genesis Lotus cut Fangyuan mid-sentence. Would not that make our problem bigger? Fangyuan scoffed, annoyed. And whose side created the problem in the first place? You. Genesis Lotus held up his finger. All right, enough. This is no time for bickering. Every second we spend arguing is another the black hole spends growing. Star Constellation looked at Fangyuan. We will take your suggestion, but I would like to hear the rest of your plan first. Fangyuan smirked. Of course. Now before I was interrupted, Fangyuan cast a glance at Genesis Lotus, which infuriated him. Although we would lose Tao marks and the black hole would get bigger, it is still better than allowing it to grow too big to the point where we cannot do anything. Everyone shook their head in agreement. Then what? Heaven asked. We cannot just keep it in my spectral heaven forever. Fangyuan replied, shaking his head. There is no other choice after we isolate the black hole. There is only one thing that can kill it, time. Fangyuan's answer was met with skepticism, which was natural since they had no understanding of how advanced and theoretical science worked. After all, the rules and laws of this world were largely governed by the heavenly Tao. No one spent much time researching what makes the world tick beyond goo. Without that knowledge, it was impossible for them to expound upon and theorize what would happen when they take things to their extreme. Case in point, Red Lotus creating a black hole. It is a very complicated topic, but essentially, black holes will constantly emit the energy they absorb as. Fangyuan began explaining about phantom particles and Hawking radiation. This made the other venerables' heads spin. Only Star Constellation was more fascinated rather than confused. Interesting, and what if? Star Constellation was truly the #1 wisdom path venerable. She was able to see and deduce these theories to their conclusions. To think she would surpass my understanding of black holes after just a few short explanations. Fangyuan was slightly awed at Star Constellation's intelligence. I see. Star Constellation was internalizing all the new information. I agree with Fangyuan's plan. In theory, it should work, but what? Giant Sun asked. It would require a unit of time, so long, I think even heaven here would be floored. Humph. Heaven was already incensed that he would have to be the one taking care of the black hole. How long could it be? I have spent eons in the vast nothingness, and the goo world has existed for 3 million years. I can handle whatever you humans call long. Star Constellation responded. 10 to the power of 100. Heaven nearly tripped upon hearing that. Are you sure? Star Constellation and Fangyuan nodded. Why you are not joking or accidentally added a 0 to the 100? They both shook their heads in unison. It was a ridiculous amount of time. Such a number could not even be imagined as a quantity of anything. From heaven's first inception of thought to the present day was just a speck of dust in the lifespan of a black hole. Heaven looked down on the life forms of this world as their lifespan was a mere grain in the ocean of his life. But compared to a black hole, even heaven looked minuscule. Are you saying we have to isolate it for that long? Heaven's eye began twitching in anger. You could speed up the flow of time within the confinement field. Since it is a void, it would have no detrimental effect. Fangyuan suggested. Heaven harumphed. And where will I get the energy to constantly supply that kind of speed? Fangyuan shrugged his shoulders. I have a better idea. Star Constellation interjected. We could open up a separate tributary in the river of time, allowing its waters to flow through and passively reduce the time required. The rest thought about Star Constellation's proposal and agreed it was good. A plan was then formulated. The venerables would each take turns to hold onto the black hole, evenly spreading out the burden amongst them, while heaven would create a void within spectral heaven. Fangyuan instructed him to create a void that had a radius bigger than the pulling force of the black hole. This ensured that in the event something went wrong with containment, there would be time to fix the error. It would also allow for the erecting of a barrier that would prevent anything from entering the black hole's gravitational pull. The area of void you must make has to be 3 times bigger than the gravitational pull of the black hole so that it does not leach off down marks from the barrier we are going to set up. Star Constellation instructed clearly. Fangyuan found it slightly excessive, and for the first time, everyone agreed with him. We cannot take chances, and it does not do any harm to be precautious. Star Constellation responded. Since it did not really affect any of them, they did not press the matter. Only heaven was affected, and he was not pleased. The plan is to shoot the black hole up in the last 50 meters, as no one would be able to carry it past that point, without risking the black hole swallowing an egregious amount of down marks. Thus, they all agreed to have the black hole become bigger, but keep them safer, much to the annoyance of heaven, these lower life forms. But he needed their help, and thus chose to bite the bullet. After much deliberation, the order was agreed upon. It would be Star Constellation, Giant Sun, Genesis Lotus, Red Lotus, and then Fangyuan. This was based on numerous factors, mainly Red Lotus being the main problem maker, thus having to bear the most costly when it came to the black hole. As the fourth person, he would be the person with direct contact with the biggest form of the black hole. Fangyuan will only shoot it the rest of the way. Star Constellation and Genesis Lotus also bore the most loss in down marks, as Red Lotus was a member of Heavenly Court. The two who had to give up the least down marks, excluding heaven, were Fangyuan and Star Constellation, as they were the ones who had contributed the most to the plan. Once everything was settled, the 6 venerables all signed an alliance oath. We will do our part to ensure that the black hole makes it into spectral heaven. The alliance oath was signed quickly, as time was of the essence. Despite debating within their minds for hours, only a few seconds had passed in the real world, but this did not stop the black hole from growing. Each second was unbelievably precious. Heaven made his way to a space in spectral heaven, above the black hole. With him as the center, he began repelling the down marks away from him, creating a void. He was also controlling these down marks to begin piling up at the edges of his void to form a natural barrier that would help block any potential attack or anomaly from entering the void. The powers of heavenly spirit are truly intriguing. Fangyuan stared in contemplation. Is everyone ready? Star Constellation announced. Everyone gave their thumbs up. Their plan was to maximize efficiency. Hence, while heaven was making the void, they would transport the black hole. It was timed just perfectly that heaven would finish the void, and the black hole would enter. Star Constellation began by wrapping her hand in star path down marks. Her hand reached beyond the event horizon of the, still smallish, black hole. Oh, Star Constellation braced herself and only winced slightly at the pain. It acts similar to chaos, but it is not quite the same. This would be 100 times more painful if this was an orb of chaos. Star Constellation began her ascent towards Giant Sun. Giant Sun, I will arrive at your height in about 10 seconds. Are you ready? Giant Sun responded. Ready. 3 seconds from Star Constellation reaching Giant Sun. Begin moving now. Giant Sun nodded and began ascending. With his hand held back, Star Constellation passed the, now bigger, black hole onto Giant Sun and continued ascending with him to monitor the situation. The whole thing resembled one weird and dangerous game of ascending relay tag. The next person to hold the baton was Genesis Lotus. Incoming in 3, 2, 1. Giant Sun handed the black hole to Genesis Lotus. Now there was an entourage of 3 venerables, carrying an incredibly dangerous payload to Red Lotus. Chapter 2448. Red Lotus braced himself for the impact. This is going to hurt. Red Lotus sighed to himself. If he knew his killer move would cause this kind of effect, he would have thought twice. The feeling of Tao marks being ripped from you was akin to having your skin be peeled right off. As soon as Genesis Lotus was in sight, it is showtime. Red Lotus began his light float up. He heard the countdown. 3, 2, 1, go. Genesis Lotus thrust the, now much larger, black hole. As soon as Red Lotus's hand grabbed the black hole. Ugh! He grunted in pain. Damn it! Red Lotus winced at the pain, but he kept a straight face. I cannot show weakness in front of others. He carried the, rapidly growing, black hole towards fangyuan. Damn! Why am I getting a bad feeling about this? As if to taunt him, fangyuan grinned towards him. Damn this bastard. But fangyuan was under an alliance oath that he, along with Star Constellation, supervised in its creation. Nothing should go wrong, right? After the torturous flight, Red Lotus could not be bothered to think any further. Here. He dropped into fangyuan's hands. The rest is up to you. Fangyuan's grin was still plastered across his face, not helping Red Lotus ease up at all. I will take it from here. Fangyuan's grin was exceptionally unsettling, but Red Lotus had no energy to care. A lot of his thoughts were used to resist the pain that the black hole brought onto him. Those before me experienced significantly less pain, especially Star Constellation and Giant Sun. Red Lotus was still slightly twitching from the pain when he saw Star Constellation and the rest approach him. Just then fangyuan activated his killer move. A giant hand made of chi path appeared. It completely engulfed the black hole and began hoisting it up. The introduction of a killer move made the black hole grow faster and faster. The temporary Tao marks of the killer move are way more efficient food for the black hole. Star Constellation analyzed. But in its final flight path, the rate at which it can absorb permanent Tao marks is too much for anyone to willingly bear. Permanent Tao marks were called that for a reason. They were not meant to be easily moved from their location. This is why the black hole has an easier time absorbing and taking in the temporary Tao marks of killer moves, allowing it to see rapid growth, but grew slowly when trying to absorb the unrefined permanent Tao marks in the air. How was it at the final stages? Genesis Lotus nudged at Red Lotus. It was bearable. Red Lotus shrugged, in an attempt to look tough. Genesis Lotus noticed the trembling hands of Red Lotus. To help him save face, he decided to change topics. Let us follow the black hole to ensure it makes it to spectral heaven. The rest nodded in agreement and flew alongside the black hole, while fangyuan concentrated on pushing. The black hole was making steady progress towards spectral heaven. It seems even here fangyuan is the biggest winner, while he is giving up just immortal essence. We had to give up both immortal essence and Tao marks. Genesis Lotus sighed. By the time the black hole was approaching spectral heaven, its size, height, and diameter had grown to around 6 feet, about the height of a well-built man. However, one would do well not to underestimate its weight. It easily weighed over 100 Earths. As the radius of the black hole grew, so did its mass, height, and gravitational pull. That last point was especially important. If the venerables were not constantly encasing and preventing the gravitational pull from leaking out and affecting the 5 regions, then by now the mountains of the southern border would have been ripped straight from the ground. Steady, we are almost there. By now fangyuan's chi path hand was barely able to contain the black hole. Heaven, are you ready? Star Constellation called out. Humph, it is about time. Heaven added the finishing touches to the void, ensuring that not even a speck of permanent or temporary Dao marks was present. Fangyuan's Qi Path hand entered through the opening that Heaven had made and planned to exit from. But as Heaven flew towards the exit, he heard, "Here, catch." Fangyuan's Qi hand through the black hole towards Heaven. Instantly, everyone panicked. "Fangyuan!" Heaven roared out as the black hole was sent careening towards him, but he could not step out of the way as he stood between the black hole breaking free and consuming the entirety, or a large part, of spectral Heaven. The other venerables also flew to help Heaven, not out of the kindness of their hearts, but because an out-of-control black hole that devoured the entire of spectral Heaven would be uncontainable. "Damn you, Fangyuan!" Everyone cursed. Red Lotus cursed in his mind. "Damn it! Star Constellation, I thought you said that the agreement was problem-free." Star Constellation replied with silence, though her face did not seem surprised. "You knew, did not you?" Genesis Lotus recognized the look on Star Constellation's face. It was quite obvious. He purposefully said the words into spectral Heaven he achieved that the moment the black hole entered. After that he was free. Star Constellation said as a matter of fact. "What?" Red Lotus was outraged. "You knew? Why did you not stop him? Do you know what this means?" Star Constellation nodded. "You." Red Lotus sighed in frustration. "Let us hope your choice is the right one." This time Star Constellation did not reply. Giant Sun was not kept in any loop. Thus, he was as shocked as Heaven was by the betrayal. This Fangyuan. He does not care at all for the billions of lives in the Gu world. This is why we should never trust otherworldly demons. Giant Sun thought back to the thieving Heaven demon venerable incident, still pissed. I better keep a distance from him. But he is still useful to us. But the person most incensed was Fangyuan. Curse you. I will repay this debt 1,000-fold. You hear me? 1,000-fold. Heaven was truly livid. Not only was he tricked into sacrificing a ton of precious Dao marks and immortal essence, just to slow down the black hole, but because he slowed it down with killer moves he wound up feeding the black hole, which made it bigger, which made it stronger. Damn. It is a good thing I was extra cautious and made the void 3.5 times instead of just 3 times the thing's pull. Heaven thanked his foresight for allowing him the ability to have a moment to breathe. Currently, the black hole was motionless, but it did not sit in the center of the void, but rather near the edge. Its pull was starting to affect the formation around it, but at least with the remaining distance between it and the barrier, not much was happening yet. At that moment, the 4 venerables arrived. Humph. Good. Very good. See what you lot have done. Heaven wanted to blame the others, even though they were duped just like him. Help me move the black hole to center while I expand the void again. Heaven's voice was fuming. Once I am done, I swear I will. Star Constellation took this opportunity to add fuel to the fire. This is why we need to work together to get rid of him. She began speaking. He is a great demon that does not care for relationships, friendships, or even humanity. Amongst all the demon venerables in history, which one had dared destroy the world? He only seeks himself first. Star Constellation began a righteous speech that caused Heaven to raise an eyebrow. Indeed, Fangyuan has grown too strong. I cannot rely on fate anymore. The world will grow out of control if another Fangyuan came to power. And that was exactly what Star Constellation wanted Heaven to think. Heaven had the advantage of spectral Heaven and thus did not put too much thought into his alliance with Heavenly Court. At most he thought it was a continent service to him. But after being foiled at the hands of only Fangyuan, he thought, it seems that I need to make good use of Heavenly Court in the future to prune these types of individuals in advance. Heaven stroked his chin. This was exactly what Star Constellation wanted. She wanted Heaven to finally see Heavenly Court as a necessity. At first, she managed to convince him that they were needed to stop Fangyuan. Now she managed to fully convince him that they were needed to stop future Fangyuans. But was it worth it? Red Lotus asked via Mind Link. Was it worth losing the great Tao of destiny to Fangyuan for a relationship with Heaven? Star Constellation smirked. Who said Fangyuan will definitely obtain the great Tao? This was Fangyuan's true goal. Finally, he looked forward at Feng Jiugu with eyes of greed. Nothing can stop me from obtaining the great Tao of destiny. Fangyuan knew that Heaven and Heavenly Court would kill Feng Jiugu to reverse the process of the great Tao descending. After all, if nobody was calling it anymore, it would not descend. But fangyuan did not know that it was their backup plan. Instead, their main plan was, that is far enough heaven refining demon venerable, or should I say, fangyuan. A girl holding a pink orb shouted from the cliff where Feng Jiugu was cultivating. Oh, should I return the greeting, then great dream immortal? Oh wait, just Feng Jin Huang should do. Fangyuan snickered. Feng Jin Huang squinted her eyes in anger. She knew he was teasing her. But what could she do? She was just a lowly rank 5-gu master, whereas he was one of the strongest existences in the world. Come say that to my face. Feng Jin Huang shouted. Chapter 2449. Come say that to my face. Feng Jin Huang shouted. Maybe I should kill her now to prevent future problems. Fangyuan thought to himself. He still remembered the power that the future great dream immortal venerable's killer move, eternal slumber, had. To be able to transcend time and space, even with the assistance of Red Lotus. I am afraid she must possess some kind of Tao fruit that has links to space-time. If not, even the Tao of space-time itself. Fangyuan always wondered how Great Dream was able to send her attack into the past. Either Great Dream's Tao fruit was also able to use the powers of space-time, or she acquired the Tao of space-time herself. I wonder what would happen if I attacked Feng Jin Huang now. Fangyuan prepped a killer move in his hand. Seeing the killer move building up, Fairy Bai Qing threw herself in front of Feng Jin Huang. Jin Huang, leave now. Bai Qing had tears streaming down her beautiful face. Live on for your mother and father. Fairy Bai Qing smiled at her daughter, thinking this may be the last time they got to meet. Mom, I am not going anywhere. I will not leave you and Dad behind. Feng Jin Huang shouted back. Indeed. Fangyuan nodded, sealing space. You are not going anywhere. You. Fairy Bai Qing held up her finger in anger. Let my daughter go. Are you not after the great Tao fruit? Take it. Fangyuan shook his head. Do not worry, I will acquire that in time, but first, I am going to take care of any potential trouble. Just as Fangyuan launched his killer move. Now, Feng Jin Huang shouted and threw forth the light pink orb in her hands. Dream Path's aura began to surge forth as a pink cloud. Humph, a dream realm, that will not stop me. Fangyuan activated Dream Armor Gu, but the cloud did not advance towards Fangyuan, instead, forming a wall that swallowed up Fangyuan's killer move. TCH, how annoying. However, the cloud was not done at just a wall. It began to morph into the shape of a person. Perfected pure dream reality seeker physique. Feng Jin Huang had refined Great Dream's dream realm into a perfected pure dream reality seeker physique. But after using her technique on the dream realm, she felt something was off. The dream realm is shaping itself. Feng Jin Huang was hopeful. If it could be taken control of, that means that. As she held on to hope, Fangyuan stared at the forming pure dream reality seeker physique. I cannot hit it because it is still illusory like a dream. Fangyuan stroked his chin. How interesting. Fangyuan found that no matter what he did, it would have no impact on the forming physique. Even dream path methods showed little effect. Very interesting. As the physique took shape, its features became clearer. It had a graceful and alluring figure. With generous proportions, the dream realm had adjusted itself into the shape of a woman. Could it be? Feng Jin Huang held hope in her heart. The dream realm started becoming corporeal, starting from the edges to the center. Her head, legs and arms came into being, then the torso. As the process was happening, the entire body was shrouded in a protective dream realm barrier, preventing anyone from observing. Oh, to think it would form a barrier to protect itself as well. Fangyuan held his chin, deep in thought. Suddenly, the dream barrier burst outward, in a dazzling mix of pink light. The bright light was too much for the mortal Feng Jin Huang, who covered her eyes. But when the light died down, allowing her to peek at the newly created physique, she immediately covered her eyes once again, her face peach red. Standing before Fangyuan was an alluring beauty. She had pink hair that stretched from her head to her back. Her face was exquisite as if carved straight from the purest marble. It was flawlessly white and perfectly complemented her light pink eyes. Her lips were a gentle pink. There was quite a resemblance between this dream physique and Feng Jin Huang, with the exception being her more generous proportions. But the most shocking part, she was almost completely naked. She had a thin, cloud-like tube that, barely, covered her chest, leaving a largely exposed midriff, which was toned and smooth, radiating a subtle, healthy pink glow. As for the downstairs, a similar pink cloud veil helped cover the important bits. But it did not hide her long, slender legs, which would cause men to drool. Fangyuan stood there, unmoved. Was he not attracted to women? Of course, he was, but would he let that get in the way of eternity? If a pretty lady asked you to die for her, would you? Likewise, Fangyuan chooses not to be obstructed by mortal needs. He has seen everything throughout his past 500-year lifespan. His breadth of mind was already beyond what others could imagine. He had lived meaninglessly for many years until he discovered only eternal life. This majestic and unattainable target could make the journey of his life become more interesting. Fangyuan laughed manically. And now in this life, he was as close as he had ever been to achieving this unobtainable dream. Would a mere beauty stop him? The pure dream physique opened its eyes. Fangyuan, we meet once again. Fangyuan squinted at the dream physique. I do not think we have met before. The physique smiled back. Not in this timeline, but across the infinite cosmos. We have been entangled in more ways than one. And here in this time, we meet once more. Then should I call you Feng Jin Huang, or Great Dream Immortal Venerable? The person standing before him was Great Dream Immortal Venerable, revived using dream realms. Fangyuan shook his head. Revive is not the right word, it should be time-traveled. To think you managed to find a way to send not only your memories but a portion of your cultivation back in time. Fangyuan sized up the great dream before him, but all his information path methods came back empty, as the pure dream physique was a walking dream realm, making all methods useless. It is as you say. The dream physique's eyes turned serious. I am Great Dream Immortal Venerable. Great Dream's aura burst forth. This alerted the other venerables in spectral heaven. This aura, it cannot be. There is no doubt. Great Dream Immortal Venerable has arrived in the present. Star Constellation said. Did you predict this as well? Genesis Lotus asked. Star Constellation shook her head. I did not predict this. I was told this. What do you mean? Red Lotus asked. Feng Jin Huang told me herself when we encountered her on that cliff. Rewinding time back to when the three venerables intercepted heaven on the cliff that Feng Jin Huang and her families were on. Star Constellation. A voice was transmitted to Star Constellation. I have a plan. As long as you promise that the three immortal kings do not interfere, I am confident in preventing Fangyuan from obtaining the great Tao. Oh, that is a bold statement. Star Constellation decided to hear her out. What is your plan? Feng Jin Huang explained. I possess the dream realm of the future Great Dream Immortal Venerable. I know, Red Lotus has told me. How does that help? Are you going to absorb them all and acquire methods from the future? Feng Jin Huang shook her head. No, I refuse to let others decide my destiny. But what I am going to do is turn this dream realm into a perfect pure dream physique. Star Constellation was taken aback. Is it possible? Feng Jin Huang ambiguously replied. Theoretically, I am making some adjustments based on the reactions the dream orb is giving me. Then let me give you some help. Star Constellation used various wisdom path methods to help speed up Feng Jin Huang's deductions. This sent her into a moment of deep contemplation. Got it. Feng Jin Huang awoke from her meditation, though it seemed like a long time had passed since it all happened in the realm of thought. Mere seconds had transpired in the real world. Though this was still largely thanks to the dream orb guiding and Feng Jin Huang's own talent and dream path. Without those, one could spend 1,000 years in real time not figuring out the right answer. What are the results? Star Constellation asked. But Feng Jin Huang sniggered. Oh, Lady Star Constellation, do you think I would not know that you have acquired the results of my dream path deductions? Oh, Star Constellation was shocked. How intriguing you knew. Feng Jin Huang nodded. Then why did you go through with it? Because I need to protect my family. Consider it payment. Ha ha ha. I like your attitude. I agree with your conditions. And that was how Star Constellation grew confident in setting up her scheme against Fangyuan and Heaven. She wondered how she could best use this knowledge when Red Lotus suddenly created the black hole by accident, which gave her the inspiration to put her plan into motion, further gaining confidence once she heard Fangyuan's description of black holes. I can kill two birds with one stone, she thought to herself, and her plan went without a hitch. Heaven had lost a costly amount of permanent Tao marks, which was not easy to replenish, This was already a win for Star Constellation as it further cemented the relationship between heaven and heavenly court. But now it was time to see if the rest of her investment would pay off. I wonder how strong the pure dream reality physique of Great Dream Immortal Venerable will be. Chapter 2450. I wonder how strong the pure dream reality physique of Great Dream Immortal Venerable will be. Star Constellation was about to get the answer to her question. After sizing each other up, fangyuan and Great Dream duked it out. Fangyuan bombarded Great Dream with a tirade of killer moves, but Great Dream created a dream realm, which intercepted all the killer moves. This is annoying. Fangyuan lamented. Dream Path has a natural protection against all paths. It even erodes them. Fangyuan was ahead in Dream Path, but only compared against the rest of the world. To compete with Great Dream, even if it was only a few memories, was not feasible. My only advantage is that she lacks Dream Path. Fangyuan's words were choked when Great Dream began bombarding him back, but this time with Dream Path moves. Gu Haze. Fangyuan was having a headache. Immortal Killer Move. Insomnia. This was a Dark Path, Dream Path, and Wisdom Path compound killer move. It produced a ton of thoughts that prevented the user from falling asleep. Coupled with Dream Armor Gu, the Dream Path move swept past Fangyuan with little effects. Oh, Great Dream seemed amused. You do have some mastery over Dream Path, well above what this era should contain. Great Dream easily saw through Fangyuan's killer moves. This was the benefit of being way ahead in a new path. You know a lot about others, and they know very little about you. Let us take this outside. Great Dream used her killer move to shatter the sealed space that Fangyuan held them in. TCH. Fangyuan sked. Great Dream was proving to be a much bigger annoyance than he anticipated. Her mastery over Dream Realm is at least at the Great Grandmaster level. There would be little I can directly do against her unless. Fangyuan's eyes shifted toward Feng Jinhuang. After all, if Great Dream came from the future Feng Jinhuang, then it would only make sense that if Feng Jinhuang did not exist, then neither would Great Dream. With that said, Fangyuan began shifting his attacks toward Feng Jinhuang. Great Dream noticed that Fangyuan's attacks were putting her position further and further from Feng Jinhuang. She grinned. Nice try. Immortal Killer Move. Eternal Slumber. With that, a dream realm was created from Great Dream and encased Feng Jinhuang and Fairy Bai Qing. Fangyuan noticed this, but could not stop it. Damn it, she noticed my plans. But it was not for nothing. It seems she is consuming the dream realm that created her to sustain all these attacks. But I wonder how long she can keep this up. Fangyuan revealed a sinister grin as he upped the amount of firepower he was using. This caused Great Dream's face to go grim for the first time. To think he managed to notice that I am using the foundation of this body to achieve these extraordinary results. Otherwise, it would be impossible for a rank 8 to deal with a venerable, much less a quasi-Dao emperor. Indeed, the pure dream reality seeker physique that Great Dream was inhabiting was only at rank 8 pseudo-venerable. If anyone knew that her cultivation was so low, yet able to put up a fight against the publicly recognized strongest person in the world, they would not believe it. But there were many factors in play that allowed Great Dream to succeed. One was that in this current era, no one knew much about Dream Path yet. This gave her unparalleled advantage as Dream Path had no good counter from other paths besides Dream Path. This made Great Dream's defense seemingly absolute, her attacks seemingly unstoppable, and her methods incredibly profound. To top it off, Great Dream was not just a great grandmaster, but a quasi-supreme grandmaster. She had found a way to allow dream realms to hold more than the previous limit of great grandmaster. But even though she could put higher attainment within, Agu Immortals still could not take out more than Great Grandmaster level attainment from a dream realm. Great Dream experimented with this as she wanted to raise up more powerful pseudo, if not actual venerables for Heavenly Court, but it led to a dead end. Who would have thought this research would be useful here? Great Dream thought to herself. Another advantage was that Dream Path was inherently annoying. Even venerables like Star Constellation and Giant Sun did not have good methods to block its attacks. Though Great Dream did have downsides, namely the consumption of the dream realm. Every attack she used would consume some of her foundation, which would lower both her cultivation and her attainment level. Currently, she was still fine, but after casting Eternal Slumber to protect her past self, She was nearly knocked out of the pseudo-venerable level. I must maintain enough energy, otherwise I will not be able to. Great Dream's train of thought was abruptly cut short as fangyuan rapidly closed the gap, weaving multiple aggressive and powerful killer moves to seal her exit routes. Great Dream had no choice but to erect a barrier around herself while transmitting a message to Star Constellation. A little help? Star Constellation received the message and had a wry smile. What is wrong? Genesis Lotus and the rest had just finished moving the black hole into the center of the void. It seems I was right. Great Dream has been brought from the future to the present. The only problem is that even she is no match for fangyuan. Star Constellation sighed. What? Genesis Lotus exclaimed. This was very alarming news. If not even the strongest venerable in Heavenly Court's history, though I guess future is the better word, could stop fangyuan, then was all hope lost? Should we lend her a hand? Genesis Lotus asked. Star Constellation deduced for a bit. It would not hurt to give it a shot, but we cannot have Giant Sun interfering as well. Here's the plan. Red Lotus was also included in the loop, and as soon as all three nodded their heads, they bolted straight down from spectral heaven. Seeing this, Giant Sun attempted to run after them, but where do you think you are going? The empowered heaven easily formed a wall of solid souls to block Giant Sun's flight. Heaven, get out of my way. Heaven's voice roared. Do not tell me what to do. A savage soul roar rang out across spectral heaven, causing Giant Sun's ears to bleed. Fine, I will break out myself. Humph. Heaven's snort held incredible disdain. I would like to see you try. A battle raged out in spectral heaven. Meanwhile, the three venerables were rapidly approaching fangyuan and Great Dream's position. Finally, Great Dream thought, some backup. TCH, more pests. Fangyuan was less than elated about their arrival. Usually, fangyuan would not be worried if the three venerables of Heavenly Court attacked him together, as Red Lotus and Genesis Lotus had not fully formed their Tao fruits, and Star Constellation had not even begun making one. But Great Dream made things complicated. I have no good way of blocking her attacks, yet she has plenty of ways to block mine. This means that she can easily play the role of an attacker and defender. Fangyuan scratched his head in annoyance and mild frustration. With the coordinated efforts of Star Constellation, Great Dream, Genesis Lotus, and Red Lotus, even someone like fangyuan would be hard-pressed. Just as the venerables had reached a stalemate, suddenly, the thunder and lightning that permeated the skies began to roar. The venerables looked to the sky. It has begun. Great Dream thought to herself. Soon I can. Her thought was interrupted once again by the sound of crashing thunder. This is unusual. Star Constellation thought. Ordinarily, a chaotic tribulation does not have so much fanfare. Indeed, the roars of the thunders coincided perfectly, if not beautifully, with flashes of lightning, almost as if a performance was being displayed. Great Dream shook her head laughing, attracting everyone, even fangyuan's attention. This is not a chaotic tribulation. It is not, was the thought that rang in everyone's mind. Without anyone asking, Great Dream elaborated. This is an omen. It only happens when a great Tao decides to pick and test a chosen individual to be its harbinger. The rest were all shocked by this revelation. Then how would this benefit Fengjiuge? Red Lotus asked. It will allow him to skip straight into the Tao Emperor realm. But he is not even a venerable. Genesis Lotus protested, which is why he may most likely fail. A trace of sorrow could be seen in Great Dream's eyes. To call upon a Tao before even entering the venerable realm requires both great talent and a great misfortune. Similar to how the 10 extreme physiques are both blessed with extraordinary talent, and yet cursed with the inability to transcend the mortal realm without the help of an immortal, so too are harbingers cursed with the great honor of being recognized by the great Tao, and the curse of being unable to carry such a burden. Everyone looked at Fengjiuge with slight pity. Is there nothing we can do? Red Lotus asked. Great Dream shook her head. There is nothing we can directly do, but there is one method. What is it? Help Fengjiuge achieve the venerable realm before the great Tao descends. What? Genesis Lotus screamed out. You are telling me that for him to have a shot at survival, we need him to achieve the unobtainable? Why not just sentence him to death? Red Lotus calmed him down. Relax. Genesis, I am sure Great Dream brought this up because she has a plan, right? Great Dream nodded. Indeed, I have a beneficial proposition. If you help give Feng Jiugu a chance at obtaining the Tao of Destiny, then I will also give you a chance to allow Ma Hongyun to obtain the Great Tao of Destiny. How did you? Great Dream cut Red Lotus off with a smile. Is that really important, or do you want to hear my plan? Indeed, this was Heavenly Court's plan all along. They knew the chances of Feng Jiugu obtaining the Great Tao of Destiny was slim, but what about Ma Hongyun? They figured that since he had at least rank 9 cultivation and aperture, he would stand to gain from exposure to the Great Tao of Destiny. But they were not 100% confident. Even Heaven was not sure of the validity of their plan. Red Lotus looked to Star Constellation, who nodded. Fine. Let us hear your plan. After hearing her plan, even Genesis Lotus had to admit it was a shot worth taking. How do we know you are capable to proceed with the plan, though? Star Constellation asked. Forgive my impudence, but there is no way to verify your validity, is there? Great Dream nodded. You are absolutely right. I will show you with actions, but likewise you need to show me your sincerity. I promise you, on the honor of Heavenly Court and the lives of the immortal kings, that if you produce a chance for your plan to work, we will seize it. Star Constellation swore. Great Dream and Star Constellation shook hands. Chapter 2451. Great Dream and Star Constellation shook hands. It was agreed upon. The four of them took up their respective positions. Are you all going to come at me at once? Fangyuan taunted, with a sneer. Humph. Genesis Lotus snorted. Do you really think you are invincible in the world? Fangyuan was absolutely the strongest being in the world, excluding Tao Emperors. However, even he had limits. If Heaven, combined with Genesis Lotus, Red Lotus, Star Constellation, and Great Dream Immortal Venerable, then even Fangyuan would be forced to retreat. The world had finally achieved a sense of balance. Indeed, I cannot break through the defense of the four of you. Fangyuan cast his gaze at Feng Jiugu. That does not mean I cannot ruin your plans. Tao Killer Move. 7 elements come as one. All things return to origin. Instantly Fangyuan's heptagram appeared and began bombarding Heavenly Court with numerous killer moves. Shit. Heavenly Court thought in unison. They were currently spread out surrounding Fangyuan from all corners, but Fangyuan had actually targeted Feng Jiugu. If I cannot obtain the Great Tao, then neither will you. Fangyuan condensed an Immortal Killer Move into a sword. Immortal Killer Move. 7 Rainbow Sword. Fangyuan charged at Feng Jiugu. With the suppressive fire of the Tao Killer Move, 7 elements come as one. All things return to origin, and the charge with 7 Rainbow Sword. The 4 Heavenly Court members found themselves in a tight spot. Genesis Lotus, activate your strongest defensive move to give us some space. Red Lotus, intercept Fangyuan. Great Dream assists Red Lotus. Star Constellation quickly grasped and adapted to the tempo of battle that Fangyuan set. TCH, as expected of a Wisdom Path cultivator. Fangyuan's attacks were quickly met. The 3 worked according to Star Constellation's instructions. First, Genesis Lotus activated his strongest defensive killer move. Immortal Killer Move. World Projection. The illusory painting world began to fade into view, before turning almost fully corporeal. All the attacks landed on the painting world, seemingly not making a dent at all. Fangyuan raised his eyebrow. If he had such a method, why did he not use it earlier unless? Star Constellation, I cannot hold this for too long. Genesis Lotus shouted. Indeed, this move was completely unbreachable, but the price was tremendous as the painting world would absorb all the damage. I know. Just hang on until we can stabilize the situation. Genesis Lotus nodded. Meanwhile, Red Lotus crafted his own swords. Immortal Killer Move. Swirling Galaxy Blade. Immortal Killer Move. Time Dissolution Saber. The Swirling Galaxy Blade was a long sword that had the cosmos reflected on its blade, giving it the feeling of infinity. Whereas the Time Dissolution Saber was a curved saber that seemed ethereal and impartial. Red Lotus held the Time Dissolution Saber in his right hand and the Swirling Galaxy Blade in his left. Fangyuan. Red Lotus roared as he charged at Fangyuan. Fangyuan ignored Red Lotus and focused on Feng Jiugu. Since Red Lotus was still some distance away, Fangyuan estimated he had just enough time to kill Feng Jiugu. Fangyuan was already one breath away from reaching Feng Jiugu. He raised his sword, and just as he crossed the distance, slashed with all his might. Shockwaves rang out, pushing fangyuan back slightly. The dust settled, but instead of a headless fangyuan, fangyuan saw a cosmic sword. It was Red Lotus's swirling galaxy blade. There was a small tear in space that Red Lotus's hand poked out from. Space path. Fangyuan's eyes were like slits. How annoying. Red Lotus brought his hand back through the portal. That was close. Red Lotus observed his hand. It was shaking from the recoil of receiving fangyuan's attack head-on. Damn it. Fangyuan's body is a cluster of Dao marks, meaning I had to deal with strength path on top of the ludicrous amount of elemental path Dao marks he has. Red Lotus tightened his hand to stop the shaking. The two sized each other up. Back off, you are no match for me. Fangyuan said with crossed eyes. Yeah, I know, but come at me anyway. Red Lotus taunted as he beckoned Fangyuan with his fingers. Fangyuan snorted in disdain. Fangyuan placed the 7 rainbow sword in front of him. He clapped his hands and spread them apart, producing 7 more swords, each of a different element. Oh, you cheating piece of... Red Lotus did not get a chance to finish his sentence as Fangyuan shot the 7 swords at Red Lotus. Red Lotus braced to receive the attack, but at the last second, they all split apart and went around him. Son of a... Again, Red Lotus had no time to swear as the swords not only gained the ability to track targets, but their auras suddenly jumped. How did they each become equivalent to a rank 9 killer move? Star Constellation understood. It is a combination killer move. Fangyuan applied strong goo to them, but used a delay killer move to have the effect show later. How did I not detect that? The aura of the elemental Dao must have blocked your senses, and you were not paying attention. It was as Star Constellation said. The aura from the elemental paths was obscuring Red Lotus's view of time path Dao marks on them, and he was not purposefully looking for a time path move. After focusing, Red Lotus caught glimpses of time path killer moves on the swords. Also, the swords have a wisdom path move on them that lets them be freely moving. Star Constellation added the cherry on top of this shit sundae. Red Lotus was in a dilemma. The 7 swords could effectively be counted as 7 rank 9 killer moves. Since they can pick their targets, it increases the difficulty of blocking the attacks. To make matters worse, that Fangyuan bastard is still free to make killer moves. Fangyuan stood opposite of Red Lotus. This conniving bastard. He is waiting for my attention to slip so that he can rush at Fangyuan. But if I am too focused on him, those swords will impale me. And if that does not work, he can use those swords to distract me by attacking my team. Red Lotus was gritting his teeth, while Fangyuan was showcasing his perfect white smile. Red Lotus, do not lose focus on Fangyuan. I will monitor the swords and work with Great Dream to deal with them. You keep your focus on Fangyuan. Star Constellation contacted Red Lotus. Star Constellation then turned to Great Dream. Is it ready? Soon, 15 minutes. I do not know if we can. Just as Star Constellation was about to say, a loud explosion rang out from spectral heaven. A large figure could be seen chasing a smaller one as they descended. Giant Sun, get back here. Naturally, it was Heaven and Giant Sun. Star Constellation smiled. Never mind, our distraction is here. Giant Sun was in a sorry state. His clothes were tattered, and there were scrapes and bruises across his body. What happened to you? Fangyuan asked. Fangyuan, help me fend off Heaven. Help now, or I bring him to you either way. Giant Sun was fuming in anger. Haze. Fangyuan aimed 3 of the 7 swords, earth, fire, and metal, to aid Giant Sun. This took a lot of pressure off Red Lotus. As Giant Sun saw the 3 swords come to his aid, he almost cursed Fangyuan, until he noticed that they were rank 9. I guess that bastard is not as bad as I thought. Giant Sun thought to himself. The 3 swords intercepted Heaven, giving Giant Sun time to recoup. But Heaven stopped chasing Giant Sun and directly switched to Fangyuan. Fangyuan, Heaven roared out, his eyes blood red. I will kill you. Red Lotus also took advantage of the situation and charged at Fangyuan. TSK. Fangyuan clapped his hands. The Dao killer move, 7 elements come as one. All things returned to origin, stopped firing, and returned to him. The heptagram expanded to place Fangyuan in the center. Humph, you lot forced my hand. Dao killer move. Inverting the balance, collapsing the world. On the heptagram, the positions of the elements were reversed. Immediately, it seemed as if the world had gone upside down. Fire was now water, Light was now dark, metal was now earth. Only wind remained the same as it had no opposite. This caused the natural order of things to go haywire. Everyone fell up. What the? The sky had become the earth, and the earth had become the sky. But that was not all. Shit. Heaven began coughing as his body began to morph and get smaller, frilier, and much prettier. Damn it, she said. He has inverted the elements, causing my yang body to turn into its yin form. Her voice was incredibly alluring to hear, which did not match the profanities she was cussing. Can you not switch back? Genesis Lotus asked, in a sarcastic voice. No, I cannot just switch back, and I advise you not to take out your painting world unless you want it turned upside its head. Heaven snorted. Why are you so agitated? Because in this form, I do not have rank 9 cultivation. I only have access to fire goo, which if you have not noticed, is now water goo. Wait, how does that work? Genesis Lotus asked. Does not water goo already exist? Heaven was already annoyed thus. Her tone was snappy. Are you stupid? If my fire goo got turned into water goo, then whose water goo do you think got turned into fire goo? Chapter 2452. With the terrain being flipped on its head, the skies became the earth, and the earth became the skies. The terrain of the southern border was changed as well. Its mountains were shifted, and its terrain altered. This bastard actually touches upon the Tao of creation as well. Genesis Lotus was biting his lips. Just like immortal goo, every Tao is unique and can only be obtained by one person. Various paths make up a Tao, but there can only be one of any Tao. If fangyuan manages to acquire the great Tao of creation, then it would mean that Genesis Lotus's life work would be rendered obsolete. Calm down. Star Constellation consoled. Fangyuan is able to display some of the powers of the Tao of creation only because he possesses the Tao of elements, one of the bases of creation, but you are much closer to unraveling its mysteries as you create and possess your own world. Indeed, Fangyuan was able to manipulate what was already created. When he produces fire, he does not create permanent fire path Tao marks from thin air. Rather, he uses the already existing permanent Tao marks to create temporary Tao marks of fire path, producing the effect of fire. These temporary fire path Tao marks draw strength from the permanent fire path Tao marks in Fangyuan and in the surroundings, especially if they were refined by Fangyuan. But the great Tao of creation was extremely unique and profound. After all, it was the Tao that represented all of creation. The Tao marks created from the Tao of creation were permanent. They would be indistinguishable from the Tao marks of the world. This was the step that Genesis Lotus was struggling with. Right now he had basic knowledge on how to convert energy into Tao marks, but he did not have a way to make the Tao marks permanent. The answer is close, I can feel it. Genesis Lotus felt like the answer was at the tip of his tongue. Heaven scoffed, thinking to herself, mortals who dare touch upon boundaries beyond their knowledge. The Tao Emperor realm was already like reaching for the stars, yet all the mortals in this era were seemingly gunning for the great Taos. In just these few months, the great Taos of space-time and destiny were appearing in the Goo world, and the shadows of the great Tao of creation could be seen in 2 people. Heaven worried. What if this is the beginning of the end? It seems I need to work on this form as well. But everyone realized they had a more pressing issue. Damn it. Red Lotus cursed. His swords, swirling galaxy, and time dissolution saber were losing stability and on the verge of exploding. Dismiss your move, Red Lotus. Heaven shouted. She was scared that if the blades exploded, her rank 8 cultivation might not be able to survive. Red Lotus nodded and dispelled the swords. Heaven quickly explained. Because the elements have been inverted, that means the control and interference of the various elements have also been changed. This results in your killer moves going haywire, as the finesse in your control makes them unstable. The Venerables were still a bit confused. It was understandable, after all, nothing on this scale has ever happened before. Heaven sighed. Imagine how you lived your whole life with the gravity you have now. If one day the strength of the gravity is changed, it would affect your running, walking, and everything you considered normal. Even mundane and easy tasks would be affected. I see. Star Constellation pondered. You are saying the natural restrictions the elemental Tao marks placed on us are already accounted for in our normal killer moves. But when the balance of that obstruction is changed, our moves become unstable as there is no longer a resistance to balance it out. Indeed, Star Constellation was not a wisdom path cultivator for show. She understood the crux of the issue immediately after it was explained. Even heaven was impressed. But it seems there are certain paths that are not affected, primarily my wisdom path, and at that moment killer moves began to cascade down upon the, currently, helpless venerables. Shit. Heaven immediately went to take cover. After all, with only rank 8 cultivation, she was nothing but an ant before these killer moves. However, before the moves could hit, a pink barrier dome appeared over all the venerables, protecting them. And Dream Path. Star Constellation finished the sentence with a grin. Indeed, Dream Path was immune to the effects as it already faced little to no interference from any Dao marks, besides its own. Thus the new balance of elemental Dao marks did not affect Great Dream much, if at all. Up in the sky. TCH. Fangyuan sked after seeing his surprise attack fail. Dream Path is certainly the most annoying. He had no way to break through Great Dream's barrier directly, so he continued raining down killer moves, hoping to wear her out. I cannot hold him forever, and with how things are looking it seems that all the venerables are sitting ducks, so it seems like it's time to activate the plan. The Heavenly Court members looked at her in shock. Now, are you sure? But will it even work? Genesis Lotus and Red Lotus were full of doubt, but Great Dream ignored them and looked directly at Star Constellation. At that moment, a million different thoughts were clashing in Star Constellation's mind, trying to deduce the best outcome for Heavenly Court. Do it. Those two words silenced Red Lotus and Genesis Lotus. Great Dream smiled. Okay. In a separate part of the battlefield, Giant Sun was finding his way back. After getting the world turned on its head, even he was lost as the once dense mountains of the southern border had turned inside out, making the terrain unrecognizable. I should take this time to recuperate. Giant Sun was in no rush to help Fangyuan. After all, Fangyuan did little to help him and in fact caused him more problems than help. As he traversed a bit further, he managed to see Fangyuan floating in the sky, bombarding an area with killer moves, the heptagrams still surrounding him. This Fangyuan is truly too strong. Giant Sun shook his head and sighed. I must comprehend my Tao of karma further before. Giant Sun's mouth dropped to the floor as he witnessed Fangyuan getting ambushed. But before he could fly over and help, an even more startling scene occurred. In the skies, Fangyuan was still bombarding the dream barrier, when suddenly the dream barrier exploded outwards, dispelling his killer moves. Oh! Fangyuan immediately noticed that Red Lotus and Great Dream were not amongst the group, but before he could react a fist punched him. It did not do much damage, but it did catch Fangyuan off guard and knock him into a portal. Fangyuan's face turned before he entered the portal and instantly recognized that it was Red Lotus, but before he could charge out, Red Lotus closed the portal. Fangyuan was still falling backwards when he felt a soft sensation from his back. Before he could turn around and act, he immediately felt his conscience go hazy. Dream Ray, SSSH go to sleep, was the last thing he heard. A pink fog began emanating, with Fangyuan at its center. A massive dream realm was rapidly expanding, swallowing Fangyuan first, then the other venerables, heaven, and lastly Giant Sun before spreading throughout the world. The greatest era had begun, earlier, in the dream barrier. What plan are you all speaking of? Heaven asked, not one bit happy to be excluded. Simple, we are bringing forth the greatest era. Great Dream teasingly responded. Heaven nodded. Oh, the greatest era. The greatest era? How do you know that? No. More importantly, what do you mean by bring forth? Great Dream's grin was incredibly teasing, which infuriated Heaven, but she was more concerned over the greatest era. I know your plan, Heaven. You originally wanted Great Dream Immortal Venerable to be your obedient puppet, and once you plunged the world into a dream, she would easily rule over all beings as they would be helplessly asleep. Great Dream continued. The greatest era is also an era to end all eras, as there would never be another time that the living beings in the world could rise up. With everyone in a dream, they would be able to live their lives growing the heavenly Tao, yet that would not have any impact or detriment to you in the real world. It was the perfect plan to raise all living beings as cattle for you. Even Primordial and Reckless did not see this coming. But too bad. You never got to enact your plan. Great Dream chuckled at the shocked expression of Heaven. I will end your great dream. Her smile turned sinister. With that, the plan that Great Dream had with Heavenly Court was enacted. Great Dream Immortal Venerable would activate the dream realms to swallow the world, putting every living being in a dream. In this dream, they would live through countless lifetimes and gain the attainment and knowledge of the people of the past. This dream had no attainment limitations and would allow people to reach Supreme Grandmaster if they were talented enough. But Heaven's original plan was to siphon the harvest of these dreams to Great Dream. However, since there was no Great Dream in this timeline, everyone gets to keep their attainment, which means we can finally raise up Ma Hongyun. Red Lotus sighed. Their greatest worry was Ma Hongyun's lack of experience and attainment, but the Dream Realm solved all their problems. Fangyuan possesses dream armor Gu, which would allow him to walk around while everyone is asleep. This would be unstoppable and incredibly dangerous. Genesis Lotus objected. Then our plan has to revolve around putting Fangyuan in the dream as well. Great Dream proposed. Since you do not want Fangyuan to obtain the Great Tao of Destiny, and I do not want Fangyuan to obtain the Great Tao of Destiny, why do we not work together towards it? Thus, Great Dream and Heavenly Court came to an agreement, and they enacted their plan. Using the fact that Fangyuan assumed they would be unable to use killer moves, Red Lotus gave up the complete knowledge of his portal creation killer moves, so that Star Constellation could derive a portal killer move that Red Lotus could use in this distorted element environment. After which, Red Lotus teleported Great Dream a distance away from them, to give them time to bring out and prep Ma Hongyun, while Red Lotus sneak attacked Fangyuan, using the brief gap in his awareness once the dream barrier exploded to sucker punch him. And as you can see, the plan went without a hitch. Fangyuan was sound asleep. His body lay there defenseless. Sleep tight, Great Dream said with a smile, whispering something before fading away. You. Activating the dream realm that covered the world drained all her strength. And since no killer moves could be used within the dream realm anyway, the other venerables did not try for an ambush either, as the dream realm would have made them fall asleep next to Fangyuan. Thus, the whole 5 regions entered a deep slumber. Chapter 2453. In a small remote settlement. There were a decent number of humans living there, no more than 1,000. Wooden walls were erected along the perimeter of the settlement. The walls were thick and tall, allowing for a person or two to patrol along the wall. There were 4 guard towers that were strategically positioned, such that they might allow the 4-man stationed on each tower to see 500 meters ahead, without the aid of Gu. Incoming variants. Shouting could be heard from the North Guard Tower. From atop the high walls, numerous soldiers shuffled to and fro. People were fleeing away from the city square, in a panic. But one youth was standing still amidst the chaos, a confused look on his face. Strange, the youth muttered to himself. 1 minute I was immersed in the derivation formation of Heavenly Court, and the next thing I am here? Of course, the youth was Ma Hongyun. He quickly analyzed the surroundings. There is nothing but normal humans roaming around. Those people on the wall are only rank 1 Gu masters. Ma Hongyun looked at his own aperture and gasped. How did I regress to rank 2? Before Ma Hongyun's brain spun in worry, he heard. Nyeli. Ma Hongyun turned in the direction of the voice. An elderly man was seemingly calling out to him. Nyeli, get over here. Ma Hongyun was confused, but an unseen force suddenly pulled him towards the old man. What is the matter with you? You are usually so headstrong and fearless, I worried you would rush in. Is he talking to me? Ma Hongyun asked. Elder, I think you have the wrong person. The old man looked at him angrily. This is no time for jokes, young man. I knew you were up to something. The old man began to chastise Nyeli. Let me tell you something, young man. You are the greatest talent our Nye clan has ever seen, but you will not go far if you go into things before you mature. Leave things to the grown-ups and focus on growing stronger so that one day you will protect the future generations as well. This, Ma Hongyun wanted to rebuke, but for some strange reasons he seemed to have a revelation. Is this not the core philosophy of humanity? Ma Hongyun fell into contemplation, which the elder mistook for Nyeli submitting to circumstance. Hayas, this boy is a genius rarely seen amongst humans. He will bear the torch for the next generation. We must safeguard our future. The old man and Ma Hongyun soon reached a group of people. Stay here, the elder commanded. Where are you going? Ma Hongyun asked. The elder smiled. Promise me something. From the tone of the elder's voice, it sounded serious. Ma Hongyun nodded his head. Do not be obsessed with taking revenge, And do not recklessly throw away your life either. Live on so that the clan may live on so that humanity can live on. With that, the elder began to take his leave. Ma Hongyun was still confused, but he suddenly felt his consciousness feel drowsy. Elder Tong! Nieli screamed out, tears streaming down his eyes. Ma Hongyun was perplexed. His consciousness was now gazing down at the body he was occupying. That is not my body nor will, and I cannot seem to interact with anything here, which can only mean that this is a dream realm. Indeed, Ma Hongyun, like many others, was living through one of the many dream realms that was within the Grand Dream Realm. Ma Hongyun watched intently as Elder Tong gave Nieli a few instructions before leaving. As he turned to fly, I leave the future generation in your hands. Nieli tried to rush forth and join Elder Tong, but a group of older boys held him back. Let me go? Nieli struggled hard, but more and more boys came to hold him back. A scholarly boy walked out from the crowd of women and children. He walked up to Nieli and slapped him across the face. The slap sent Nieli to the ground. Nieli! The boy who had slapped Nieli shouted. This is not our battle. Uncle Tong and every man above the age of 18 is out there fighting to give us a chance for survival. Do not waste their sacrifice. The boy tried to seem strong, but he could not fight back the tears in his eyes. I am not strong like you, nor am I as talented in cultivation, but the elders recognized my wisdom, and together we managed to make a settlement in newly reclaimed land. We knew life on the frontier would be hard. It has been 500 years since the passing of star constellation Immortal Venerable. The variant humans have grown cocky. We remained here because we knew that in our lifetime we would never amount to much, so we chose to lay down our lives to stall for the next generation, for the next Venerable. Our ancestors fought so hard to have this land, and we have to fight so that the other humans can be free one day as well. Nieli got up from the ground and punched the youth in the face. Nielong, I do not care about all that. How can I still be called a man if I let my family and friends die? What kind of man abandons his clan? Nieli shouted at Nielong. Nielong wiped the blood from his cheek. Do you think your meager rank 2 cultivation is any use? Huh? Do you really think you can turn the tides of war right now? Do you think just because you possess the great strength, true martial physique you can? Nieli clenched his fists tight and punched the wall, causing the whole cave to shake. He knew Nielong was right. Nielong did not stop. You want to be a man? Do you want to be the hero? Then bring the future of our Nye tribe to safety. Grow up to become the hero that can turn the tides of war. Nielong spoke passionately and fiery. Arg! Nieli roared a passionate cry. It was filled with bitterness, sorrow, hatred, and sadness. Nieli let everything out. He continuously punched the wall. I know. Boom. Rumble. I know that it is my responsibility to lead our people to safety. A thunderous punch caused the entire cave to rumble. He drew his fists back. Boom. Rumble. I know that I am our clan's only hope. Following his punch, sediments began to fall from the roof of the cave. And with one last punch. Boom. KRRK. Crumble. The entrance of the cave began collapsing. Everyone ran towards the interior of the cave, except Nieli. He stared at the entrance as the rocks began to fall, closing the entrance bit by bit. I know all this, but why can my heart not know it? Nieli knelt at the entrance, his voice barely a whimper. The sound of water dripping onto the ground echoed across the cave. The dream ended. A warm feeling rolled down from Ma Hongyun's cheeks. Only once his tears dropped did he realize that he had cried and that the dream was over. But before Ma Hongyun could wipe his tears, his vision blurred. A bright white light filled his eyes, blinding him. Arg! Ma Hongyun held his hand up to block the light. He recognized the familiar warmth. Where did the sunlight come from? Soon his eyes adjusted, and he found himself standing outside a mountain cave, with a forest below. Ma Hongyun looked at his hands and feet. I am still in the dream, but I have Grandmaster Human Path attainment now. Indeed, Ma Hongyun had cleared the first stage of the dream. He was now in its second stage. What do I do now? Ma Hongyun scratched his head. He had never explored dream realms before. He had only been given some advice from the Venerables. Master Red Lotus said that all dream realms are a mix between reality and imagination, that even though the actions we take are not exactly what happens in reality, as long as it is close enough to the script, we can advance the plot. However, if we go off script, We will end the dream realm and be injured at best and trapped or killed at worst. Just as Ma Hongyun was deciding on what to do next. Nieli, a voice shouted from behind. How is it? Ma Hongyun recognized the voice. It was Nielong. Ma Hongyun responded. There seems to be a forest down here, and there appear to be no beasts nor variant humans. Ma Hongyun turned to see Nielong standing right behind him. Nielong was mid-punch when Ma Hongyun caught it and pushed him back. What is he trying to do? Ma Hongyun thought. Was he not a nice guy? Oh, you have gotten sharp. Nielong replied. It seems you finally listened to my advice and have taken better note of your surroundings. Nielong brushed his robes. Come, let us go get the others and head to Emperor City. Ma Hongyun sighed, in relief. Phew, it was just a test. There was no malice in his attack. But Ma Hongyun began thinking of his next steps in the dream. Emperor City, huh? That should be Primordial Origin's setup, which will later be used by Genesis Lotus. Right now I guess it serves as a beacon to mortals. Indeed, Emperor City was the birthplace of human geniuses as it sat on top of the greatest human vein in the central continent. Ma Hongyun took the time to organize all the clues of this dream. I am somewhere in the latter end of the remote antiquity era as star constellation had passed no longer than 500 years ago. This means that Limitless is still a distance away in the future. Ma Hongyun did not know much about Gu world history. After all, he was only a rank 5 in his past life, and under the tutelage of the Venerables, he did not dabble in history as they were focused on educating him in killer moves and combat systems. I wish Zhao Lianyun was here. Ma Hongyun sighed to himself. Chapter 2454. Across the entire Gu world, similar situations were playing out. Many Gu masters were deeply confused and ended up getting killed in the dream realms. Unlike the Gu masters who had little to no knowledge of dream realms, Gu immortals had the advantage of knowing what dream realms were, what the rewards were, and what the potential dangers were. However, despite that knowledge, most Gu immortals did not fare that much better than talented Gu masters. A dream realm tested one's problem-solving skill and ability. Everyone's strength was relegated to the level set by the dream realm, even if you were a venerable. Of course, this did not take into account life experiences. For example, even if a rank 8 and a rank 3 were both regressed to a rank 1 Gu master, the rank 8 would still possess an enormous edge over the rank 3 Gu master. This is due to the gap in experience, whether it be combat, knowledge, or proficiency in killer moves. There will always exist that gap. Not to mention if it was a dream realm where the targets are already Gu immortals, further placing the Gu masters at a bigger disadvantage due to the complexity of immortal killer moves. On a sunny hill, with lush forests below, Ma Hongyun seems to be learning rather fast in the dream realm. A lady sat on a stone table, sipping tea, said as she watched a screen filled with various images and scenarios. A man nodded, picking up his own teacup. He shows incredible promise, with the blood talent of 10 genius, luck that counters fangyuan, and with great dream personally curating this human path dream for him, how could he possibly fail? The man and woman were Red Lotus and Star Constellation respectively. Humph. A cold snort sounded from behind them. You tricked me. A stunning ice-cold beauty had her arms crossed with a pouty expression that looked more cute than ferocious. It was none other than Heaven. Red Lotus had a sneering, disgusted look on his face. When are you going to change back to your male form? Heaven snorted. I do not possess enough strength to contend against fangyuan directly, as I have only cultivated half of this body's potential. Thus, I have decided to raise up the Yin form as well. Indeed, from the recent battle between Heavenly Court and fangyuan, it became painfully clear the gap in power. Fangyuan has indeed hidden deeply. Star Constellation bit her lips upon thinking about the numerous times he had foiled Giant Sun and how close she would have been to death if Red Lotus and Genesis Lotus did not return. If fangyuan displayed this strength when it was just Giant Sun, Spectral Soul, and me. Star Constellation shuddered to think if Heavenly Court would ever be able to rise if that happened. Heaven activated a killer move that tied a pink rope around her waist. She then walked to the demarcation line between the dream realms and the painting world. That is right. Genesis Lotus had taken out the painting world to create a temporary base of operations for Heavenly Court. He instructed all the newly resurrected members of Heavenly Court. Now, I know most of you do not have a complete memory of what happened in your previous lives, But I am sure all of you still retain the heart for humanity, the heart of hope, and the heart to be guardians of humanity. Genesis Lotus's speech struck a fire of passion within the hearts of the heavenly court members. I will be brutally honest with you all. Genesis Lotus turned stern. You are all weak. The fiery crowd was instantly drenched with cold water. Genesis Lotus continued. You all suffered at the hands of fangyuan, even before he was a venerable, and now not only has he transcended far above that, but you are mere shadows of your former selves. The crowd of resurrected heavenly court members looked down at the ground in shame. They began to lose hope. But as the crowd lost hope, one man walked out. Genesis Lotus was about to give his rousing speech when he noticed who stepped out. Lord Genesis Lotus, I am humbly grateful for what you have done for humanity. The toils and sacrifices you have gone through have only furthered my impression of you. You are right. We are but ants amongst giants. But if you give us the chance, we will lay our lives down if it means protecting humanity. Just like our ancestors of old did, so too will we live, so that others may live, and die, so that others may live. In all things we exist, so that future generations may exist, as our forefathers had done, so too shall we. The man had an imposing and deep voice. His resolute nature and aura instantly galvanized the crowd. Yes, I am willing to lay my life down for heavenly court, for humanity, for the future, for a better world. One by one, the spirit of the heavenly court members was being rejuvenated to what it once was. Red Lotus and Star Constellation did not personally oversee the re-education of heavenly court members, but when they heard that speech and conviction, even they felt their blood begin to boil, something they had not felt in a long time. Red Lotus is that. Star Constellation stopped as she saw him nod his head. The man who gave the passionate speech had a tall and sturdy body. He was muscular, and his aura was grand, as he had the highest cultivation amongst the revived, rank 7. But most strikingly, he had a set of horns on his head. It is something I had Genesis Lotus work on. The man I respect the most, my mentor, Duke Long. Star Constellation was secretly shocked. How did you do it? I could not find any traces of his soul, just his lingering resentment, which I also gave to Genesis Lotus. But it should not be possible to recreate him just from that. Star Constellation could tell that Duke Long in front of her was not just some mere collection of emotions and desires, but held such deep convictions that it had to have the genuine soul of Duke Long. I took it from the past. Star Constellation's eyes widened. Are you crazy? Do you not think you have already messed with the fabric of time and space enough? Killing intent flashed in Star Constellation's eyes as she locked it on Duke Long, causing him to shiver. Is Lord Genesis Lotus mad at me? Duke Long thought. Red Lotus immediately stopped her killing intent. Calm down. You did not let me finish. I meant that in the past, when Duke Long dealt the critical blow to me, I took a tiny piece of his soul and kept it alive. Since then, I placed it in a dimension with a time flow that was so slow, it would have removed all memories within the soul, making it no better than a husk. But when I recovered the soul, I could still sense the fires of ambition and dedication that man held for humanity and heavenly court. So I asked Genesis Lotus to fan the flames to life. Red Lotus said, a tear formed in his eye. Star Constellation was shocked. Then she took a closer look at Duke Long. You are right. He has the same conviction and dedication, but he lacks the wizened disposition he once possessed. Did you not return him his memory? Red Lotus shook his head. To what end? He would be tormented by the fact that he had failed heavenly court so many times, and then be crushed to relive his disciples' betrayal once again. The talent is already baked into his character. There is no need for the pain to be there as well. Star Constellation just silently looked on. Duke Long's passion and devotion to heavenly court revitalized the crowd so much that Genesis Lotus was in a stupor. This was not part of the plan, but oh well. Genesis Lotus adapted his speech on the fly. Do you have what it takes? The crowds and Duke Long roared. Yes. Do you have the courage to give your lives? They lifted their hands and pumped the air. Whatever it takes. Genesis Lotus smiled. Then I have an opportunity for you. It is risky. It is harsh. Some of you might not return here the same. The heavenly court members screamed out. Give it to us. Genesis Lotus gestured to the Grand Dream Realm. Out there is the Grand Dream Realm. It is the culmination of 3 million years worth of knowledge. Within it lies the possibility of advancing to even Supreme Grandmaster attainment. Supreme Grandmaster. The very definition of pinnacle. To be above, even the world itself. To go further than any had ever dreamed possible. To go beyond the understanding of the masses. The first step in transcending mortality. Supreme Grandmaster attainment. The heavenly court members felt their blood boiling. They were raring to go, but Genesis Lotus stopped them. I am not done. Outside there is the culmination of 3 million years worth of dream realms. It was meant to be the antithesis of all eras. Even we venerables cannot move lightly within. Genesis Lotus then conjured up a pink rope. This rope is a dream path killer move called returning from inception to reality. It is a dream path move, but it emulates the effects of my Tao of creation. From within the dream realm, if you wish to leave, pull on the rope and it will bring you back here. A heavenly court member raised his hands. But why would we want to leave? Good question. Genesis Lotus addressed. Let me ask you, what path do you cultivate? Fire path. Genesis Lotus nodded his head. And if you acquired a dream realm for Star Path, would it do you any good? The heavenly court members began to understand. There is every path that has ever been cultivated inside the grand dream realms. Without a dream path venerable, it is impossible to filter through the mess. Thus we can only rely on luck and multiple attempts. Time is of the essence, as once one dream is finished, the grand dream realm will no longer show that dream. We are competing with not just the world, but fangyuan. All the heavenly court members bowed. As you command. Genesis Lotus nodded his head and gave all the members the rope, then sent them off. Within minutes, a large majority of them came back. They dived in a few times before Genesis Lotus stopped them. That is enough for now. Rest. No buts. Your soul gets damaged every time you dive in or complete a dream realm. But if you take too much damage in a dream realm, you will be ousted, though usually, death is what awaits. The Grand Dream Realm is specially designed so that once your soul reaches a certain level of damage, it will kick you out and not take you into any dreams. Instead, it will let your soul rest by placing you in a deep sleep. And once you awake, you will be back in another dream realm with no clue of the time passing. But this is too inefficient. We have our ways of healing the soul that is much faster. Genesis Lotus passed all the returnees agu. Guts goo. How? Genesis Lotus sneered. Am I supposed to tell you every secret I have? The goo immortal immediately shut up and hurriedly apologized. Genesis Lotus brushed it off. Just rest and recover with the goo. Genesis Lotus then vanished, and when he reappeared, he was standing on a tall and eerie mountain. It was Dang Hun Mountain. Chapter 2455. Genesis Lotus stood on top of Dang Hun Mountain. It is not as good as the real thing, but close enough. Indeed, this was similar to the time when Genesis Lotus created the wisdom goo for star constellation. It took a while to make, and without star constellation's deductions, it would have been impossible. Genesis Lotus sighed to himself as he dropped the souls of desolate beasts onto the mountain. There were two limitations when it came to creating imaginary objects. One was that they could only exist in the painting world. This meant that outside the painting world they would evaporate. Hence, why Genesis Lotus instructed the heavenly court members to consume the guts goo within the painting world. The second weakness was that Genesis Lotus had to understand the thing he was copying. He had incorporated the rules of goo into his world, but he did not know everything regarding secluded domains of heaven and earth, especially Dang Hun Mountain, which was a soul path, secluded domain of heaven and earth. Genesis Lotus knew how to craft goo and what their core principles were, but wisdom goo required the help of star constellation. But any earth path goo would be easy to make for him. Star constellation was using the imaginary wisdom goo, combined with her star constellation chessboard, to monitor and project all the dream realms of the heavenly court members. So far, only 10% have found a suitable dream realm. The rest keep encountering dream realms that do not help. Star Constellation began calculating. Given the fact that they can only attempt to find one 4 times a day, even with Genesis Lotus's healing, means that it may take over a year for every heavenly court member to find a suitable dream realm. Red Lotus nodded. It should be fine. The greatest era with Grand Dream Realm was supposed to last an eternity anyway. But that was because the greatest era's Grand Dream Realm had a self-repair function. This does not. I know, but it was still built to hold every living being in the entire 5 regions. It should at least last a couple of years. It would have easily lasted 100 years if it were not for. Star constellation pointed at two screens. One showed a man easily breezing through a dream realm stage, and the other was a man purposefully stretching out a dream realm. Of course, they were fangyuan and giant sun respectively. Great Dream had given Star Constellation a link between fangyuan's and giant sun's dream realms. Red Lotus smiled wryly. There is nothing we can do about that. He shook his head. If we had left those two unaffected during the greatest era, who knows what sort of harm they would do. Hell, you know fangyuan would have taken advantage of the ability to plunder unhindered. Who could stop him? We cannot move as freely as him as we do not possess mini dream path goo, but he has dream armor goo. And besides, Red Lotus reminded Star Constellation. Great Dream said that as time went on, fangyuan would have to begin competing with others, and while at first, he might win a few, even he could not win every encounter. Star Constellation knew Red Lotus was right, but she still did not like fangyuan gaining so many attainments. You see, unlike others who would have to pick and choose or fail in dream realms whose paths do not align with theirs, fangyuan was someone who could cultivate all paths, and he already had attainment in many paths. Thus, even when a path that he was not a high level in came out, he could easily get past the dream realm, not to mention his use of dream butterfly goo. Fangyuan had refined this goo to its rank 7 version, but it took all his collective knowledge, refinement path experience, and the last bits of dream path resources he had. This seems to be a coalition of dream realms rather than just one. He had been through a few different dream realms already. After all this time, I am still alive, which means Heavenly Court should also be trapped in this dream realm or unable to get to me. The latter seems unlikely as they have Great Dream on their side. Fangyuan did not know that Great Dream had exhausted the dream realm that formed her physique. She probably cannot act against me as she is running on fumes and does not have enough power to kill me. Fangyuan was close to the truth, but not quite there, although he was not worried. The fact that I am still alive is proof that they cannot do anything to me right now, but what about in the future? I need to clear all these dream realms and break free. Fangyuan was not too worried about Great Dream killing him anytime soon. Anyway, she would need a lot of time to accumulate enough strength to overcome the Heavenly Web Protection Veil. Indeed, Fangyuan's main insurance of confidence was this rank 9 Heaven Path killer move, which Fangyuan had updated to its 3rd iteration that included the use of strong goo, making it nigh invincible, even amongst venerables. And considering that it was Heaven Path, it would not be corroded by dream realms, whereas every other killer move would, making Fangyuan very confident in his safety. Still, it is never a good thing to be a sitting duck, even if I am a duck sitting in a fortress. Fangyuan began to increase his speed in solving dream realms, raking in a ton of attainment. Dream realm, Giant Sun was taking his time through the dream realm. Unlike Fangyuan, who was ambushed into the dream realm, Giant Sun saw the whole thing go down. At the rate the dream realm was expanding, I doubt I am anywhere near the edge. He did some calculations. It seems that, at the very least, the entire southern border is covered in this dream realm, but I do not see any other beings in this dream realm, which means it is not one dream, but multiple dreams. Giant Sun had a lot more info to work with, but dream realms are not advantageous to me. Giant Sun, Genesis Lotus, and Red Lotus did not need to gain other paths that were not beneficial to their Daos, especially since they did not know what paths would be beneficial to their Daos. If there are multiple dream realms, there might be a path that is suitable for me, maybe heaven or human path. Giant Sun thought. The dream realm he was currently in was an ice path dream realm. Nah, Heaven Path had no cultivators in history. Only 2 have ever existed, and one of them is dead, and the other is a pain. Giant Sun stroked his chin. Still though, my intuition is telling me that human path is of great benefit for my Tao of Karma. It may even help me condense a Tao fruit. I cannot waste time in these unimportant dream realms, and since I do not have any access to my Gus. Giant Sun immediately inspected his aperture and found some offensive ice path Gus, which he used to kill himself. The pain caused him to close his eyes, and when he reopened them, he was in a new scene. Cold sweat was still dripping from his head, and he was panting. Even though it is a dream, there is still some pain, and even despite knowing it is fake, it still felt so real. Giant Sun wasted no time in regaining his composure. After all, suicide was a new experience for anyone. He checked his aperture. Rank 3 fire path? Giant Sun sighed. It seems that I have to rely on my natural luck and responsive defensive killer move. Just as he was about to kill himself again, a group of people ran up and prostrated themselves before him. Xiong, please save our village. They begged. Only then did Giant Sun survey his surroundings. He was in a rundown village with dilapidated buildings, and everywhere he looked the aura of dread and death seemed to loom over the townsfolk. Strangely, he did not detect any Gu masters. Strange. In the mortal world, rank 3 is not a super big deal, but even with my cultivation I cannot sense even a rank 1 cultivator. The village was truly filled with mortals. Only the leader of the group prostrating before him had the aura of a rank 1 Gu master. Stand up, Giant Sun commanded. His luck path intuition told him that this dream realm was not as useless as it seemed. What is your name? Qianlong. Giant Sun was quite shocked at first. How can such an overbearing name have such a weak-willed man? Qianlong immediately cried out to Giant Sun. Please, Sir Xiong, you are our only hope to push back the wicked variants. Variants? Who exactly do you mean? The Rockmen. Giant Sun looked at the surroundings and drew many clues, but he still was not exactly sure of his hypothesis yet. Why are the Rockmen after you? Qianlong gave a wry smile. Of course, it is because we escaped from their enslavement. Why else? I see. Giant Sun had almost all the clues he needed. I am in the remote antiquity era, but am I in the time of primordial or star constellation? Giant Sun decided to test it out. So why did you not seek refuge with Heavenly Court? What is that? Qianlong looked confused. You do not know? Qianlong shook his head. Giant Sun was even more puzzled. It cannot be. I am in an era predating primordial. That explains why they hold me in such reverence, and why there does not seem to be any Gu masters. Giant Sun looked up from his thinking and asked, who is the strongest human in the world right now? I heard there is a rank 5 Gu master somewhere in this central continent, but it is only a rumor. How far back is this dream realm? Giant Sun contemplated. Are there any even advanced paths in this era? Giant Sun began to wonder. What path is this dream realm? Chapter 2456. Giant Sun asked Qianlong. What path do you use? I use water path, Lord Xiong. Qianlong still held his hands together in a pleading expression. Will you save our village? Giant Sun quickly reorganized his thoughts. This dream realm is certainly intriguing. I doubt it is a pure fire path dream realm. In fact, my intuition tells me that there is some human path attainment here. Indeed, Luck Path Supreme Grand Master allowed Giant Sun to gauge if there were any beneficial encounters, even if he did not know what the benefit was. In this case, since Giant Sun needs human path attainment, his luck had begun attracting human path dream realms. Though, I doubt it is a very big or high human path dream realm. Giant Sun sighed slightly. Still, I will take what I can get. At that moment, the ground began to shake. Incoming. A villager in guard attire ran around the village shouting, Rockmen incoming from the north. Rockmen incoming from the east. Rockmen incoming from the west. Giant Sun rushed to one of the gates to see for himself. From all directions, a gray mass was headed in their direction. With every inch, the mass drew near, the ground shook harder. Giant Sun rubbed his temples. This is going to be a pain in the ass. He knew that the Dream Realm's mission was most likely related to getting the humans in this settlement to safety. At that moment, Qianlong increased his begging. Please, Lord Xiong, at least help the women and children escape. And if that is too much, then. Qianlong took a hesitant, but deep breath. At least take the children away, they are our hope. Giant Sun was momentarily shaken by the pure determination and resoluteness of Qianlong, but Qianlong was not soft, and all the adults had gathered near him when the alerts rang out. The looks on these people's faces, the sheer defiance even in the face of absolute despair, the ability to cling onto any form of hope, to keep looking out for hope when others would have given up long ago. This is what separates humanity from the variants, this capacity to seek and hold on to hope, even in absolute despair. Giant Sun nodded his head. Take me to the underground lake. How did you know there was one? Qianlong was taken aback. You are a rank 1 Gu master and a newly advanced one at that. Giant Sun looked him dead in the eye. Where there are Gu masters, there is hope Gu. And where there is hope gu, there is an underwater lake. The lake was really just a primeval essence stone fountain, but mortal humans would not be able to go far in the lake without exploding. Bring all the women and children down there. Before Qianlong went off with the news, Giant Sun stopped him. We are going down there with all the women and children, but we are coming back up with half. Do you catch my drift? Qianlong was stunned. But. No buts. Giant Sun stopped him. If you want your hope to have any chance of maturity, then we can only take the brightest and most talented to live on. The Rockmen are not idiots. If they see a group of only men fleeing, would it not be obvious? We must lay our lives down for. Giant Sun had an intense wave of emotions wash over him as he said, humanity. The villagers all had a tough time accepting the plan. What about the south? There is no Rockmen there. One of the women cried out. The others were also moved by the chance of survival without risk. Their hope was cut short by Giant Sun. The Rockmen are not stupid, just lazy and slow. In all likelihood, the north, east, and west groups had been there for a period of time and were waiting for the south to be in position. All that awaits us, there is probably a group of Rockmen who want to see the hope drain from our eyes. Some of the women collapsed on their knees. We just want to live. The children were affected by seeing their mothers cry and began to wail as well. Seeing the depressing scene, even the men felt like giving up. But at that moment, a huge fireball shot up into the sky. Are you all giving up now? Do you want to die? Are you okay with being a slave your entire life? Giant Sun amplified his voice. I cannot save you all. I cannot stop the Rockmen, and I cannot even guarantee my own life. All the villagers looked up at Giant Sun. But what I can do is safeguard our future. I am calling for you to offer up the only thing you have, your life, so that one day, humanity will be the ones on top. One day no one's child will have to say goodbye to their dad, mom, and spouse. That one day, humanity will live on. I could make it to rank 4 if I am lucky in this lifetime, but I only have a B-grade aptitude, and it would take me years to reach there, whereas the Rockmen are already born with Dao marks making them stronger without any gu. Is that fair? No. But are we going to sit here and cry to our deaths? Or are we going to entrust our hopes in the next generation? And if not them, then the next, and the one after that until one day. There will come a time where humanity reigns supreme. Giant Sun's speech elicited both tears and fiery blood. The embers of hope were once again lifted up. The sacrifice no longer seemed too heavy to pay. The old people in the village stepped forth. We will only slow you down. We will stay back and hold off the Rockmen. Our worthless lives may only buy you a couple of minutes, but we are willing to sacrifice. A lot of children began crying. No, Grandma, you have to come with us. Grandpa, I will stay. I will not leave you. It was a truly heart-wrenching scene. Even Giant Sun was not immune. The early days of humanity, our forefathers, had to make these types of sacrifice. Giant Sun was the most sentimental of the venerables who cared about family. Seeing families separating themselves made him count his blessings. At least, I do not have to force my children away while they watch me die, yet. Giant Sun then brought the families down into the underwater spring containing hope gu and a primeval essence spring. Walk as far as you can go, until the pain explodes, forming an aperture. Giant Sun instructed. Many of the adult men could not make it more than 4 steps, meaning they would never have the potential to be gu masters. However, many of the children could, and could go quite far. Is this part of fate? Giant Sun wondered to himself. The young men of the village stepped forth. We will lead the diversion, and no matter what. The man looked Giant Sun straight in the eye. We will take at least one of the bastards down with us. All the men let out a roar of support. The children were even more dismayed. Daddy, no, do not leave us. A little girl cried. Father, let me go with you. The young boy's blood was boiling from the fervor in the air. Let me protect the future as well. His father looked at his son with a pained expression. Son, even if your aptitude is not good, I still would not want you to come with me, but I want you to promise me one thing. The father knelt down to his son's level. If you have even the tiniest capability to become a gu master, then you must stay behind and let the grown-ups and the less talented do what we can do. Save your lives. The boy tried his best to hold back his tears. I will. That is my boy. The father buried his son in his embrace. The boy could not see his father cry, but the warm tears landing on his head told him all he needed to know. He cried in his father's arms. Similar scenes were happening across the entire human camp. Giant Sun stood there soaking it all in, almost overwhelmed, almost hoping that these people get their happy ending, almost hoping for a miracle. It is very likely that even this underground group, the Seeds of Hope, will be discovered unless. Giant Sun thought about it. There must be something that ties this dream to human path otherwise. At that moment, murmuring was heard as everyone's eyes were turned towards the lake. One of the kids had walked so far out that his body was half submerged. It was the boy who was crying in his father's arms. That kid, it could not be. Giant Sun began to form a thought in his mind. The kid had his eyes closed the whole time as he felt almost no pain despite traveling so far out. By the time he could no longer bear the pain, he opened his eyes. He had crossed the entire lake. The kid was dumbfounded, and the moment he stepped on the opposite shore. Boom. A loud cracking sound was heard as his aura was transformed. 100% aperture A-grade primeval talent. No, not just an A-grade. That boy has one of the 10 physiques. Giant Sun's interest was piqued. And if I guess correctly, then it should be. The boy now had a fiery and dominating aura surrounding him. Since everyone was pure mortals, they could not help but feel intimidated when they saw the boy. Though his cute and bewildered expression betrayed the aura's ferocious and intimidating nature. The blazing glory, lightning, brilliance physique. Giant Sun's voice just came out. Strange. I had no intention of saying that out loud. But Xiong kept talking. To think I would actually bear witness to one of the 10 extreme physiques, and it was actually the blazing glory, lightning, brilliance physique. Xiong laughed out loud like a madman. Oh. Giant Sun's view shifted to an overarching view of everything. The dream realm is taking over the rest of the story, and I can no longer interfere and only watch, which means the rest of the events here are true. Indeed, it was no longer Giant Sun in control, but Xiong. I was hesitant about handing over my goo and inheritance to someone, but now I see that I should be begging you to take them. Xiong knelt before the boy. The young boy who was flustered shook his head. Please, you are mistaken. I am no great hero. I am just someone with incredible talent. Xiong cut him short. You are our greatest hope. Chapter 24:57. Giant Sun continued to observe the dream realm as a spectator. Everyone gather around. I am going to read a list of names, those that I call step forth. Xiong began calling. Chen Bei, Chen Yi, Chen Gui. About 30% of the children were called. Remarkably, all of them had great aptitude. Fate is already sowing in the seeds of overhauling the current world order. Giant Sun had the rare opportunity to gaze back at the past and learn some secrets. This means that fate also laid the groundwork for Dragon Men's supremacy and Great Dream Immortal Venerable. Giant Sun began to deduce what fate could have done to help Feng Jin Huang become a great dream. As he was deducing, Xiong read one last name. And finally, your new leader and hope, my successor, Chen Hong. The cave erupted with praise and chants, but there was also a feeling of reluctant dread. Those whose names were not called were cheering. Tears of bittersweetness rolled down their eyes. They began making their way to the cave's entrance. Those selected stayed behind the entrance while those who did not get called stepped out. The two groups looked at each other one last time and said their final goodbyes. Be strong for the clan, okay? Grow up, get married, have lots of kids and keep the clan alive. And we will be cheering you on, okay? Not all the parents of the children selected were allowed to stay. Only one parent from each child. And in the case of siblings, if they showed no talent, then even they had to follow the sacrificial group. We are going, Brother Bei. Remember us, okay? We will all play together in the sun someday. At the entrance of the cave, there was one goodbye that everyone gave space for. Father, do not go. You can stay. Master Xiong said it would be fine. One more person would not make a difference. Tears were dripping from his chin. Naturally, it was the successor and first leader of the Gu clan Chen Hong. As the leader, he bore the hope of their clan, and thus, Xiong was prepared to make an exception for his parents, but, no, I will go with you all. Chen Hong's father, Chen Chong, spoke up. Master Ing, I am a nobody. My son is the genius. If I stay as a full adult male, they may not have enough resources to get through. I cannot teach them how to use Gu, nor read nor write. The adults you let stay, despite their lack of talent, are educated. And what kind of man would I be if I left my brothers to go die alone? Chen Chang's words touched the hearts of all those present. His buddies who he had lived life with for years came up to him, and they all hugged, tears dripping down their faces onto each other. Brothers for life. Either we go together, come back together, or die together. This chant galvanized the morale of the Qin clan. They all wanted to give their all so that in the future their descendants could live in an era of peace. As Chen Hong was crying, snot dripping from his face, Chen Chang placed both his arms onto Chen Hong's shoulders. Son, remember your promise to us, okay? Be strong for your fellow clansmen, okay? And remember, a real man does not break his promises. Hearing his father's last words, Chen Hong tried his best to hold in his tears. I'll become a man worthy of bearing the name Chen. But despite his best attempts to be resolute, brave, and strong, tears were still leaking out of his eyes. Chen Chang hugged his son one last time and gave him a big pat on the back. That is my boy. When they separated, Chen Chang brought out Chen Hong's hand, placed something in it, and closed his hand. This is a keepsake that I stole from the rock men right when all the slaves were freed. I was hoping that one day it would be of use to us, but I think the day has come where it will be of use to you. Chen Hong looked at his hand, and in it was a gu, a rank 1 gu. What gu is this? Chen Hong asked. I do not know. Chen Chang shrugged. All I know is that this little bugger keeps drinking my rice wine. Chen Chang laughed, but in truth, he had grown quite attached to his little drinking buddy, even if he could not use its power. Take good care of him. Chen Chang whispered to both the gu and Chen Hong. The sacrificial group made their way out of the cave, and as they left, they triggered a cave-in to collapse the entrance. As the rocks came tumbling down, Chen Chang looked back and waved one last time to his son. I love you. And the cave was sealed shut. The sacrificial group then decorated the sealed entrance with dirt, stone, leaves, and trees to make it look like it was a natural part of the mountains. Afterwards, they began their journey towards their inevitable death, or worse, capture. The dream ended there. Interesting. Giant's son rubbed his chin. My guess was right. This was a human path dream realm. Indeed, Giant's son's human path attainment was now master. I now see the root of human path. It is legacy. Building on the ideas of the past, while protecting the future, that is what the earliest humans were willing to do. That is what leaving a legacy means, to give to the next generation. Giant's son suddenly had a thought. Heaven path is the path of being an immortal. Human path is the chasing of immortality. So then is there a demon path? And if there is, what do they stand for? Oh, demon path? How interesting. Fangyuan rubbed his chin. He had just finished a demon path dream realm, obtaining master attainment in demon path. Rewinding to the start of Fangyuan's foray into the demon path dream realm. Fangyuan had just cleared an ice path dream realm, bringing his ice path attainment to great grandmaster. Perfect. Once I achieve quasi-supreme grandmaster in ice path, I can incorporate it into the Tao of elements, but I need to work on lightning path as well. Fangyuan felt his Tao of elements grow more complete as he breezed through dream realms. In the entire 5 regions, no one was faster at exploring dream realms than Fangyuan. Throughout his time, he had managed to pick up a few clues. It seems that the dream realms I am in is not small at all. Despite clearing so many dream realms, I do not seem to be anywhere near an end, and it seems like Heavenly Court still cannot attack me. Fangyuan rubbed his chin. Indeed, even though Heavenly Court could not kill Fangyuan in the dream realm, he knew they had not even attempted it. This was because his Heaven Path killer move, Heavenly Web Protection Veil, would give off signs of him being attacked, even if he was in a dream realm. And it would also alert my clones, which would then prompt them to investigate what was wrong with the main body and allow me to wake up. Indeed, Fangyuan had thought of many possible contingencies, one of which was in the event he got caught in a dream realm, without activating Dream Armor Goo. The plan was for his clones to try and salvage the situation by activating Dream Armor Goo around the main body. This would isolate Fangyuan from the dream realms and gradually wake him up. But if all else failed, there was always one final contingency: Time Path Immortal Killer Move. 1 day, 3 autumns. The killer move allowed one to go back in time 3 hours, 3 times. Fangyuan could not use the move casually. As with Red Lotus now cultivating the Tao of space-time, he could easily stop the move even if Fangyuan activated it personally. And even if the move worked, Red Lotus would still get a sensation that time had been altered. As the move could not go back further than 3 hours, it would be especially easy for Red Lotus to peer into what the supposed future was. This would mean that anything could happen, no information would be reliable. Fangyuan would only know what to look out for, but Heavenly Court could just change their plans. It was a risky move that would only be activated in the most desperate of circumstances. But since I am still alive and in a dream realm, it means nothing has happened yet, but that does not mean I am out of danger. Thinking up to here, Fangyuan began to brace himself for the next dream realm. When Fangyuan's eyes gradually adjusted to the light, he saw a clear blue sky. Various natural heavenly treasures were lying around in fields. Fangyuan looked at his hands. Information suddenly began to pour into his mind, trying to overwrite his memories. Arghumph. Fangyuan felt pain at first, but then he snorted. I am in a Heaven Path dream realm. Heaven Path dream realms were incredibly rare and unique. It required the heavenly Tao to give up a part of its own true meaning. Whatever attainment one gains from a Heaven Path dream realm is forever lost to the heavenly Tao. If I seize this dream realm, my Heaven Path attainment could rise to Quasi or even Great Grandmaster. Fangyuan wanted to achieve Supreme Grandmaster in Heaven Path to achieve his plans. Obtaining Heaven Path Supreme Grandmaster will make me invincible amongst the venerables. I should even be able to hold up against those two. Of course, the two Fangyuan was talking about was Primordial Origin and Reckless Savage. The two of them were the only true Tao Emperors in the Gu world. They had condensed a full-fledged Tao fruit and were no longer bound by the need to use Gu. Humans had to use Gu to communicate with the heavenly Tao, as Gu was the essence of heaven and earth. But by becoming a Tao Emperor, one needed a Tao fruit, which is obtained by combining a bunch of related immortal Gu. This then allows a Tao Emperor to access all the abilities they had at a fraction of the cost and thought. But there is a price to pay by becoming a Tao Emperor, giving up your humanity. Indeed, Fangyuan knew why Reckless and Primordial did not interact or shape the world after ascending. It is because, in exchange for their godlike powers, they become and exist halfway between Gu and man. They embodied the essence of heaven and earth and the spirit of all living beings. But not fully. To fully combine with a Tao fruit, one has to sever their ties with the mortal world. They no longer operate on the same frequency as mortals. Thus, they could only observe and plot from afar, not even being able to touch the mortal world. Chapter 2458. Fangyuan sorted through the memories of this heavenly spirit. I thought this was just a mere aperture, but to think that I am actually the heavenly spirit of a grotto heaven. The difference between a grotto heaven and a blessed land was the same as the difference between the stars and the moon. A grotto heaven exceeds a blessed land in every conceivable quality and quantity. Oh, not only is this a grotto heaven, but it is one that has fused with a piece of the immemorial heaven, and it was the yellow heaven. Fangyuan squinted at this point and began piecing clues together. No way, it could not be. Fangyuan then surveyed further in the memories to find that the original owner of the grotto heaven was Taoist Countless Treasure, which means this is Treasure Yellow Heaven, the #1 marketplace in the entire Gu world, home to an innumerable amount of wealth, undiscovered for over 300,000 years. Even venerables who have scoured the face of the earth have not found this grotto heaven, notably Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. That is right. Treasure Yellow Heaven was formed during the medieval antiquity era. During that time, there was Genesis Lotus, Thieving Heaven, and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. All three tried, but did not manage to find Treasure Yellow Heaven. This has been the #1 mystery in the entire Gu world. It is hard to believe that Taoist Countless Treasures was only a rank 8. There must be something unique about him. And today I have a chance to find out. Fangyuan was ecstatic. He already had a plan to find the location or a method to locate Treasure Yellow Heaven. Although I cannot annex Treasure Yellow Heaven, as it contains a piece of yellow immemorial heaven, I can still loot all the treasures. Greed was shining on Fangyuan's face. He nearly lost focus and slapped himself. Damn it. It must be the innate obsession with the previous owner. What is the inheritance condition anyway? Fangyuan assumed that it was related to getting the most treasures, as Treasure Yellow Heaven was the #1 marketplace in the world. Fangyuan looked through the memories of the heavenly spirit to find the inheritance condition. Fangyuan blinked a few times to ensure he was not seeing things. A cultivator who has reached at least Grandmaster in Demon Path? There is a Demon Path? Interesting. Fangyuan shelved the thought. I will investigate once I return to consciousness. Wandering throughout the dream realm, Fangyuan began to look around for clues on Treasure Yellow Heaven. Strange. If I am already a heavenly spirit, then why are there no external wills trading in Treasure Yellow Heaven? After absorbing the immemorial Yellow Heaven fragment, Taoist countless treasure was rooted in place, and his grotto heaven had remained in the exact same location for 300,000 years. Did he not establish his grotto heaven as a trading hub during his lifetime? Then would that mean? Fangyuan sieved through the memories of the heavenly spirit and found no mention of connecting heaven goo. But he did find an interesting point. Oh, this guy has a method to contact him? Right, they should still be alive at this point. The pieces became much clearer once Fangyuan realized that he could contact this person. Fangyuan activated the method. Looks like it is time to meet an old friend. His smirk was almost devilish. Far away, in the northern plains. Oh, to what do I owe the pleasure Taoist countless treasure? Fangyuan heard the voice and smirked. Long-hair ancestor, I see you are still alive and kicking. That is right, the person that Taoist countless treasure was contacting was actually Langya, long-hair ancestor. Hearing the voice and tone, Langya knew. So, it finally happened. Taoist countless treasure is dead. A sigh could be heard reverberating. To think you would call me long-hair ancestor, it seems you retain an unresolved desire of his. Speak. A grin surfaced on his face. Straight to the point. I like it. Indeed, I need your help. I have been left with the intense desire and burden to accumulate wealth. Langya chuckled. That does sound like his final desire. So is that why you are calling? For money? No. The heavenly spirit of Treasure Yellow spoke before Fangyuan could say anything. Seems like I will be taking the back seat for this part. The heavenly spirit continued. I need more than any amount of treasure you can provide. Thus I need a business. Langya raised his eyebrow. Interesting. What business do you propose? This. Master spent days and nights conceptualizing it, and in his final moments he managed to complete his idea. All I need is your help in spreading it. The Treasure Yellow heavenly spirit sent over the plans that Taoist countless treasure had made. Fascinating. Connecting heaven goo. Immortal goo that allows goo immortals to send their divine sense into a heaven. And he plans to use the barren landscape of his grotto heaven to open up a marketplace? Haha, as expected of him. Okay, I will refine the goo for you. But the Treasure Yellow heaven shook his head. I need you to do more than just refine the goo. Oh, what else would you need me to do? Langya stroked his beard. I need you to spread the knowledge and existence of connecting heaven goo and of Treasure Yellow heaven. And why should I help you do that? A grim expression appeared on the heavenly spirit. You and I both know that this could radically change and improve the goo world across the 5 regions. How many times have goo immortals stumbled onto an immortal material that they do not need? I am sure you know the benefits this will have for your refinement path as well. Now you will not need to scour for materials. Instead, they will come to you. Langya was tempted. After all, even if one possessed immense skill and talent, experimenting was expensive. To waste time to find and collect the precise materials that he needed was something that Langya would happily cut out of his life. I can agree to help lend you not only my contacts but my credibility as well, but it is contingent on 2 things. Number 1, I am putting my reputation on the line here, so you must promise me that you will not steal from the marketplace. Of course, the heavenly spirit was offended. My master was a wise man, he said. Why kill and steal when you can profit instead? Langya nodded. He knew Taoist countless treasure's personality. The man would do any form of business, even if it may ruin lives. But he knew the profits of proper business far outweigh any bandits. Fangyuan rolled his eyes from his spectator seat. TCH, this Taoist countless treasure sure is shameless. Even though he says he does not steal, he has no actual opposition against stealing nor doing business with stolen goods. Indeed, Taoist countless treasure did not actively steal from people, but he was not opposed to stealing. It was just that in his eyes it was not profitable in a cost-benefit analysis. The second condition is this. I know to make profit from using your grotto heaven. You plan to charge people a 20% fee based on the treasure light from Treasure Light Immortal Goo. But if I am helping you, I want my fee to be waived. The heavenly spirit was hesitant, though Fangyuan was incensed. What is that idiotic heavenly spirit doing? Take the deal. At that moment, fangyuan regained control. So do we have a deal? And he answered, yes. Langya was shocked at the immediate and resolute answer. Strange. Knowing that stingy bastard, I thought he would try to fight and haggle his way through. I was prepared to pay only a 5% fee. Oh well, I guess I have more reason to make this work. Or maybe that was his intent. Langya and fangyuan shook on it. At the moment fangyuan and Langya shook, the dream realm abruptly ended. Fangyuan's hands were still shaking, but it was not Langya on the other end. Pleasure to finally talk to heaven-refining demon venerable, fangyuan. The person who fangyuan was shaking was a scholar dressed in all white. He had a calm and lofty disposition as if he were an immortal that transcended the world. Fangyuan smirked. To what do I owe the pleasure, limitless demon venerable? Indeed, the person across from him was the #1 cultivator, the ardent Tao pursuer, the crazed demon venerable. Limitless demon venerable. Limitless smiled. How about some answers? Fangyuan raised his eyebrows. I am listening. For as long as the world has known, there have been two paths that stood out, opposed against each other, amongst all paths. Fangyuan guessed where Limitless was going. You were talking about heaven and human path. Limitless nodded. Correct. But what is not common knowledge is that within human path exists two branches of side path, immortal path and demon path. This was news to Fangyuan. Despite obtaining Grandmaster in human path, I did not know this. How interesting. Fangyuan thought to himself. You are probably wondering why, despite your high attainment in human path, you have not discovered the existence of either path? Limitless saw through Fangyuan's thoughts. Indeed, I am. Are you going to answer it? Limitless smiled. He gestured towards the empty space, conjuring up a table. Shall we go further into the discussion then? Limitless led the way and took the first seat. Fangyuan was somewhat cautious, but considering he had no alternative, it would seem that this conversation is happening within a dream. He stroked his chin. How do I know there is no trap? You do not. And you expect me to sit without any form of guarantee. I give you my word. Fangyuan was still skeptical of Limitless. After all, the man was supposed to be dead, but nonetheless, he decided to take a seat. As soon as he sat down, Limitless began. The way of the Tao Emperor is wrong. It is not the true path of immortality. I know. Fangyuan calmly replied. Now it was Limitless' turn to be shocked and impressed. Oh, now I am curious, how do you know that? Fangyuan chuckled. Is it not obvious? What kind of true immortality is dependent on someone else? That is right. The core of a Tao Emperor was still linked to the heavenly Tao, which meant that their existence would only be as long as the heavenly Taos. Limitless laughed. Ha ha ha. As expected of a true demon, you have seen through it all. Break free from the world. Pursue immortality. Chapter 2459. Now then, since you know that the Tao Lord realm is a trap and the Tao Emperor realm is just making the best of a bad situation, let me tell you of my million-year research. Limitless stopped laughing and became serious. As you saw in that previous dream, to inherit the entirety of Treasure Yellow Heaven, one has to acquire Grandmaster in Demon Path. But first, Limitless raised up one finger. I am sure you are anxious to know, what is Demon and Immortal Path? Are they not just the classification we use to separate Gu immortals? How is it related to true immortality, rank 10 Transcendent Tao? Fangyuan nodded. He was indeed curious as to how all these things were related. First, you should know that Demon Path and Immortal Path are branches of Human Path. I can feel a rough inclination to that, and I only have Human Path Grandmaster attainment. There are plenty of people with higher Human Path attainment than me. So why are these paths still undiscovered? Limitless stroked his chin. It is simple. The heavenly Tao hid it. This was a shocking revelation. Generally speaking, the heavenly Tao does not hide any paths. After all, it wants the beings of the world to become stronger and smarter. But to block a path, I know what you are thinking, but there is a good reason the heavenly Tao blocked Demon Path and altered Immortal Path. I will get to that, but first let me explain, or we will never get to the end of even one of your questions. Fangyuan tactfully kept quiet. Limitless took out a tea set and poured himself a cup. Now, to begin with, do you know why Human Path was created? Fangyuan raised his eyebrows. Is it not to create one of the many life forms in the Gu world? Limitless shook his head. That is not the reason. After all, There are many life forms in the goo world, so why do they not have their own path? Sure, you may say that variant humans fall under human path, but what about the desolate beasts? Do they not have a path because they have no intelligence? But they can develop intelligence. Look at Xing Qiu. And even in regard to variant humans who are affected by human path does not truly fit them either. Fangyuan was stunned. True. I never thought about it before. You are right. It does not make sense that only humans have a path and not the other life forms in the goo world. Why is there no Featherman path, Hairyman path, Desolate Beast path? Limitless smirked. It is because human path is a path not created by the heavenly Tao. For the first time in a while, Fangyuan was given back-to-back world-shaking news. What do you mean? Limitless took another sip. Who was the first human? Limitless nodded. And who created Renju? The legends say he came from the Blue Sea. Indeed, Renju came out from the Blue Sea alone. But were there not other variant humans ahead of him? Why was he alone? Where is the Blue Sea now? Limitless smirked. This was one of the greatest mysteries of the goo world, until now. You are right, Renju is the first human, but he was also the one that created human path. Limitless gave a resounding laugh as he explained. This is not recorded in the standard legends of Renju, but it is a historical fact that I found buried amongst the most ancient of Inkmen that lived in the Qiankuan crystal world on Book Mountain. After Renju came to them, they were intrigued by this being, and as the race that was continuously blessed by wisdom goo, they were far ahead of every other variant race at the time. Their interest in Renju grew, as he struggled and fought against fate, to the point where they were even cheering him on in their hearts. How else would we have the legends of Renju? There were no other humans around, and the other variant races would certainly not have written them down. It was thanks to the Inkman. Fascinating. Fangyuan was immersed in the secret history of the primordial era. Much of the original legends of Renju had been lost due to the passing of time, even the last two children of Renju and their physique. Since their physique never appeared amongst the populace, people assumed that it was just a myth or extremely hard to isolate from all the unique constitutions of the world, but in truth it is because it was sealed by the heavenly Tao. Wait, you do not mean that? Limitless smiled. That is right. The last two children are known as heavenly benevolent immortal and chaotic usurping demon. In fact, you managed to come across them long ago, remember? Fangyuan thought back. You mean the 10 zombies that spectral soul demon Venerable used to create the sovereign immortal fetus goo? That is right. Indeed, at the time Fangyuan did not pay close attention to them as, even though the last two physiques were a mystery to the world, it was not something earth-shattering to the people. After all, there was a good chance that the bloodline of the physique just ran out, since someone with the extreme physique could not make it above rank 3 without the help of an immortal. So, there was a good chance that over time the physique just died out. Although I was curious about the appearance of the two physiques, I did not think it too strange nor that important. Limitless laughed. You have no idea how important those two were, because they are actually the only two in existence, the direct children of Renju himself. Come to think of it, Fangyuan began to deduce. There is no way that the ordinary bodies of 10 rank 8 extreme physiques could produce this legendary sovereign immortal fetus goo. Fangyuan did the math. Even if all 10 were pseudo-venerables, the Tao marks count did not match up unless something special like the direct children of Renju. But how did Spectral Soul acquire the immortal zombie bodies of? Fangyuan looked at the smiling Limitless. It was you. Limitless nodded. Guilty as charged when Spectral Soul entered my crazed demon cave. I knew proposing for him some of the ideas to build the sovereign immortal fetus goo was not enough, so I shared with him some of the secrets of demon path and immortal path, as well as the bodies of heavenly benevolent immortal and chaotic usurping demon. But to think he would take my idea and flesh it out with his own desire of killing path. Limitless shook his head. I mean, I knew he would do that, but to the extent that he accomplished is truly remarkable. Limitless. Fangyuan spoke up. So far, you have given me an incredibly long-winded history lesson, but you still have not talked about the crux of your research, immortal and demon path. You are right, but there is still so much to explain. Limitless sighed. There is no choice, and we are running out of time. The will of Limitless began to glow brightly, forcing Fangyuan to cover his eyes. As he opened his eyes, the words of Limitless echoed in his ears. I am giving you a portion of my research and memories. Use them to find treasure yellow heaven. The rest will await you there. Fangyuan's eye twitched. Are you kidding me? You could have saved all that time by condensing all your knowledge into this. Fangyuan held a white orb where Limitless was once sitting. The white void that they were once in began to fade away as a scenario came into view. And now I am back in another dream realm. Fangyuan surveyed his surroundings. He then surveyed his situation. I am in the body of a child. Fangyuan checked his aperture. Oh, this child is quite the genius. Could not be more than 14 years old and already a rank 4. Fangyuan inspected the environment using dream path methods and found something interesting. Oh, there is another living being here. Fangyuan observed the man from afar. I was right. He is a real human. It seems I am not the only one in this large dream realm. The question now is he a heavenly court member or some other person that got swept up in this? The man in question was walking through the woods. Haha, success. This should be a water path dream realm, and a big one at that. Now I can finally stop activating the returning from inception to reality killer move. Who is there? The man turned behind. Friend, I am just an innocent water path cultivator, headed towards the Shui tribe's annual water path market. Oh, the man withdrew his killing intent. This must be an NPC in the dream realm and is my first clue. The heavenly court member smiled. I see, my bad friend. I was worried you were a demon cultivator or worse, a variant. The man who had snuck up on the heavenly court member was, of course, Fangyuan. Oh, such open disdain for variants. There is only one group that would make sense, considering the situation, Heavenly Court. Fangyuan managed to guess since he was last dealing with Heavenly Court. The question now is, why? Why would they send ordinary members in? In fact, where did they get ordinary members from? Fangyuan stroked his chin. It seems that they are desperate to get to me and do not want me to increase my attainments. So they sent in members to chip away at the dream realm. Fangyuan could not deduce the right reason, as he had no access to information. Even using Wisdom Path, he would have only been able to arrive at certain conclusions, but without information, it was all useless. I need more information. Fangyuan put on a gentle smile and began to play the role of an NPC. Since this guy does not have any method to identify real people from NPCs in a dream realm, I will use that. Yes, sir, if you do not mind me asking, what is your name? Fangyuan's current innocent form and high-pitched voice certainly helped sell the story. The Heavenly Court Gu Immortal would never have guessed that the infamous heaven-refining demon Venerable was in front of him acting innocent. The Heavenly Court Gu Immortal thought about it. There is no way this NPC and I were related until now, so I can just give him my name. I am Shui Gu, what is yours? Shui Gu thought to himself. This kid could be buttering me up to backstab me or be a crucial key later. Either way, I gotta keep my guard up. Shui Gu prepped one of the immortal water path killer moves he could formulate and hid his killing intent behind a kind smile. But of course, he could not hide the immortal aura from Fangyuan. A Gu Immortal? Are you kidding me? How is that fair? Unless... Fangyuan had a thought. What if this kid and this Gu Immortal are destined to be together? If that Heavenly Court member thinks that too then. Fangyuan smirked. I can use this. Chapter 2460. With flawless innocence, Fangyuan began conversing with the Heavenly Court Gu Immortal, Shui Gu. Mr. Shui, what do you plan to get from the annual Shui Tribe Water Market? Fangyuan began chatting like an innocent kid who was exploring the world for the first time. Me? I do not really need anything since my clan gives me a bunch of resources. I only managed to go out on my own because I convinced the elders that it would be good training. Shui Gu listened to the kid, though annoyed by how chirpy he was. This kid is revealing so much information about himself. Even though we are complete strangers, he is either incredibly naive or a trap of some sort. Shui Gu stopped dead in his tracks and picked Fangyuan up by the throat. All right, kid, you nearly had me fooled. I know there is something fishy going on here. You being rank 4 at your age, or... Shui Gu was putting up his best ferocious face, but the moment he looked at the kid's face breaking down in tears, he felt bad. Damn it. Even if they were trying something, they are still a kid. Shui Gu was about to put the kid down when the sound of water began dripping on the ground. Do not tell me. Shui Gu looked down and saw a stream of water running down the legs of the kid. At that moment, Shui Ji's instincts lit up as he felt waves of killing intent wash over him. Who is there? Shuaiga tightened his grip on the kid, causing him to cry more. The leaves of the trees began to rustle as the wind began picking up. The shadows danced wildly. First they grew longer, then wider, and finally taller as they took on humanoid form, finally condensing into a group of 6 people. Shuaiga instantly recognized that the 6 of them were Gu immortals, and it was not hard to guess that they were there the whole time. And if they are appearing now, it has to be because of this kid. And if they were bandits or demonic cultivators, they would not care for this kid's life. But since they only appeared once, the kid was worried. Then it can only mean one thing. They are his protectors. Shuaiji's temples were now aching. Shit, that kid really was a prodigy from a clan, and from the fact that they sent 6 Gu immortals, it must be a big clan. Once the 6 Gu immortals took form, a man strode forth. He was a tall man with toned skin and white hair. Shuaiga instantly recognized such characteristics. Great. Just my luck, a half-breed. That is right, the man who took charge was a half-breed between Inkman and human. The kid shouted out, amidst tears, "Uncle," when in reality, even Fangyuan was surprised. I did not expect that to go so well. I knew that this kid was special, and that their identity had to be high, but to think a rank 4 would get 6 Gu immortal bodyguards, even I did not expect this. Indeed, Fangyuan had suspected that his current identity was special, as among the Gus he was carrying was a rank 6 movement path immortal Gu. The Gu was a peculiar water path Gu that was not very fast, but very good at escaping from situations. It allowed the user to turn their body into water, making them impervious to any attack. Even if the water body was exploded, it still would not kill the user, as the body could just regenerate. There was only one drawback. It was a consumable Gu worm, which meant it could only be used once. Right now, this Gu is my trump card, but while I am still in the grip of Shuaiga, I cannot activate the move without him breaking my neck first, so I have to play this situation carefully. Meanwhile, Shuaiga was clearer about the situation. There are 5 rank 6 Gu immortals, and that damn variant is at least rank 7. Shuaiga was holding back his anger. My only card to play is... Shuaiga looked at the kid whose neck he was holding, and the only reason those 6 Gu immortals had not decimated him. Release the young mistress. One of the Gu immortals shouted. Shuaiga let his thoughts out. This is a girl? The 6 immortals grew incensed at the offensive remarks. Whereas Fangyuan facepalmed internally. This guy, is he an idiot? Now he has made it, so that there is almost no path of reconciliation. Even though Fangyuan did not know the exact importance of the girl, even he knew that if a rank 4 was assigned 6 Gu immortals as bodyguards, then her identity was almost as good as someone like the fairy of Spirit Affinity House. This time the half-breed spoke. Release the young mistress, Shui Xin. Now, his deep voice was intimidating enough, but coupled with his rank 7 aura and his fierce eyes, Shuaiga almost let Shui Xin go. Almost. You have got to be kidding me. Shuaiga thought. This is not just any young mistress, but someone related to the Shui clan. Shuaiga calmed his nerves. And what if I said no? The 6 immortals immediately let out their killing intent in response. Shuaiga was under immense pressure, and he almost caved. Almost. Hold your horses, pal. My hand is feeling a little itchy under all this pressure. Shuaiga tightened his grip around Shui Xion's neck. The girl's face tightened in pain. This caused the 6 Gu immortals' faces to drop. Men, hold your ground. The half-breed leader held his hand out, signaling to his men to cease their killing intent. All the men obliged. Their killing intent and killer moves were disarmed. The half-breed leader turned to face Shuaiga. Okay, we got off on the wrong foot. My name is Shui Li. I am under the orders of the Water Emperor, Shui Lu, to protect his daughter, Shui Xin. Shui Li emphasized the connection between Shui Lu and Shui Xian. Both Fangyuan and Shuaiga had a realization. The legendary rank 8 pseudo-venerable and founder of Water Path, Shui Ni. Seeing the shocked look on Shuaiji's face, Shui Li showcased a proud expression. Since you did not know that it was His Majesty's beloved princess, and we were in the wrong for attacking you, how about we come to a deal? Shuaiji's look of bewilderment was replaced with a smirk. Oh, and what deal would that be? Shui Li took out a box from his aperture. Here are 25,000 immortal essence stones. That is more than enough for you to live your life comfortably and attempt refining a few immortal Gu. Shui Li was proud of his offer, but Shuaiga looked at him in disdain. Since I know what this dream story is about, then I have no choice but to play the villain. I refuse. Shuai Ge snorted. Shui Li was confident that Shuai Ge would promptly hand over Shui Xian. That is right, you have made the right. What did you say? Shuai Ge smirked. You heard me. I said I refuse. You. Shui Li was dumbfounded. He could not understand why Shuai Ge would refuse. Listen. Shui Li took a deep breath. There is no reason to sever all ties just yet. Why do we not all take a deep breath and discuss this like civilized people, okay? Shuai Ge sneered. Shui Li squinted his eyes in anger, his voice sounding like a snarl. Let me ask you once. What is your price? Shuai Ge thought to himself. The legends mentioned how the demon asked for an outrageous sum that was so ludicrously impossible. When Shui and I heard it, his anger caused the entire central continent to be in a never-ending downpour for 5 days. Shuai Ge knew that he could just make up a high offer, but if he wanted to progress the dream realm, he needed to enact the same response from Shui and I. The question is, what could cause Shuai and I to lose his mind? It cannot have just been an amount. What are the things Shuai and I treasures most? Shuai Ge was lost in thought. He turned his head slightly towards Shui Xian. She is definitely part of it, but what could he value more than his daughter? I got it. Shuai Ge laughed sinisterly. You want to know my price? Then tell Shui and I to give me rank 8 water goo. Preposterous. Outrageous. Your greed knows no bounds. The other 5 goo immortals chastised immediately. It was understandable, as water goo and water path was what made Shui and I famous. It was his establishing mark in history. Shui Li's eyes were reduced to fiery slits. Fine. I gave you a path to heaven, but instead, you chose the road to hell. I will tell His Majesty, but I warn you, if anything happens to Shui Xian during this time, then death is the least of your concerns. Shui Li took out an information path, Immortal Goo, and sent a message, and soon enough, it began to rain. The drizzle slowly became a downpour, then a thunderstorm, and finally a hurricane formed, with Shuai Ge, Shui Li, Shui Xian, and the other 5 Goo immortals at its center. The sheer might of the weather scared even Shuai Ge. In the real world, I will not even be 1/100th of this guy's strength. Shuai Ge's fear was genuine. Both in reality and his previous life, he had not achieved the level that Water Path's ancestor, the Water Emperor, Shui and I had achieved. However, only one person was completely indifferent, even unimpressed, and it was none other than Fangyuan playing Shui Xian. His reputation may have exceeded him. Fangyuan scared in his heart. The cruel marching of time can turn even the greatest genius into a relic. Fangyuan scoffed at Shui Ni's wasteful display of strength. This guy only focused on big and powerful moves, but does not have anything that is practical. If I was him, I could have easily killed this guy and retrieved Shui Xian, or I would have given Shui Xian a killer move that could activate without any detection. Instead, he is too confident in his status and strength, which led to Shui Xian being